Chapter 389. They know that I killed Duan Zhengji, Zhu Yanghua, and Yi Kangjian so fast. I've only returned to the sect for a short while. In other words, since I'm still alive, they think that Duan Zhengji and the other two are definitely dead. So, even if they don't have any evidence, they still want to arrest me directly. Xu Yang sorted out his train of thought in an instant. As the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. If he went obediently, how could he have a good ending? He might even be killed by them directly. Can't you see that I'm busy? Xu Yang turned around and saw two young men with eagle-like eyes and extremely cold expressions. They were wearing the uniform unique to the disciples of the Hall of Guardians. There was a mirror on the right side of their sleeves and a guillotine on the left. Cultivation of the first level of the ascending soul tier. In some people's eyes, this kind of cultivation was more than enough to deal with Xu Yang. Xu Yang's cold eyes swept over, and he said coldly, "Are you blind? Get out of here immediately. If you dare to say another word, I'll teach you how to behave." Wang, the disciples of the Merit Hall, and the elder of the Merit Hall were that old man. Both of their minds buzzed. Xu Yang actually dared to go against the Hall of Guardians. The Hall of Guardians was specifically in charge of dealing with the disciples who violated the sect rules. It was the most dignified. Whoever dared to disobey, they could immediately kill them on the spot without asking for the reason. Especially the elder of the Hall of Guardians. He was not an elder of the Merit Hall, but a piece of trash. The elder of the Hall of Guardians of the Divine Manipulation Peak was second only to the Peak Master, Sui Yunfu. His strength was unfathomable. When these two disciples of the Hall of Guardians heard Xu Yang's rude and unreasonable words, they were not angry, but happy instead, and directly attacked. With a light Wang, visible waves directly rushed toward Xu Yang. Soul pressure fiercely crushed toward Xu Yang, but Xu Yang was like a reef in the sea. No matter how the waves crashed, he still did not move an inch. How was this possible? These two disciples of the Hall of Guardians felt as if their minds had been ruthlessly slashed by knives and swords. Instantly, their expressions changed greatly, but fortunately, they were already mentally prepared for Xu Yang's shocking strength before they came, and very quickly calmed down. However, at this time, the two of them were already extremely wary of Xu Yang. "Xu Yang, let's go. You can't bear the consequences of delaying the time of the Hall of Guardians." "That's right. Come with us. I'll give you a piece of advice. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The tone of the two disciples of the Lawkeeper Palace eased a lot. Where was the previous fierceness and arrogance? They didn't even hesitate to echo each other and put on an appearance of being merciless and doing official business. If they Xu Yang had to, they were to Bulin's A, and Now, how could he take these two people seriously, especially when they were clearly trying to kill him? If he still took the initiative to send himself to them, then there would really be something wrong with his brain. The Hall of Guardians' orders have nothing to do with me. I've already told you, I'm not free now. The Hall of Guardians wants to see me? Fine, let him come over himself. Xu Yang waved his hand with a look that said, "I don't take a little Hall of Guardians seriously." "What? How dare you?" The two disciples realized that because of the fear they showed just now, they were completely looked down upon by Xu Yang, and instantly felt a great shame. They were furious, their expressions changed, and their eyelids rolled, and their eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. "Xu Yang, you've got guts. I remind you, in front of the Hall of Guardians' orders, you have no room to resist. You'd better not make a mistake. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare to disobey orders, you're asking for trouble." The two of them were furious, and their thin cheeks were as sharp as a knife, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Chapter 390. What's wrong? You finally figured it out? You don't need to find so many excuses to kill me. You want to kill me? Do you think the two of you are qualified? Whoosh! Xu Yang's body shook, and a boundless quintessence burst out. The dense five-element quintessence formed a five-colored steel dome. It spun at high speed, giving off a buzzing sound as it charged at the two. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the five-element quintessence. His five-element quintessence has already formed a five-element cycle. He is actually trying to cultivate the 9 most basic quintessence. Whoosh! When the two Guardian Hall disciples saw Chu Yang's five-element quintessence burst out, their hearts trembled. They were so frightened that they kept retreating, not daring to make a move. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the five-element quintessence seemed simple, but it was not. Only a handful of people could cultivate it in the entire five-element sect. Those who could completely grasp it, merge it, and form a five-element cycle were even rarer. The most shocking thing was that Chu Yang was clearly trying to cultivate the 9 most basic quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. This was clearly a dead end. There was probably no one in the entire five-element sect who could do it. Perhaps only this Chu Yang before them could do it. This was simply too shocking. If the five-element sect master knew about this, he would instantly take Chu Yang back as his last disciple. There would be no doubt about this. The Merit Palace Hall's disciples and elders were extremely frightened when they saw Chu Yang erupting with his five elements' real elemental energy. Even if Chu Yang were to kill them, his life wouldn't be in danger. At most, he would be severely punished. Cultivating five-element quintessence meant that Chu Yang could cultivate the five-element divine canon of the five-element sect. He might even become the next sect master of the five-element sect. If Chu Yang could cultivate the 9 most basic types of true essence and walk through this dead-end road of martial arts, then he would undoubtedly become the next five-element sect master. However, this still depended on whether he was willing or not. This was naturally the mentality of the 2 disciples of the Guardian's Hall. Chu Yang had scared them. Huh? You dare to make a move? This is a capital offense. Don't waste your breath on him. Capture him and bring him to the elders. The 2 Guardian disciples were both frightened, angry, and worried. They had offended Chu Yang and would definitely not have a good ending. If Chu Yang grew up, they would definitely die. Amidst their fear, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. Evil thoughts grew in their hearts. All of them wanted to kill. They roared at the same time, their faces ferocious. In the blink of an eye, boundless true chi poured out from their bodies. It was as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They slapped towards Chu Yang, intending to kill him directly. As Guardian disciples, they all possessed extraordinary strength. Their cultivation of the first layer of the ascending soul, tier, completely erupted at this moment, not leaving the slightest bit of leeway. This move was immediately like a landslide and a tsunami, unstoppable. Death penalty? Humph. You want to kill me? You two have committed a capital offense, huh? Just as Chu Yang was about to make a move, because he used the 5 elements true chi, he suddenly realized that when the unknown person in the Huanma mystery realm threw his pentagram anti-heaven star, the 5-color cover around his body twisted and turned into a pentagram. As it spun, it erupted with a supreme, killing aura that could destroy and cut everything. It was extremely terrifying. Wong. The void faintly distorted as if it was about to be cut open, releasing the terrifying space-time storm hidden in the void. Boom! As soon as the true chi of the 2 sides collided, the 2 Guardian disciples felt as if their true chi was cut open like paper. Their bodies, martial souls, and even their essence, chi, and spirit seemed to be cut into powder at this moment. The sudden eruption of this terrifying aura from Chu Yang's body made the 2 of them feel as if they were about to destroy the world. In their eyes, the world seemed to be cut open and completely collapsed. What exactly is this? It's so terrifying. Even the 5 elements true chi can't be so outrageous. The 2 Guardian disciples were scared out of their wits. They had never thought that Chu Yang would be so terrifying. They felt that in front of Chu Yang, they were as weak as babies, unable to withstand a single blow. Bang! 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 The explosion of true chi sent the 2 of them flying, and they fell to the ground. Ignoring their injuries, they got up from the ground and flew out of the merit hall. At this time, the two of them felt a sharp pain in their internal organs, especially at their waist, where blood was gushing out. At first glance, they didn't know when there was a terrible wound there. They had just been blown away by the explosion, and if they had been a little slower, they would have been cut into two. Not only that, there were many deep wounds on their bodies, and their clothes were almost cut to pieces. How could it be so outrageous? It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The two of them didn't even come into contact with Chu Yang. It was only the collision of their true elemental essences, but they had inexplicably suffered such a large area of injuries. They had even almost been cut into two halves, but Chu Yang hadn't done anything. So shocking. Chu Yang was also scared out of his wits. He would be in trouble if these two protectors were to be killed. Chu Yang, you are arrogant, violently resisting the law. We will definitely report it to the elders. Just wait for the sect's punishment. You are disrespectful to the elders, and you attacked your senior brother. This is disrespect to your seniors, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. The evidence is irrefutable. Chu Yang, you are courting death. The two of them stood outside the door, shouting and yelling. However, they didn't dare to rush in again. At the same time, they pretended to run away, which was very ridiculous. They desperately tried to label Chu Yang because they were terrified to the extreme. If Chu Yang didn't die, they would die. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Chu Yang said with a threatening look in his eyes. Whoosh! The two of them fled like a ray of light, disappearing in an instant. They were terrified to the extreme. Humph! Chapter 391. Chu Yang swept his cold eyes over them. The disciples and elders of the Merit Palace Hall were all scared out of their wits. They fell down with a plop. They rolled on the ground and crawled to their feet. They crawled a long distance before they stopped. Only now do you know fear? Where did your previous manners go? Ta! Chu Yang took a step forward. That contribution hall disciple quickly got up and kowtowed. Bang! 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 Spare me! Spare me! Spare me! Senior Brother Chu, please spare me. I was only following orders. I had no other choice. Please spare my dog life. The contribution hall disciple kowtowed until his forehead was dripping with blood. Is that so? Then tell me, whose orders did you follow? The contribution hall disciple did not answer immediately. When Chu Yang swept his cold gaze over, he was so scared that he fell to the ground and shouted, I'll speak. I'll speak. It was the Inner Peak's true inheritor, Zhao Yunlong. He said that this was the Burning Sky Holy Sun's order. How could I dare to disobey? Burning Sky Holy Sun. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously. He had actually provoked someone at the level of a saint. Are you sure? I don't seem to have any enmity with the Burning Sky Holy Sun. You better tell me the reason, or else. Chu Yang took another step forward, scaring that contribution hall disciple. He screamed in panic, Senior Brother Chu, you don't have any enmity with the Burning Sky Holy Sun. However, Senior Brother Chu's big brother, the unparalleled Holy Sun, is the Burning Sky Holy Sun's enemy. Previously, when the Holy Suns fought, the Burning Sky Holy Sun lost to the unparalleled Holy Sun. That Zhao Yunlong also has enmity with you, Senior Brother Chu, for killing his father and destroying his family. There was no need for Chu Yang to interrogate him any further. This Merit Hall disciple spilled everything he knew without any hesitation. Zhao Yunlong. Chu Yang suddenly remembered the Zhao family of Coiling Dragon Town. This Zhao Yunlong is from the Zhao family of Coiling Dragon Town. Right. How could the disciple of the Virtuous Hall care about anything else? The most important thing now was to stay alive. If he was killed by Chu Yang, his death would be in vain. How could he not be afraid when the two disciples of the Hall of Protectors were so terrified? What about you? Chu Yang's cold gaze landed on the Grand Hall Elder, causing the Grand Hall Elder to tremble slightly. But at the end of the day, he was still an elder. Naturally, he wouldn't be as unbearable as the Grand Hall Elder. He's done. What do you want me to say? Tell me about the enmity between this burning Heaven Holy Sun and my big brother. the burning sky, Saint Child's name was Chao Wulong. He was a descendant of the Chao family, one of the great aristocratic families in the Wei Nation. He entered the Five Elements sect by taking first place in the entrance exam. In less than a month's time, he shone brilliantly and entered the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was directly accepted as a successor disciple. As for the Hidden Dragon ranking, it was the Hidden Dragon ranking during the entrance exam. This ranking was based on the potential of the Five Elements sect's disciples. Aside from the Hidden Dragon ranking, the Five Elements sect had two more important rankings: the Five Elements ranking and the Successor ranking. The Successor ranking was very simple. It was the ranking of the successor disciples' combat strength. Comparatively, the Successor ranking's evaluation was more detailed and comprehensive. The Five Elements ranking could be said to be the overall ranking of the Five Elements sect. All the Five Elements sect's disciples were recorded in it. It was based on the disciples' potential and true strength. Chuyang roughly knew about this. However, he had just entered the Five Elements sect and had only been out training recently. He didn't have time to pay attention to these three rankings. The enmity between his big brother, Chu Fei, and the Burning Sky Saint's son started from the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chu Fei entered the Five Elements sect 1 year after Chao Wulong, and Chu Fei surpassed Chao Wulong on the Hidden Dragon ranking the moment he entered the Five Elements sect. This caused Chao Wulong to be jealous, and he started to suppress and humiliate Chu Fei. Chu Fei had endured for a long time before erupting. First, he had a conflict with Chao Wulong in the Five Elements sect and was stopped by the elders. Then, he had defeated Chao Wulong in the ranking battle of the true disciples. Especially in the final battle of the Saint's Son position, Chu Fei had completely crushed Chao Wulong and trampled him under his feet. If you don't kill the snake will definitely hurt you. After Chu Yang heard the Merit Hall elder's words, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Since I humiliated him and fought with Chao Wulong to the death, I might as well get rid of him and keep him alive. Now, this young master is in trouble. Damn it, little Fei. The Burning Sky Saint's son, a saint's son, had to be at least at the Ascending Soul Realm, which was the Soul Wheel Realm. Chapter 392. This is really going to kill me. Chu Yang suddenly felt as if he was treading on thin ice. In fact, he wasn't in a mood to deal with these two people from the Merit Hall. He lazily said, "Go and bring me my 15,000 merit points." Yes. The disciples from the Achievement Hall scrambled away. After Chu Yang obtained the 15,000 merit points, he immediately left. "Brother Chu, you're finally back." Chu Yang had just returned to the entrance of his courtyard when Chu Renxian came looking for him. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured and hadn't recovered yet. Whoosh! A five-colored ray of light immediately appeared beside Chu Yang's feet. Lil Guai had come out after hearing the commotion. Chu Yang picked up Lil Guai and placed it on his shoulder. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Brother Chu, who injured you?" "Yeah." Before Chu Renxian could speak, Lil Guai cried out. It said that a person came to cause trouble a few days ago. He was very fierce, but he was ruthlessly beaten up by the array. Chu Yang roughly understood what happened. "Brother Chu, I'm afraid our East Arrival Pavilion will be disbanded," Chu Renxian said with a bitter smile when Lil Guai stopped. Establishing a faction was far from as simple as he imagined. He only recently understood that those who could establish their own factions were all geniuses. After so many years, there weren't any disciples who could establish their own factions. They all inherited or accepted their original factions. The new disciples wanted to establish their own factions. Simply put, Chu Yang had only left for a few days, but he couldn't hold on anymore. Black Wolf Gang. Chu Yang's first thought was that the Black Wolf Gang had come for revenge. No, it's a core disciple of our Divine Command Peak, the leader of the ferocious Beast Gang, Wang Zimo. Chu Renxian's face instantly darkened. He has a cultivation of the first level of the Ascending Soul Realm. I couldn't even take a single blow from him. If Brother Chu was present, I'm afraid our East Arrival Pavilion would have been disbanded. Fierce Beast Gang, core disciple, first level of the ascending soul stage. Chu Yang roughly understood that it was normal for Chu Renxian to be unable to resist. He opened his mouth and said, "Tell me more about this Prince Mo." This Prince Mo is 2 realms earlier than us. He is the champion of the entrance exam of the previous 2 realms. He is extremely talented. Because of his talent, the original gang leader of the ferocious beast gang became a true disciple. After entering the inner peak, he passed the position of gang leader to him. The Crooked Blade Immortal explained, "The ferocious beast gang isn't one of the 3 major factions of our divine command peak, but they have been showing signs of catching up to us in recent years, especially after Wang Zimo became the gang leader." After that, Chu Renxian let out a long sigh. "Sigh. Although I'm very unwilling, there is really no other way. Also, Brother Chu, the reason why our East Arrival Pavilion hasn't been disbanded yet is because Prince Mo is waiting to teach you a lesson. He said that if you don't return in 3 days, he will beat the entire East Arrival Pavilion until half of our bodies are paralyzed. Beat them all until half of their bodies are paralyzed?" Oof. Chu Yang snorted coldly. "He doesn't have the ability. Brother Chu, leave this Prince Mo to me. Don't worry." You. Chu Renxian looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. It wasn't that he doubted Chu Yang's strength. With Chu Yang's current strength, it was already very terrifying, but he didn't believe that Chu Yang could win against an ascending soul stage martial artist. "Don't worry. I will use this Prince Mo to establish the prestige of our East Arrival Pavilion. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in the future." Chu Yang even took care of the disciples of the Hall of Guardians. Let alone a mere Prince Mo, Chu Yang wasn't worried about this Prince Mo. He was worried about the Burning Sky, Holy Sun, Chao Wulong, and the Elder of the Hall of Guardians. If the Elder of the Hall of Guardians wanted to cause trouble for him, he thought it would be because he killed Duan Zhengji and the others. Chapter 393. The 2 disciples of the Guardian Hall and the others in the Mirror Hall will probably spread the news about the talent I displayed in the Mirror Hall. If they spread the news with my talent, the 5 Elements sect will definitely focus on nurturing me. It will be even harder for them to kill me. At most, I will explode with all of my talent and become the focus of the 5 Elements sect. Let's see who dares to kill me then. However, this way, I will be targeted by the burning heaven Holy Sun even more. Chu Yang thought about the worst-case scenario and began to cultivate. In the Thunder space, his biggest gain was the improvement of his Sword Martial Spirit and Saber Martial Spirit. Currently, he didn't have many killing moves on him. Carefully counting, there were only 2. Wine Chasing Life Reaping Swords Yama style and Fragrant Elephants Crossing the River, cutting off the flow. Buzz. Chu Yang directly used his Genius Martial Spirit to deduce. With a wave of his Genius Martial Spirit's hand, the Universal Manifestation Apparatus instantly fell into the hands of his Genius Martial Spirit, becoming the assistance of his Genius Martial Spirit's deduction. In this way, the Genius Martial Spirit's consumption would be reduced by a lot, and the deduction time would be longer. The Genius Martial Spirit's intense deduction caused the Universal Manifestation Apparatus to rotate at high speed, unexpectedly emitting a buzzing sound. At this moment, ripples could be seen spreading out from the center of Chu Yang's eyebrows. Yeah. Seeing this scene, Xiao Guai looked at the scene in the Universal Manifestation Apparatus in Chu Yang's consciousness and cried out. Soon after, its pair of crystal-like eyes emitted 5-colored rays of light, unblinkingly falling on the Universal Manifestation Apparatus. At this moment, on the Universal Manifestation Apparatus, a fragrant elephant was crossing the river. Its huge body entered the river, and in an instant, the river seemed to come to a standstill. It was forcibly divided into 2 parts. The upper and lower flow both stopped at this moment. Swish! Suddenly, a saber shot out and pierced into the body of a fragrant elephant. The fragrant elephant suddenly emitted a boundless radiance. With a swish of its trunk, it seemed to have unleashed a heavenly saber that slashed horizontally into the sky. A ray of light clearly appeared above the sky, as if the sky was also split into 2 by this ray of light. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow of the masses, cutting off the 3,000 strands of worry, cutting off everything and obtaining great peace and bliss. It has the intention of cutting off distracting thoughts and cutting off the strands of worry. It completely complements the soul-severing gourd's soul-severing gourd. With the two combined, its power is greatly increased. It's a pity that this is just a deduction. I don't know how powerful it is exactly. The genius martial spirit turned the universal manifestation instrument, and the scene in the instrument immediately changed. A starry sky appeared, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. Yeah! Little Guai cried out again and tugged at Shu Yang, telling him to slow down. He didn't even see it clearly just now. Shu Yang didn't have time to pay attention to this little cutie. 5 elements Zhen Yuan gushed out, and a 5-colored flying knife appeared in his hand. Little Guai followed suit and stood up like a human. Its appearance was very funny and also very cute. A flying knife also appeared in its little paw. Swoosh, swoosh. It threw the flying knife at the same time as Chu Yang. The two 5-colored flying knives were completely different. Chu Yang's flying knife was like a meteor. It was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a star. It also had an extremely sharp and destructive intent that could penetrate everything and destroy souls. Little Guai saw that its flying knife was at most like a flying arrow. It immediately cried out loudly and was very dissatisfied. It looked at Chu Yang with a look of worship. Its transparent eyes were eagerly looking at Chu Yang. This little guy is very ambitious and has a strong thirst for knowledge. Chu Yang used the genius martial spirit. Every second was extremely precious. However, at this time, he couldn't help but tap on Little Guai's forehead and pass on his comprehension. Yeah! Little Guai was very excited. It instantly condensed a 5-colored flying knife and threw it again. In an instant, the flying knife was like a meteor. It drew a 5-colored light in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 394. Yeah! Xiao Guai nodded. Whoosh! At this moment, Chu Yang's figure blurred. In an instant, over 100 illusions appeared. The small courtyard seemed to be filled up at once. There were illusions everywhere. Then, with a whoosh, all the illusions disappeared. When he silently reappeared in the next moment, Little Guai suddenly realized that Chu Yang was already outside the courtyard. There was already a 5-colored sword in his hand. The 5-colored sword's tip was suffused with a light and aura that made Xiao Guai's heart palpitate. When the light fell into Xiao Guai's transparent eyes, Xiao Guai felt as if the door to hell had opened. Ox head, horse face, black and white impermanence rushed out, followed by rolling ghost chi, and a shadow stepped out. Yeah! If the king of hell wanted you to die at midnight, he wouldn't let you live until midnight. Chu Yang finally showed the king of hell shadow. Xiao Guai was frightened by this shadow. Xiao Guai covered its eyes with its front paws and curled up into a ball. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a huge explosion fell into Xiao Guai's ears, and at the same time, a sharp wave of air hit Xiao Guai's body. Xiao Guai hurriedly looked, and a dazzling light pierced its eyes, making it almost unable to open them. Xiao Guai didn't know when Chu Yang had returned to the courtyard. At this moment, the 5 elements Zhen Yuan around Chu Yang's body surged, and when they collided with each other, sharp waves of air exploded, bursts of dazzling light. At the same time, the 5 elements Zhen Yuan actually connected after the violent collision, forming a 5-pointed star outside Chu Yang's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Guai's claws were abnormally sharp, and in an instant, it drew a diagram of the 5 elements on the ground. Suddenly, the 5-colored light in its eyes shone brightly. Immediately, the 5-colored Zhen Yuan in its body surged out, and there were continuous explosions. Sharp waves of air rushed out, and the 5-colored light shone. Buzz! The 5-colored 5-pointed star outside Xiao Guai's body was formed, and with Xiao Guai as the center, it rotated at high speed, making buzzing sounds. The 5 points of the 5-pointed star were like blades of destruction, and when it rotated, it seemed to be able to cut everything. Yeah! Xiao Guai was so excited that it jumped up and down. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, Xiao Guai had the quintessential yuan of the five elements and was able to condense the five-colored flying dagger. Now, Chu Yang had never expected that Xiao Guai would be able to learn this technique so quickly. This was something that Chu Yang had created after analyzing the pentagram anti-heaven star and using the five elements' true essence. Looks like Lil Guai is a beast that is proficient in the five elements. However, I don't know what kind of beast it is. When I have time, I'll go and find out. The saber and sword martial spirit had obtained the essence of the soul, severing gourd, and had the intent of severing souls. Naturally, Chu Yang had a deep understanding of it and integrated it into his saber and sword martial arts, greatly increasing their power. Next was the pentagram anti-heaven star. The power displayed by the Virtuous Achievement Hall was already extremely shocking, and now it was even more so. So much so that Chu Yang did not know how powerful the pentagram was. However, the more he comprehended, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Who was that person in the Huama's secret territory? Why did he ask me to be careful of the sect leader of the Five Elements sect? Unable to figure it out, Chu Yang could only put it aside and began to organize the various fragments of understanding in the thunder space. He became calmer, and various scenes began to appear in the universal illumination instrument. The Hellfire Evil Dragon's innate ability to control fire, light, and heavy control. The Sky Thunder Beast's self-destruction. The fragments of understanding were like small streams that gathered together and gradually formed a surging river. Immediately, a twisting and extremely unstable light ball appeared in Chu Yang's hand. His mind was filled with the scene of the Sky Thunder Beast's self-destruction. How to make it explode. Suddenly, the peculiar structure of a lightning earth-fire fruit leaped into his consciousness. Shortly after, the seemingly unstable ball of light in his hand transformed into an unstable lightning earth-fire fruit. Within it, there were two unstable balls of light that were constantly twisting and turning. One was fire, and the other was earth. As the earth true energy and fire true energy flowed into the fruit, the three unstable light balls twisted and turned even more. Suddenly, they expanded violently and emitted a terrifying energy that made Chu Yang's heart palpitate. Not good. It's going to explode. Yeah. Yiya's voice also entered Chu Yang's ears. He glanced over and saw that Yiya's paw also had a light ball that was exactly the same as his, but one size smaller. Chapter 395. Xiao Guai, hurry up and throw it. Chu Yang took the lead and threw the light ball in his hand into the air. Xiao Guai did the same. It also sensed great danger. As soon as it threw it, two light balls, one big and one small, instantly burst out with blazing light in the air. They were like two suns, one big and one small, constantly twisting and distorting. Then suddenly, they violently expanded, boom. Two loud sounds rang out, shaking Chu Yang's eardrums to the point of pain. A strong wind blew, and the light was extremely dazzling. He almost couldn't open his eyes. He could only faintly see that the formation he had set up in the courtyard had lit up at this time. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. Chu Yang and Xiao Guai were both sent flying, and when the storm passed, the two of them looked at each other, stunned. The sword shadow formation protecting the courtyard could be killed by the third layer of the ascending soul realm, but now it was completely destroyed. Chu Yang's small courtyard was also completely razed to the ground. At the place of the explosion, there was a huge crater below. Hiss! Chu Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the explosion in the air, and it didn't come into direct contact with the formation. However, not only was the formation directly destroyed, it actually blew up such a huge and deep crater on the ground. How shocking was this power? Haha, another killing move. I reckon that the fifth layer of the ascending soul realm will be blown to death. A pleasant surprise. After Chu Yang recovered from his shock, he said to Xiao Guai, Xiao Guai, let's go to other places to set off the firecrackers. Shio Shio. The two figures flashed quickly, and in a short while, they arrived at the edge of a cliff on the divine command peak. Soon, the man and the beast condensed a distorted light ball and then happily threw it down the cliff. Boom, boom, boom. Below the cliff, a series of loud explosions rang out. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Hearing such loud explosions, Chu Yang and Little Guai were having a lot of fun. The two of them became more and more familiar with the distorted light balls they condensed. They constantly threw them down the cliff. There were continuous explosions and loud rumbles. Smoke and dust soared into the sky from the cliff, completely covering the radiance of the mountain protecting formation. It was only when the entire mountain range of the Divine Command peak started to shake and tremble, and endless radiance of the formation erupted from the bottom of the cliff, did Chu Yang realize that something was wrong. When he focused his vision and looked down the cliff, he discovered that there was a huge hole in the mountain protecting array formation at the bottom of the cliff. The mountain protecting array formation was destroyed by the two of them. The situation, run. Xiao Guai, we have to leave quickly, or we'll be hung up and beaten. Whoosh. As soon as Chu Yang moved, he suddenly staggered. He was too excited just now, and didn't care about the consumption of his chi at all. As he crazily absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself, he also crazily consumed his chi. Only now did he realize that the chi in his body was almost completely depleted. This thing was extremely powerful, and its consumption was extremely shocking. Xiao Guai also had the same general appearance as Chu Yang. Xiao Guai, we have to crawl away, or something will really happen. Whoosh. The two of them fled frantically and soon disappeared without a trace. They returned to the courtyard that had been razed to the ground. A man and a beast were laughing heartily. Chu Yang felt as if he had returned to his childhood in his previous life and had become a troublemaker. Who bombed my courtyard? Who wants to kill me? Chu Yang roared furiously, and his voice instantly spread far and wide. Xiao Guai also cried out at the side. The two of them were like troublemakers, trying their best to cover up and quibble. When the two of them bombed their courtyard to the ground, they had already alarmed the entire Divine Command Peak. Many disciples hurried over to their courtyard, but they only saw the ruins before they heard the sound of explosions from the other side. Many disciples thought that something big had happened, and they all dared to go over. Many disciples even came out of seclusion. Chapter 396. While Chu Yang and Little Guai were making a fuss, Sui Yunfu's furious roar resounded through the entire Divine Command Peak. However, it was obvious that Sui Yunfu's voice was much louder than theirs. Not only did it alarm the 10 outer peaks of the 5 Elements sect, even the 5 inner peaks were alarmed. At this moment, the two of them knew that this fellow was in big trouble. They couldn't help but look at each other. Yeah. Little Guai was obviously a standard obedient child. It quickly lowered its head and pulled Chu Yang to admit its mistake as if it had committed a great sin. Idiot! Chu Yang smacked it on the head. You'll be rewarded if you admit your mistake. You look so delicious, but they'll pull out your hair and skin, cut open your stomach, boil you, roast you, and eat you. They'll even chew your bones and eat your marrow. They'll definitely eat you until there's nothing left of you. He directly scared Little Guai. Yeah. Little Guai expressed its doubts. No way. How can you refuse to admit your mistake like this? Why not? Chu Yang polluted its pure heart again. This world is dark, and people are evil. You're always so innocent and pure. It gives me a headache. Little Guai directly lowered its head and stopped talking. It was sullen. In any case, it felt that it was wrong not to admit its mistake. Chu Yang was at a loss of what to do. Who taught such an honest, righteous, and kind-hearted baby? However, there was no room for discussion. Chu Yang directly suppressed Little Guai and drew a circle around it. I did all of this. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to look at your conscience. Just look at my conscience. Anyway, you can't leave this circle. After that, Chu Yang immediately went out to complain. He played out his own assassination and persecution theory to the extreme. He also cursed, saying that Nda was a bastard. He killed people to pick up girls. He lacked skill. The burning heaven holy sun was a coward. He only knew how to bully small shrimps. He only knew how to shrink his head when he saw crabs. He was a coward. Chu Yang also cursed the Five Elements sect. He said that the Five Elements sect was simply a devil sect. He even said that the Five Elements sect couldn't be a proper person. Sui Yinfu appeared with a dark face and directly beat up Chu Yang. Then, Chu Yang obtained a small courtyard. On purpose, Chu Yang entered the line of sight of the people from Five Elements sect. Soon after, everything about Chu Yang was dug out. The Huanma secret territory showed off its might and defeated the alliance of the two regions. When he clashed with the older disciples, a white flood dragon appeared. The Virtuous Contributions Hall was about to take action and deal with the disciples of the hall. Many things were dug up, but the most important and explosive thing was that Chu Yang was the younger brother of the former unparalleled Saint Child, Chu Fei. This news was very explosive, and Chu Yang's identity completely confirmed Chu Yang's persecution theory. No wonder this Chu Yang didn't dare to become a core disciple. He didn't have a good time in the inner sect. Otherwise, he would have established the so-called East Arrival Pavilion. How could he have a good time? That's weird. He even fought in the Achievement Grand Hall. It's obvious how much he was forced. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't become a core disciple directly. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't even be left with a speck of dust among the core disciples. The Five Elements sect disciples discussed a lot, and they all seemed to be well aware of it. However, no one mentioned Ndiho, not to mention the Burning Sky Saint Child, Chao Wulong. As for what happened to Ndiho and Chao Wulong, Chu Yang didn't know. What he knew was that by bringing the things hidden in the dark out into the open, the number of people paying attention to him instantly increased. The ferocious beast gang's Wang Zimo had bullied the East Arrival Pavilion and intended to challenge Chu Yang. This matter suddenly changed. Many people thought that Ndihu and the others had ulterior motives. As a result, this battle attracted the attention of many people, and the disciples of each peak knew about it. Chapter 397. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the new East Arrival Pavilion had become the focus of attention of many disciples of the Divine Command Peak. There were even many higher-ups of the Divine Command Peak who expressed their interest. Chu Yang's identity as the younger brother of the former unparalleled Saint Child, Chu Fei, was the most important reason. There was also another reason. The appearance of the East Arrival Pavilion was like a stream of fresh water being poured into the stagnant pool that was the Five Elements sect. For many years, no new disciple could establish their own faction in the Five Elements sect. Therefore, no matter if it was the elders or disciples of the Five Elements sect, they all wanted to see if the younger brother of the unparalleled Saint Child, Chu Fei, could break through this kind of shackles and shatter all the cages. The elders of the Divine Command Peak paid the most attention to this point, but the Peak Lord, Sui Yinfu, paid attention to Chu Yang. He always felt that there was something fishy about Chu Yang. Although everything seemed lively on the surface, most people didn't think highly of Chu Yang and the East Arrival Pavilion. The conflict between factions was really too strong. It wasn't that there weren't any prodigies among the new disciples in the past, but in the end, they still couldn't withstand the pressure of the older disciples. As for the arranged battle between Chu Yang and Wang Zimo, although Chu Yang had the title of being the younger brother of the unparalleled Saint Child, most people didn't think that Chu Yang could be mentioned in the same breath as Wang Zimo. In their eyes, Chu Yang was only a new disciple after all. However, Wang Zimo was quite famous among the core disciples, not to mention the inner disciples. Many people even knew of him among the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect. Wang Zimo was ranked in the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, and was considered an existence that could become a true disciple. This was enough to prove Wang Zimo's strength. So many people thought highly of him. As for who Chu Yang was, many people didn't even know at first. He was ranked at least below the top 1,000 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, and he was only a new disciple of this year. Even though it was said that this year's new disciples were extraordinary, and Chu Yang was one of the best, but after all, he had only been cultivating for a short period of time. After 1 or 2 years, no one dared to say who would win or lose. But at least for now, no one was optimistic about Chu Yang. Once Chu Yang failed, then the newly established East Arrival Pavilion would completely fall apart. Disbanding would be a foregone conclusion. Time passed, and it was time for their battle. On this day, the ring of life and death on the Divine Command Peak was crowded with people. Many disciples from various peaks came to watch. As for why it was the life and death arena, it was simply because Chu Yang had caused a huge commotion, and it was widely known that Wang Zimo wanted to suppress Chu Yang's momentum. The purpose of this was to suppress Chu Yang's mind and give him the greatest pressure. In the life and death arena, life and death were decided by fate. This was also the way the Five Elements sect resolved irreconcilable conflicts between disciples. Generally speaking, unless there was a deep hatred, no one would enter the life and death arena. The Five Elements sect didn't avoid this. If it really came to a point where one party had to die, the hidden death battle between the two parties would be more harmful and would be detrimental to the development of the Five Elements sect. Every year, there would be some disciples here to resolve their life and death grudges. But this time, it was unsurprisingly the most lively one. A new disciple challenging an established senior disciple. It had been a long time since such a situation had occurred. When was the last time? How many years had it been? Not many people really remembered. With such a provocation, Chu Yang naturally agreed. How could he be afraid of Wang Zimo? He had never treated Wang Zimo as an opponent. Come. The battle is about to start. Bet on Chu Yang's victory. The odds are 1 to 10, and the odds are 1 to 2 for Wang Zimo's victory. The disciple who opened the gambling house shouted out. Many disciples started to place their bets, and most of them bet on Wang Zimo's victory. Only a small portion of them wanted to make a fortune and bet on whether there would be a miracle. Only then would they bet on Chu Yang's victory. Damn it, isn't this bullying? Are you looking down on my little brother? There was a very pleasant voice as 3 pretty ladies walked out side by side from the crowd. They were extremely dazzling as they stood in the crowd. They were actually Chu Na, Yi Chi Mei, and Wang Xiaoman. Today's arranged battle had attracted a lot of attention. Many disciples had rushed over early in the morning. Chu Na and the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Marshal NSTI. Tushin would definitely be here. Most of the new disciples would also be here. Even a moon-gazing Marshal NSTI. Tushin's Gongshang and the sunset Marshal NSTI. Tushin's Chengfeng had already appeared. They quickly gathered in one place. Li Chengfeng and Gongshang had already started chatting with Crooked Blade Immortal, mostly talking about their own encounters and experiences. Brother Chu, you and Brother Chu are the ones with ambition and courage. For at least 50 years, no new disciples dared to establish a faction in the Five Elements sect. You and Brother Chu have broken this tradition. That's right. The two of us definitely don't have the ability to establish a faction. The East Arrival Pavilion was able to hold on for so many days. It is already considered pretty good. Even if it disbanded in the end, there would still be endless glory. After hearing such words, Chu Rinxian couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't have any credit for this. It was all Brother Chu's doing. Ever since Brother Chu unleashed the 100 Flood Dragons, no other faction dared to provoke the East Arrival Pavilion. Only this fierce beast gang. Chengfeng and Gongshang naturally knew about the 100 Flood Dragons. The two of them couldn't help but sigh. Brother Chu is indeed incredible. He is definitely the leader and role model of this new batch of disciples. Chapter 398. Confident. The Crooked Blade Immortal smiled bitterly again. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, I can see that Brother Chu doesn't seem to care about this matter at all. Especially in the past few days, I feel that his level isn't here at all. Instead, he's worried about his big brother, the unparalleled Saint's son. The peerless Saint Child Chu Fei, Gongshang, and Li Chengfeng only just found out about this. Their hearts shook violently. From the Crooked Blade Immortal's words, it seemed that Chu Yang, who was at the Saint Child level, had the ability to deal with him. If that's the case, then this death match is just a joke to Brother Chu. The crooked blade immortal shrugged and said helplessly, "Who knows? In any case, Brother Chu is just like that. However, the only person who can make our divine command Peak's Peak Lord, who is so strict and rigid, fly into a rage and beat him up seems to be Brother Chu." This was a compliment and also an evaluation of Chu Yang. Gong Shang and Cheng Feng were speechless. As for Chu Yang being beaten up, they felt that Chu Yang wasn't wronged at all. Chu Yang was too arrogant, and he was too bold. Not only did he scold the true disciples in Dihu and Burning Heaven Saint Sun, but he also scolded the entire Five Elements sect from top to bottom. The persecutory theory that he elaborated was even more alarmist, especially that sentence, "One shouldn't be like the Five Elements sect." Everyone in the sect knew about it. It could be said that Chu Yang was simply too daring. It was normal for the Divine Command Peak Lord to beat him up. While the three were discussing, a loud and clear voice came from the gambling house. The three couldn't help but look over. These senior disciples are really snobs. How could they know how powerful Junior Brother Chu is? The three could clearly see that it was the Coiling Dragon Martial Institutions group. The one who spoke was Li Hao. Li Hao entered through the crowd and said in front of the gambling table, "I bet 300 merit points on Chu Yang's victory. I bet 400 merit points." Zhang Tian's voice was concise and powerful. "I bet on Chu Yang's victory. I also bet 100 merit points. I bet 200. I bet 700 merit points." A woman's voice suddenly sounded. Who else could it be but Chu Na? Wang Xiaoman also chimed in. "I also have 500 merit points." Junior sisters, it wasn't easy for you to get your merit points. Furthermore, this is all of your merit points. Yi Qimei couldn't help but panic. Chu Rinxian and the other two suddenly realized that Chu Yang's senior and junior brother from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were extremely confident in Chu Yang and were betting crazily. A new disciple, including the rewards from the entrance exam, would at most receive 300 merit points. Chunaz was already considered a lot, but they actually went all in. This sudden turn of events caused all the surrounding disciples to be dumbfounded as they stared at these new disciples. They didn't know what had happened to these new disciples. Not only did they bet on Chu Yang, who had no chance of winning, they even bet their entire fortune on him. Don't they know that they will lose everything if they do this? Although the odds of 1/10 seemed very attractive, as long as there was a trace of chance of winning, would the banker dare to set the odds as high as 1/10? These fools! The banker secretly sneered and quickly took over all the bets and registered them one by one. He was in an extremely happy mood. Is there anyone else who wants to bet? The duel is about to begin. The disciple in charge of the gambling house yelled out again. Yeah. A 5-colored silhouette appeared in front of everyone's eyes with a whoosh. It appeared at the gambling house. A cute little beast was holding a merit card in its paw. Its other paw was pointing at Chu Yang's name, and it was squeaking nonstop. Many people immediately recognized the little beast beside Chu Yang. Chu Yang wants to bet on himself to win. Yeah. Xiao Guai nodded. He wants to bet everything in this merit token. Yeah. Xiao Guai nodded again. Okay. The disciple in charge of the gambling house yelled happily. Chu Yang wants to bet on himself to win. Bet. Suddenly, the disciple saw the number in Chu Yang's merit token, and his eyes couldn't help but pop out. He was so scared that he almost couldn't hold the merit token. What's wrong? Another disciple at the gambling house took the merit token and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw it. He cried out in surprise, 15,000 merit points. 15,000 merit points caused the surroundings to become silent. To the many disciples of the Five-Element sect, 15,000 merit points was not a small number, let alone a new disciple. 15,000 merit points was simply an astronomical number for a new disciple. Chu Yang's 700 merit points made many old disciples' eyelids twitch. However, this Chu Yang was even more heaven-defying, a total of 15,000 merit points. As a new disciple, where did he get so many merit points from? What did this mean? Chu Yang was extremely extraordinary and extremely strong. Anxious roars immediately rang out. I bet 10,000 merit points on Chu Yang. I bet 30,000 merit points on Chu Yang. I bet 50,000 merit points on Chu Yang. The sudden change in the situation caused the smiles of the disciples at the gambling house to immediately freeze on their faces. Their judgment was wrong. Something bad was going to happen. Among these disciples, one of them immediately ordered in a low voice, "Quick, quick, quick! Go and inform Senior Brother Jean. Something has happened. 15,000 merit points." Chu Yang bet on himself to win. Many people saw a lot of information from this scene. Chu Yang intended to make a name for himself and establish his might. This Wang Zimo might be the ghost under his blade. Chapter 399. Yiya. The disciple who opened the gambling house accepted Little Guai's bet. Little Guai cupped its paws to express its gratitude. Its polite appearance was extremely cute and even a little silly. However, its eyes were like crystals. There was not a trace of impurity in them, and they were filled with spirituality. It was already adorable to begin with. Now, not only was it even more adorable, it was also very amusing. Wang Xiaoman looked at Little Guai with her beautiful eyes shining. She pulled Chu Na and said, "Senior sister, this little cutie, can you get it from Junior Brother Chu?" When Yichime heard Wang Xiaoman's words, she couldn't help but think to herself, she's too heartless. Chu Yang is still concerned about this when he's in a life and death situation. But what she never expected was that Chu Na was also like this. "Junior sister, you're right. I must get this little beast. If little Minion dares to disobey..." Chu Na raised her fist and said, "I'll teach him how to behave. Even his elder sister is like this." Yi Chimei face-bombed. "How much trust do you have in your junior brother Chu to be like this?" Whoosh! Just as Wang Xiaoman and Chu Na were plotting against Little Guai finished placing its bet. With a whoosh, it transformed into a 5-colored ray of light and disappeared. At this moment, the surroundings of the arena of life and death were already crowded with disciples. It could be said to be a sea of people. Not only were there many inner disciples, but there were also many core disciples. There were also people from the 10 major peaks. The Blacklist sect, Puppet Pavilion, and Sky Sword faction were led by Chai Guiyuan, Qing Ledong, and Zhuo Haoxi. The 3 major factions of the Divine Command peak stood side by side. The Ferocious Beast faction was opposite them, but they didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Time slowly approached the time of the life and death duel. Many disciples began to feel restless, especially the members of the Fierce Beast gang. They were even more so. "Get rid of that bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let those newcomers know our prowess. We have to let them know the rules. Otherwise, they'll think this is a place for them to act impudently." The Ferocious Beast faction's disciples clamored and provoked, causing the disciples of the East Arrival Pavilion to glare at them furiously. Swoosh! At this time, 2 whistling sounds came. Among these 2 people, one of them was extremely eye-catching. He was fat, extremely fat, fat to the extreme, fat like a big meatball. This meatball was even fatter than the fatty that Chu Yang had seen during the entrance exam in the Western region. The meatball flew over like a giant boulder, clad in glittering golden clothing. At first glance, it didn't seem to have legs or eyes, all of which were stolen away by the dazzling mass of fat. There was another person behind him. This person actually had quite a personality. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a refined person. Instead, he was the leader of the street gangsters. He was very dignified and had a strong underworld aura. There was even a hideous scar on his face. But even such a person was completely overshadowed by the meatball. Almost no one noticed him, not even the disciples of the Fierce Beast gang. Why focus on the Fierce Beast gang? Because this person was the previous leader of the Fierce Beast gang, Xie Shuwen. Dong! As soon as the meatball hit the ground trembled. At the same time, someone cried out, "This is Jean Duo from the Inner Peaks Wood Element Peak. He loves to gamble. His gambling behavior is excellent. Everyone, please place your bets." Yes, Jean Duo has never broken his promises. Moreover, I heard that his martial spirit is very interesting. It is said that it is a 6-colored die. The meatball's physical characteristics were too obvious. Everyone recognized him immediately. "Senior Brother Jean, you're here." The disciples at the gambling house saw their savior. They quickly came over and whispered in his ear, "Senior Brother Jean, the situation seems a little strange." After this, Chu Yang bet 15,000 merit points. Many disciples are frantically placing their bets on him. The meatball glanced at the disciple. His gaze was very obvious. "Are you stupid?" The more people placed their bets on Chu Yang, the more they would win. "But Senior Brother Jean," the disciple insisted, "I keep feeling that something is wrong. This Chu Yang seems to be very strange. Anyway, he is definitely not a fool. Not only did he come to die, he also came to give money." Chapter 400. Jean Duo jumped up like a big ball bouncing up after landing on the ground. Xie Win, who followed him, couldn't help but despise him. Wasn't it just Chu Yang? How could he be Xiao Mo's opponent? But this 15,000 merit points made Jean Duo suddenly think of a person who cheated his boss. He remembered that the person who cheated his boss seemed to be called Chu Yang and wanted to treat his boss to a drink. "Damn, I almost fell for it," Jean Duo shouted in his heart. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. This Chu Yang and my boss are really the same. They like to pretend to be pigs to eat tigers, and their skills are first class. In any case, Jean Duo was convinced that his boss could become a saint. He had a powerful father, but he wouldn't reveal it even if he was beaten to death. In front of others, he had to pretend not to know his father. "Immediately change the odds for me. The original odds for Xiao Mo will be increased to 120. Jean Duo anxiously roared. His voice shook everyone's ears. "Brother Jean, this is not good." The disciple in charge of the gambling house couldn't help but be stunned. This was too much. Wouldn't the person who bet on Xiao Mo go crazy? And if he lost, it would be really miserable. "I told you to change it, so you change it. Why are you talking nonsense?" Jean Duo angrily glared at the disciple. Chu Yang, that sinister guy, cheated these idiots. He dared to guarantee that if Chu Yang, this guy who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers, had 1,000,000 merit points, he would definitely bet everything. Fortunately, I found out in time. Otherwise, I would lose like a dog. Even my dog hair would be eaten. Jean Duo's body was covered in cold sweat. This Chu Yang was clearly boss Chow number 2. He was very familiar with their methods. "You won't even know what's going on. I say, fatty, you're looking at me sideways." Xie Win was very unhappy. This damn fatty had completely regarded his little brother, Wang Zimo, as a dog, or even worse than a dog. "Xiao Sanzi, you know shit," Jean Duo said disdainfully. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Quickly hide your face later, or else you'll embarrass yourself again." Before Xie Win could retaliate, the Fierce Beast Gang's disciples were already furious when they heard that the odds had been changed. "Damn it, what's the meaning of this? You're looking down on our ferocious Beast Gang. I bet 10,000 merit points on our gang. I'll bet 10,000 too. I bet 30,000. I bet 300,000. 300,000 points was simply an astronomical number. Even for true disciples, 300,000 points was an incomparably huge number. Everyone looked over at once. It was a person as thin as a bamboo pole. Many of them recognized him. Zhu Wenbing, Jean Duo's sworn enemy. At least a lot of these 300,000 merit points had been given to him by Jean Duo. Because of this, Jean Duo was hung up and beaten by his boss. Otherwise, if Boss Chow didn't make a move, even if Jean Duo sold all his fat, he still wouldn't be able to afford it. Jean Duo's anger rose. "Zhu Wenbing, if you can beat me this time, I'll change my surname to yours. Jean Duo, do you dare to accept?" Zhu Wenbing directly provoked. Accept? It was a simple word, but it seemed to have been squeezed out from the gaps between Jean Duo's teeth. "So what if you win? You'll probably attract a lot of trouble." Jean Duo naturally understood Zhu Wenbing's words. If he stood on Chu Yang's side, it would be equivalent to offending the burning sky Saint Sun and all of the peerless Saint Sun's enemies. Therefore, Zhu Wenbing's meaning was that Jin Duo had already lost. Jin Duo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Let's wait and see if you're the fool or I'm the fool. How could the peerless saint's son be a simple person? Since he dared to let his younger brother enter the Five Elements sect, he must have been fully prepared. Perhaps his eyes narrowed, and then his eyelids twitched. This Chu Yang is definitely here to trick people. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This Chu Yang and his brother aren't inferior to my boss. Jin Duo felt that he had discovered a huge secret. Chu Yang must have tricked some people from the Five Elements sect from the bottom to the top. What enemies of the peerless saint's son? They were all going to cry their eyes out. This Chu Yang is too sinister. He's simply too sinister. No. After this, I have to pay a visit to the sect so that I won't be tricked as well. Jin Duo had already made a decision in his heart. At the same time, he shouted loudly in his heart, "My boss is indeed a heaven-blessed martial artist." Zhu Wenbing, you talk too much nonsense. It's just a bet, and I can offend people. You're really interesting. Jin Duo dismissed it with a smile. He didn't leak any information and covered it up tightly. Do you really think so? Jin Duo couldn't be bothered with Zhu Wenbing. He waved his chubby hand and said, "Go away. Don't talk nonsense here." Zhu Wenbing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 401. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyebrows were thick and black. His eyes were also extremely black, and his pupils were a strange green. His gaze was extremely bright, and at first glance, it was as if a will-o'-the-wisp was dancing in the dark night. He was dressed in martial attire, and his figure was sturdy. His expression was arrogant, cold, and gloomy, and his aura was extremely vigorous. The moment he appeared, many disciples felt as if a mountain was moving towards them. That figure seemed to be unshakable. This was Wang Zhima of the fierce beast gang. The moment he appeared, the surroundings fell silent. His aura was very oppressive, and those below the ascending soul tier instantly felt a great pressure. Wang Zhima had a very strong aura. Where's Chu Yang? He still hasn't appeared. Is he afraid? He's simply wasting my time. Wang Zhima was a little arrogant and bossy. He's definitely afraid. He's just a mere new disciple. How would he dare to be impudent in front of the gang leader? Isn't that so? He's considered smart. Ha ha ha. The members of the fierce beast gang laughed loudly, and their voices were very loud. To the people of the East Arrival Pavilion, Yu Chuna, Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the others, it was very ear-piercing. What kind of joke is this? It's so funny. Tell me, let me hear it and laugh. After a short period of time, after Wang Zhima's voice, a clear voice lightly came from not far away. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Shockingly, they saw a white-clothed figure with a smile on his face. There was a five-colored little beast on his shoulder, and its transparent eyes were staring at Wang Zhima. It kept squeaking at this white-clothed figure, as if it was excitedly identifying a criminal. It's him who barged into our house and acted so impudently that day. After Chu Yang was violently beaten up by the Divine Command Peak Summit Master, Little Guai felt that it and Chu Yang had already been punished for their mistake. It no longer felt guilty or conflicted, and once again became spirited, jumping up and down every day. Junior Brother Chu, Senior Brother Chu, the members of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the East Arrival Pavilion couldn't help but feel excited. Chu Rinxian, Gong Shang, and Cheng Feng's gazes all landed on Chu Yang. The three of them couldn't help but be shocked as they realized that Chu Yang's aura seemed to have become much more vigorous, especially for Gong Shang and Cheng Feng. Yi Qimei was also stunned. Chu Yang's current aura made her feel as if she was looking up at a towering mountain range. Moreover, she couldn't even see the peak of this mountain range. It's Chu Yang. Chu Yang is here. Many disciples of the Divine Command Peak recognized Chu Yang and could not help but speak out. Chu Yang walked out from the crowd. He glanced at Wang Zimo with an indifferent expression, then ignored him. His gaze swept across the crowd as he said, "How lively! So many people have come. I am really so charming. Thank you for everyone's love. It was a little improper, a little arrogant, and a kind of indifference. It was as if he didn't put Wang Zimo in his eyes at all, as if he didn't take Wang Zimo seriously at all. This caused many people to be stunned. They had all heard that this Chu Yang was arrogant, but they never imagined that Chu Yang would actually be so arrogant. He was only at the 5th level of the Chi Soul realm. So how could he be so impudent in front of someone at the 1st level of the Ascending Soul realm? Are you sure you're not courting death? It's over, it's over. This Wang Zimo is finished. Junior Brother Chu will probably make him doubt his life. In the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, the disciples who had been interacting with Chu Yang all this while, when they saw Chu Yang's appearance, immediately declared Wang Zimo's death sentence in their hearts. Chapter 402. This Wang Zimo is going to be unlucky. Jin Duo was already mourning for Wang Zimo. He couldn't help but sneer as he glanced at Zhu Wenbing. At this moment, Zhu Wenbing's expression was a little ugly. It was obvious that he had also noticed Chu Yang's extraordinariness. So you are Chu Yang. You didn't disappoint me. Wang Zimo's voice was very cold. His pupils suddenly shrank. Chu Yang's body was faintly emitting an aura that made him feel uneasy. It was quite intense. As Chu Yang stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. Sect leader, let's teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Go for it, gang leader. The ferocious beast gang's disciples clamored. They could feel Chu Yang's strength, but they definitely didn't think that Chu Yang was a match for Wang Zimo. The gap between the Chi Soul stage and the Ascending Soul stage was like a natural chasm. Did you hear that? They asked me to teach you a lesson. Wang Zimo was shocked. Then, he became indifferent and calm. The arrogant expression on his face appeared again. He ordered arrogantly, Chu Yang, if you kneel down now and kowtow to me and admit your mistakes, you still have a chance. Also, you better remember that I am rarely so merciful. I can feel your kindness. Please continue your kindness and let this world feel warmth and love. Yeah. Chu Yang's improper behavior made Xiao Guai feel very embarrassed. Its 2 front paws were already covering its eyes. Do you know where this place is? Life and Death Ring. Are you sure you want to die? Wang Zimo's voice was as cold as ice. Chu Yang smiled lazily and even yawned. Can you not say such frightening words? There are many children here. What if you scare them? Such a ridiculing tone made the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples, who knew Chu Yang's background, and the others burst into laughter. You are courting death. Wang Zimo was thoroughly enraged by Chu Yang's contempt. He took a step forward, and with a loud bang, his body was like an arrow released from a bow. He instantly pounced on Chu Yang. So fast, Chu Yang exclaimed in amazement, but he was still lazing in the same spot. He had no intention of moving at all. Yeah. It felt that Chu Yang was just being frivolous, but Wang Zimo was going to kill him. This was going too far, and it was furious. Boom! On the arena, Wang Zimo's figure flashed like lightning, like a meteor. However, when Wang Zimo arrived in front of Chu Yang lazily raised his hand and opened his palm to welcome Wang Zimo. The 2 vigorous quintessence suddenly erupted and clashed violently, creating a chaotic wind. The life and death arena only trembled slightly, but it was still extremely sturdy. Pung pung pung. Amidst the low and deep sound, a figure could not help but continuously retreat. However, even so, he was unable to dispel the frightening power on his body. In the end, he was sent flying and fiercely fell on the stage, raising a cloud of dust. The scene was dead silent. The one who was sent flying was actually Wang Zimo, who was in the 1st layer of the Ascending Soul tier. The genius Wang Zimo, while Chu Yang, who was in the 1st layer of the Chi Soul tier, stood still in the same spot. Wang Zimo, just now, was like a person who couldn't get through a wall. He exploded with all his strength and crashed into the wall, and then was sent flying back. It was a very bizarre scene, bizarre to the extreme. If Wang Zimo was Chu Yang, this wouldn't be a big deal. However, he wasn't. He took the initiative to crash into the wall. The one who was sent flying was Wang Zimo, not Chu Yang. It was as if the two of them were completely reversed. It could be said that what happened just now had completely overturned everyone's understanding. A higher cultivation level was actually sent flying by a lower cultivation level. Chapter 4:03. Chu Yang's indifferent voice startled everyone. Junior brother Chu is indeed a monster. He didn't disappoint at all. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. They firmly believed that Chu Yang would definitely defeat Wang Zimo, but they never imagined that Chu Yang would be so ridiculous. Senior sister, junior brother Chu, isn't being serious. You have to take care of him. He's too hateful. Junior sister, you're right. This damned little sheep, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Chuna gnashed her teeth, and Wang Xiaojin's words made Yi Qimei somewhat absent-minded. It was as if her soul had left her body. At this moment, she finally understood that there was no need for them to worry about Chu Yang being so ridiculous. She was truly shocked. Just what level has this Chu Yang reached? Chu Rinxian wasn't too bad, but Gong Shang and Cheng Feng generally had the same feelings as Yi Qimei. Jin Duo wasn't surprised by this result at all. He was already commenting, this junior brother Chu is far inferior to boss. He should have won by just a little bit. He should have let the opponent have hope, but he can't win until he finally collapses. Next time, he can still pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Junior brother Chu is too weak. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger isn't like this. He still needs to learn for boss. When Jin Duo commented on Chu Yang, he couldn't help but sneer at Zhu Wenbing. His expression was full of disdain, causing Zhu Wenbing to fiercely clench his fist. Of course, among everyone present, the one who was most shocked wasn't the others, but Wang Zimo. Wang Zimo had never imagined that his soul pressure would have no effect on Chu Yang's Jin Yuan. Chu Yang's Jin Yuan didn't become chaotic or uncontrollable. He had taken precautions against Chu Yang's enormous strength as a body cultivator. But Chu Yang's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. In addition, Chu Yang's Jin Yuan wasn't affected in the slightest, and its quality was also frighteningly high. This was why he was in such a sorry state just now. Terrifying strength, his shocking true essence, and soul pressure couldn't even shake him. Chu Yang, don't you think it's too early to say that? Wang Zimo stood up. Shame and fury burned his entire body. You're not qualified to say that you're an iron plate in front of me. Kneel down, Wang. From between Wang Zimo's eyebrows, circles of ripples undulated. He had finally used his soul pressure on Chu Yang, attacking Chu Yang's martial spirit. The scene was shocking. Soul pressure gushed out from the void, transforming into the form of a long spear that directly pierced towards Chu Yang. Such a scene made Jin Duoduo's fat body tremble. The usage of soul suppression was Prince Mo's secret technique. It was even more terrifying and frightening when used. Fatty, do you still think that Chu Yang can win? The previous helper of the fierce beast gang, Xie Shuwen, spoke at this time. Although Chu Yang shocked him, he was also very familiar with Wang Zimo's shocking strength. However, before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly stiffened, as if he was about to be petrified. Come and go. Ascending soul tier against chi soul tier. Is it only soul suppression? Can you guys come up with something new? Wang. Chu Yang swung his sleeve, and with a bang, it hit the void. It was as if he had hit something solid. Instantly, there was a burst of explosive sound, and soon after, there was an explosion, but there was an even more intense ripple undulated out in the void. How is this possible? How could he possibly resist my soul suppression? Wang Zimo's expression changed drastically. He used a secret technique unique to his martial spirit to display such soul suppression. Even those in the third layer of the ascending soul tier would have to be wary, so how could Chu Yang resist? Unbelievable. Boom. The crowd also completely exploded, crying out in surprise. My God, Chi soul tier can actually resist the ascending soul tier soul suppression. Is this real? Is this a ghost? The advantage of the ascending soul tier over the Chi soul tier lies in the martial spirit. When the martial spirit improves, A high-level martial spirit crushes a low-level martial spirit. Once the soul suppression is used, it's as easy as an emperor killing a beggar. But how could this be? Am I crazy? What did I see? The chi soul tier can actually resist the soul suppression of an ascending soul tier so easily. The ascending soul tier, when a martial spirit improved, had an absolute and unparalleled advantage over the chi soul tier. Moreover, when a martial spirit improved, the true origin would be further refined, and the quality of the true origin would be higher than that of the chi soul tier. However, in the first exchange, Chu Yang's true origin seemed to have crushed Wang Zimo's true origin. In the second exchange, the soul suppression was actually useless against Chu Yang. Chapter 404. What the? This junior brother Chu is a little too scary. Jean Wood was fats undulated like waves. He was frightened and muttered in his heart, "Junior brother Chu, I take back what I said just now. It's not that junior brother Chu doesn't know how to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but you have too many cards up your sleeves. You could do whatever you want." Even the big meatball Jean Duo was like this, not to mention the others. "Everyone, can you not have such a shocked expression? This makes me very dissatisfied. For a person like me, nothing is impossible. Too immodest. Yeah. Little Guai couldn't bear to watch anymore. Chu Yang's style was too conflicting with its philosophy. And everyone, this is definitely not against the law. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I've already asked the disciples of the Hall of Guardians to verify it. They said that this is in accordance with the rules of the sect. So, if you make such an expression again, be careful that I'll sue you for discrimination." They couldn't stand it. Everyone couldn't stand it, and many of them started to curse. You're too much. You're sincere, you bastard #yen%. Jean Duo was stunned again and couldn't help but curse in his heart. #yen%. This junior brother Chu is 100 times more despicable than boss. No, I have to hug this future thigh in advance. Prince Mo, are you desperate? Chu Yang ridiculed Prince Mo, which made the entire crowd silent again. Everyone was speechless again, but there was nothing wrong with his words. Chu Yang was such a lunatic, such a monster. He couldn't be measured with common sense and would really make people desperate. You haven't won yet. Don't be complacent too early. Wang Zimo took out a jet black spear. The spear tip flickered with a threatening cold chi. With a shake, a buzzing sound rang out, accompanied by a circular ripple. Wang Zimo seemed to be connected with the heavens and earth. He was the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth were him. The concept of the spear. Everyone was shocked. This Prince Mo was indeed not simple. He had a unique secret technique for the execution of soul suppression. He had mastered the most difficult concept to master. No wonder he could enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list. Thousands of troops, I will be the vanguard, toxic dragon drill. Rumble. Wang Zimo pierced out with his spear. The void seemed to have transformed into the earth, and the illusory images of thousands of soldiers and horses appeared to be charging forward. That kind of aura was akin to the collapse of mountains and the rupture of the earth, shocking the souls of those who saw it, especially the spear in Wang Zimo's hand. Before the tip of the spear drilled, a sharp wave condensed and formed and pierced straight towards Chu Yang. The surrounding air was thoroughly rolled up and formed an air vortex. Chu Yang was an expert in this aspect. Artistic conception was the momentum of power. Array formations were all about borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. That was to borrow the power of the heavens and earth. To use this to deal with him, Wang Zimo had found the wrong person. Pa! Chu Yang's hand swung out like an elephant's trunk. Circles of ripples spread out from his palm. In an instant, Wang Zimo's artistic conception completely collapsed, and the illusory images of thousands of soldiers and horses exploded. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. His palm wrapped in the power of the heavens and earth and grabbed forward. The cone-like sharp wave seemed to be just a gust of wind, and Chu Yang's hand pierced through it. The cold tip of the spear was like a wooden sword in the hands of a naughty child. It was directly grabbed by Chu Yang's hand and broken. The long spear suddenly bent under the enormous twisting force, after which it exploded into two with a bang. A ripple of force that was visible to the naked eye surged out. Immediately, it heavily collided with the bodies of the two human figures. Chu Yang seemed to be like a mountain, not moving at all. Wang Zimo's entire body let out a cry, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was violently blown away. Shua! Chu Yang's figure moved, and his speed was even faster than Wang Zimo's. He stepped on Wang Zimo and heavily landed on the life and death arena, causing the entire arena to shake. Are you in despair? Chu Yang's cold voice made everyone present tremble. He would directly beat you into despair. Let people off when possible. It's not good to go too far. Chapter 405. Let people off when possible. It's not good to bully others too far. Who dare to provoke the monster Chu Yang at this time? When everyone looked towards the source of the voice, they saw the big meatball, Jean Duo. Many people thought it was him, but behind his fat body, there was a young man around 26 or 27 years old with a hideous scar on his face. He walked around Jean Duo and walked out. In this short period of time, everyone clearly felt that the big meatball was blocking and deliberately covering the young man with the scar. However, the young man with the scar still stubbornly walked out. The person who walked out was naturally the former leader of the Fierce Beast Gang, Xie Wen. During this time, the Big Meatball and Xie Wen had an intense conversation. The moment Xie Wen spoke, Jean Duo was shocked and immediately warned him, "Little third, do you want to die? You're only at the 5th layer of the Chi Soul realm, and you think you can kill me? You think too highly of this Chu Yang, fatty. You're only at the 5th layer of the Chi Soul realm. What arrogance." His good intentions were treated as ill intent. So Jean Duo's voice turned cold and mocked. What was your cultivation level when you first entered the 5-element sect? When you were only at the 5th layer of the Chi Soul realm, you were able to withstand the soul pressure and crush a first layer of the ascending soul realm into despair. Is there something wrong with your brain? Jean Duo pointed out Chu Yang's shocking aspects one by one, causing Xie Wen's eyelids to twitch. However, he was a person who cared about his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shouted out in anger when Wang Zimo was humiliated by Chu Yang. He immediately argued, "I admit that this Chu Yang is indeed shocking, but this should be his limit. So, no matter how shocking he is, he's definitely not my match." His limit is just that. What makes you so sure? Are you taking it for granted just because you patted your head? Jean Duo was furious. Xie Wen was really an idiot who couldn't be saved. You're only at the 5th layer of the ascending soul realm, and you think you're powerful? But didn't you put on your ears just now? Earlier, he had specifically mentioned the Hall of Guardians' disciples, saying that they would verify and that he would definitely not break the law. Do you know what that means? So what? He's only at the 5th layer of the Chi Soul realm after all. I have to teach him a lesson, or else where I put my face. Xie Wen's tone was still arrogant. Jean Duo's voice was even colder. Your face. All right, for your sake, this is my last reminder to you. Chu Yang even dared to cheat Senior Brother Chao. The 15,000 merit points he obtained were all from Senior Brother Chao. What? Xie Wen's pupils trembled violently, and his body shook violently. But this time, he had already bypassed Jean Duo and walked out. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Gang leader, Senior Brother Xie. It's Senior Brother Xie. Xie Wen. When the Fierce Beast Gang saw Xie Wen, they couldn't help but be overjoyed, and they cheered loudly. Many of them immediately recognized Xie Wen. The Black Wolf Gang's Chai Guiyuan, the Puppet Pavilion's Qing Letong, and the Heaven Sword Gang's Zhua Haosi couldn't help but look at Xie Wen at this moment. Xie Wen wasn't from the same generation as them, but the three of them knew this ruthless person. They had also fought fiercely with their 3 factions before. At that time, the 3 of them weren't the leaders of their own factions. Oh, Chu Yang looked at Xie Wen with a smile. In an instant, When Chu Yang's gaze fell on Xie Shu Wen, Xie Shu Wen's eyelids suddenly twitched violently. An extreme sense of danger welled up in his heart. He felt as if he was a prey that had been targeted by a hunter. Chapter 406. Dare I ask this great hero who stands up for injustice? What's your name? You want to stop this dispute in a martial arts world, but you must be strong enough. Chu Yang's mocking tone caused Xie Shu Wen's expression to change greatly. He was ashamed and furious, and his eyes shone with a fierce light. As for Chu Yang's question, everyone understood. You say I'm going too far. What angle are you standing on? Neutral? Or from some corner of the world? The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. On one side was the monster Chu Yang who had just displayed his prowess, and on the other side was the former helper of the fierce beast gang, Xie Shu Wen, an inner peak true disciple at the 5th layer of the ascending soul realm. What kind of conflict would erupt between the two? Chu Yang's cold voice rang out again. Great hero, I heard that you are the former gang leader of the fierce beast gang. Your name is Xie Shu Wen, and I am speaking the truth. This was a question he already knew the answer to. Just now, everyone had already exposed Xie Shu Wen's identity. Bang! Xie Shu Wen's anger rushed to his head, and he took a heavy step forward. I am the former gang leader of the fierce beast gang, Xie Shu Wen. What? Did I say you're going too far? Clap, clap. Chu Yang clapped his hands alone, and his monotonous voice was incomparably monotonous. He laughed again. Yes, you're absolutely right, but I have a few questions to ask. Who started it? Who injured the disciples of the East Arrival Pavilion? Who said that they would beat everyone in the East Arrival Pavilion into trash? Who forced the East Arrival Pavilion to disband again? The sneer on Chu Yang's lips became even more obvious. The other factions didn't come looking for trouble. Only your fierce beast gang came looking for trouble. Tell me, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, Xie Shu Wen was instantly mute. His pupils shrank. The other factions didn't go looking for trouble with the East Arrival Pavilion, so why did the fierce beast gang go? For many years, the Five Elements sect hasn't had a new disciple who could establish his own faction. You created your own faction, so naturally you had to go through the test. This is very normal. Moreover, as a new disciple, you should show respect to the older disciples. Of course, I respect you very much, senior brother Xie. Chu Yang smiled and said, it's just that if senior martial brother Xie doesn't become the old disciple's dog, does that mean he doesn't respect the old disciple? Forget it, I'll admit defeat. After a pause, Chu Yang pointed at Prince Imo at his feet and sneered as he questioned repeatedly. I killed his father. I took his wife. He beat up his brother? Xie Shu Wen couldn't answer any of them. I didn't kill his father, snatch his wife, and beat up his brothers. What enmity do I have with him? He actually forced me onto the life and death arena to fight him to the death. Chu Yang's voice suddenly became loud and clear. Then he said coldly, Senior brother Xie, why don't you tell me who's going too far? In other words, you're saying that killing people shouldn't be too excessive, right? I understand now. Bang! Chu Yang exerted force with his foot and directly trampled Wang Zimo to death. Yeah. Everyone's reaction was a beat slower. Little Guai was already angrily shouting, accusing Chu Yang of not killing people. Chu Yang tapped its forehead. Little Guai, you're a Hello Kitty. If I don't kill people, they all think I'm a Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty? Everyone didn't understand, but they could see Little Guai's appearance clearly and vaguely understood the meaning behind it. He was killing people to establish his might. If people offend me, I will retaliate. If people kill me, I will kill them. Jean Duodua's pupil shrank. He saw something completely different from Chao Ju and Chu Yang. Chu Yang was too decisive. Xie Shu Wen couldn't keep his face anymore. Chu Yang actually killed people in front of him, not giving him any face at all. You? Chu Yang said coldly. You what? If you're not convinced, then come up and fight with me. Isn't it more satisfying to fight to the death? What? Chu Yang actually wanted to provoke Xie Shu Wen and challenge the 5th layer of the ascending soul realm. Everyone was scared out of their wits. This was too frightening. Moreover, This was not an ordinary challenge. It was a life-and-death battle in the life-and-death arena. Would Chu Yang dare to do it if he didn't have the slightest bit of assurance? Chapter 407. Pung. A sudden muffled sound caught everyone off guard. Everyone was stunned as they clearly saw the fat man behind Xie Shuwen hit Xie Shuwen on the back of his neck with his fat hand, knocking Xie Shuwen unconscious. Junior Brother Chu, this thing wants to save face. You don't have to take him seriously. Just treat what he said just now as nonsense. I will also use my fat body to guarantee that he will definitely not dare to resent Junior Brother Chu in the future. This fatty, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at Jean Duo, causing Jean Duo to jump. He bounced up like a ball. I say, Junior Brother Chu, can you not look at me like that? I just want to save a life. Junior Brother Chu, please do me a favor and be magnanimous. A prime minister's stomach can support a boat, and a general's arm can run a horse. Spare my fat body. Was there a need? Everyone was speechless and stunned. Jean Duo Inner Peaks would Element Peak's true disciple, an 8th layer ascending soul tier cultivator, was afraid of a new disciple like Chu Yang. This was very inconceivable, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Chu Yang was also surprised. He was definitely not a match for an 8th layer ascending soul tier cultivator. What was wrong with this fatty? Could it be that he looked so invincible now? What happened next made everyone even more dumbfounded. Junior Brother Chu, you just bet 15,000 merit points. 10 times, that would be 150,000 merit points. As an apology, I will double it and give you 300,000 merit points. How about we let this matter pass? 300,000 merit points. He had actually given out a total of 150,000 merit points. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They thought to themselves, is this fatty a coward, or does he have other plans? Chu Yang was really stunned, but he didn't refuse. Right now, he was basically surrounded by enemies. No matter what kind of monster you were, he didn't have to worry about debts. He directly agreed. Then, thank you very much, senior brother. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Jean Duo was laughing in his heart. Everyone thought of him as an idiot. Only he thought that he had gained a great advantage. A monstrous genius like Chu Yang would definitely soar to the skies. However, to be able to form a relationship with him with a mere 150,000 merit points, where else could one find such a good thing? Oomph! A cold snort rang out, causing everyone's gaze to involuntarily shift. It was Jean Duo's sworn enemy, the thin bamboo Zhu Wenbing. Zhu Wenbing looked at Jean Duo with a sneer and ridicule. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. Not only did you stop Xie Shu Wen, you even tried to befriend this Chu Yang. You're dead. The burning sky, holy sun, and the others will definitely remember you. What are you snorting for? Jean Duo directly retorted. The 300,000 merit points I gave Junior Brother Chu were won from you. After a pause, Jean Duo pointed at Zhu Wenbing and said to Chu Yang, Junior Brother Chu, do you see this bamboo? He bet 300,000 merit points on Prince Mo's victory. I think you should pay attention to him. 300,000 merit points on Prince Mo's victory. There was too much information. 300,000 merit points was definitely not a small amount, even for a true disciple. This bamboo was so confident that Prince Mo would win. It seemed that there was definitely some information. And where did the information come from? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and his dangerous gaze landed on Zhu Wenbing, the cultivation of the 8th layer of the ascending soul realm. Damn pig, you. When Zhu Wenbing was stared at by Chu Yang, he could not help but fly into a rage. However, he immediately snorted and coldly looked at Chu Yang. A mere 5th layer of the Chi soul realm actually dared to show off in front of him. How impudent. Thin bamboo, you don't seem to be convinced. Come and spar with me. Chu Yang directly crooked his finger at Zhu Wenbing. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Chu Yang was simply too daring. He even dared to look down on an 8th layer of the ascending soul realm, and he even dared to provoke him. Chu Na's heart and liver were about to explode. This damned little sheep was really going to scare her to death. The eighth layer of the ascending soul realm was definitely in existence that they looked up to, and Chu Yang actually took the initiative to provoke him. Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the others were all stunned. As for Chu Renxian, Gong Shang, Cheng Feng, and the others, they were even more shocked. They felt that Chu Yang seemed to have completely gone crazy. Chai Guiyuan of the Black Wolf Gang, Qing Ledong of the Puppet Pavilion, and Zhua Haoxi of the Heavenly Sword Gang were all shocked. However, they also rejoiced. Fortunately, they did not provoke this Chu Yang. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would end up like Prince Mo. Chapter 408. Humph, you don't deserve it. Zhu Wenbing coldly snorted and left with a swish. He didn't make a move in the end because he really felt a little strange. In addition, Chu Yang was indeed extremely unusual. He didn't need to take risks for this little bit of face. Looking at Zhu Wenbing leaving, the audience couldn't help but be stunned. Jean Duo also narrowed his eyes. This Zhu Wenbing was really vigilant. Looking at Xie Shuwen beside him, he couldn't help kicking him and cursing secretly. Look at what kind of brain he has and what kind of brain you have. Damn it, why did I teach such an idiot friend? Interesting. Doesn't anyone think that I'm just bluffing and putting on a brave front? As soon as Chu Yang said this, Jean Duo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sure enough, he was the same as his boss. He immediately dug a hole after eating someone. Those who didn't know and listened to his nonsense would definitely cry blindly. Chu Yang, do you know your crime? As soon as Zhu Wenbing left, a roar full of killing intent came from afar. Everyone couldn't help but look over immediately. They saw that in the distance, many people were flying toward the life and death arena. All of them were wearing the uniform of the Guardian Disciples. They flew quickly and arrived at the life and death arena in an instant. As soon as they landed on the life and death arena, they immediately surrounded Chu Yang. Two of them sneered. Humph, Chu Yang, what did I say before? You violently resisted the law, which is a capital crime. Now you'll suffer. Yes, today, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from the disaster. These two Guardian Disciples were the two who were scared away by Chu Yang 3 days ago. Chu Yang glanced over and sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the two of you who were defeated by me. Why? Relying on your advantage in numbers to intimidate others. Why don't you see where this place is and what's on it? The life and death arena. A corpse. The two Guardian Disciples were instantly shocked. They couldn't help but take a step back. However, they immediately became furious again. Chu Yang, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you know how powerful I am in a while. Both of their faces became extremely ugly as they cursed fiercely. In front of others, they were actually scared by Chu Yang and retreated. They had lost a lot of face. Enough. Ma Wenbing, Li Zian, the elders did not send you here to quarrel with others. There was a loud shout and an imposing aura. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the life and death arena. They were two disciples who had imposing appearances. Their gazes were like lightning, and they walked with majestic gait. Seeing these two Guardian Hall disciples, Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. 7th level of the ascending soul realm. The auras of these two people were powerful and mighty, and they faintly revealed an extremely faint smell of blood. Their aura of slaughter was extremely dense. You must be Chu Yang. The Guardian Elder invites you. Please come with us. One of the custodians said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes as thoughts flashed through his mind. This situation in front of him, two 7th level ascending soul realm custodians and more than a dozen Guardian Hall disciples lined up in a row. They made it clear that no matter what method they used, they were going to forcefully invite him to the Guardian Elder. Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. Although this lineup in front of him was a bit big, it was not very surprising. They had endured for a period of time, and were finally going to make a move? Haha, come at the right time. Lead the way. It just so happens that I also have some matters and want to see the Guardian Elder. Chu Yang immediately made a decision. Since he could not avoid it, then let's see the real thing. He extended his palm, indicating for the two to lead the way. His expression was calm, without the slightest hint of panic, making the surrounding custodian surprised. If ordinary disciples were invited by the Guardian Hall, which one would not be terrified? As for Chu Yang, whether he really had something to rely on or was audacious to the extreme, they did not know. Everyone below the arena was also extremely shocked. This Chu Yang actually offended the Guardian Hall and the Guardian Elder. Chapter 409. It's over, it's over. This Chu Yang is definitely finished. This Chu Yang is really gutsy. In our divine command peak, only he dares to disregard the Guardian Elders like this. I wonder how those butchers in the Hall of Guardians will deal with him. Humph. He's dead for sure. How can a disciple fight with an elder? You guys are actually admiring his stupidity. The crowd discussed animatedly. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians all had extremely ugly expressions. Their expressions were cold and contained killing intent. This Chu Yang was too arrogant. The two 7th-level Ascending Soul Realm disciples looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, the two did not say much. They extended their palms and said, "Let's go." A line of more than a dozen disciples of the Hall of Guardians had sinister and vicious gazes. They clearly wanted to teach Chu Yang a lesson. Just now, Chu Yang actually dared to scare them. Who in the Hall of Guardians dared to be disrespectful? Immediately, more than a dozen of them divided into two human walls and sandwiched Chu Yang in the middle as if they were escorting a prisoner. When they escorted him to the Hall of Guardians, their auras crushed him even more ruthlessly. Let's see how this brat can still be arrogant. He's dead for sure. Ma Wenbing and Li Zian looked at Chu Yang's back and secretly swore in their hearts. Such a way of escorting a prisoner and parading him in public was first of all a way of humiliation. It not only relieved the hatred in their hearts, but also crushed Chu Yang with their auras. It could also intimidate the other disciples in the sect and eliminate the influence just now. However, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Not only was Chu Yang not suppressed by their auras, but instead faintly restrained their auras for his own use. Originally, the intention of the disciples of the Hall of Guardians was to humiliate Chu Yang and intimidate the other disciples. But gradually, they became the center of attention. They surrounded and protected Chu Yang as they escorted him to the Hall of Guardians. What's going on? There are so many of us, but we actually can't suppress one person's aura. Ma Wenbing and Li Zian's expressions changed. This Chu Yang was too monstrous. This kind of sign became more and more obvious. At first, it was only the ordinary disciples of the Lawkeeper Palace who were affected, but later, even the two experts of the Lawkeeper Palace who were in the 7th level of the Ascending Soul Realm felt something strange, and their expressions changed one after another. You're courting death. You actually want to restrain our chi. The expressions of the two Ascending Soul Tier elites of the Law Protector Palace were slightly angered. Their chi activity surged, exuding a powerful aura that was as heavy as a mountain, enveloping Chu Yang. Their expressions changed again. They felt as if their auras had merged with the stars as soon as they approached Chu Yang. It was as if the stars were surrounding the moon, protecting Chu Yang, the moon. What's going on? This brat is actually so shocking. Their expressions changed slightly. You want to suppress me? You are too naive. In the middle of the two rows of human walls, Chu Yang's gaze was like lightning, sneering coldly in his heart. This group of Lawkeeper Palace disciples wanted to take him down a notch and make an example out of him. How could Chu Yang not know? Unfortunately, they found the wrong person. It was simply impossible for Chu Yang to resist the auras of so many Lawkeeper Palace disciples with his own strength. Disregarding other things, the two 7th-level Ascending Soul Realm powerhouses of the Lawkeeper Palace were not what he could deal with. But something like aura, apart from each person's strength, what was more important was the comprehension of heaven and earth. Human strength was limited, heavenly power was endless. Only by obtaining the general momentum of heaven and earth. That was momentum. As for momentum, this was Chu Yang's advantage. Who present could understand momentum better than him? No matter what, He was also a level 3 array master now. These Lawkeeper Palace disciples were merely his array seals, restraining their chi activity, the momentum on their bodies, and creating the effect of stars surrounding the moon. Was all too simple. A group of disciples of the Hall of Guardians was surrounding Chu Yang like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Such a scene caused many disciples of the Five Elements sect to be extremely astonished. The Lawkeeper Palace disciples at the two sides were even more uncomfortable to the point of almost vomiting blood. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination very quickly. A mountain peak towered in front of them. On the mountain peak stood a large hall. This was the Lawkeeper Palace of the Divine Command Peak. Chapter 410. At this moment, the door of the Great Hall of Protectors was wide open. A short old man stood there like the scorching sun, causing the surroundings to fall silent. He had sword-like eyebrows, hawk-like eyes, hook-like nose, a lion's mouth, and a ferocious face. Although he was short, he had a powerful expression and his eyes were very sharp. This was the Guardian Elder of the Divine Command Peak's Hall of Guardians. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at Chu Yang from above, and the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes made people shudder. Chu Yang, you've got guts. You dare to disobey orders and violently resist the law. How should you be punished? The Guardian Elder's voice rumbled like thunder, like the voice of a god, as if it came from the ninth heaven. It was so majestic that it made the mountain tremble. When it fell into the ears of all the disciples, those who were more timid were so scared that they directly fell to the ground. Humph! Chu Yang snorted coldly. You're trying to intimidate me as soon as you arrive. It's not like I haven't been to the court before. That's what it means to be solemn, sacred, and intimidating. Who do you think you're trying to intimidate with your roar? Especially when he felt the strong, killing intent of the Guardian Elder towards him. There was no respect in his heart at all. Elder, you've asked a good question. I was just about to complain to the Hall of Guardians. Chu Yang was already prepared. As the guilty party, he complained first. He turned around and pointed at Ma Wenbing and Li Ziyan behind him. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians bully the weak. According to the rules of the sect, what should be the punishment? Chu Yang's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Ma Wenbing and Li Ziyan didn't expect that they would be checkmated first. They were both shocked. Chu Yang, don't slander us. How dare you speak nonsense in front of the elder? The Guardian Elder's eyes were even colder, and a fierce aura flashed past. He also didn't expect that Chu Yang would involve Ma Wenbing and Li Ziyan. Ma Wenbing and Li Ziyan were arrogant and domineering, so Chu Yang's violent resistance didn't exist. As for evidence, was there any? Ma Wenbing and the others said that Chu Yang was violently resisting the law, while Chu Yang said that they were arrogant and despotic. Each of them had their own version of the story, and the Guardian Elder knew this better than anyone else. Ma Wenbing and Li Ziyan were ordered by me to arrest you. Whether they're guilty or not, I'll be the one to decide. It's not up to you to make thoughtless remarks. The Guardian Elder snorted coldly. Guardian Elder, if that's the case, you're going to play favoritism and cover up for them. Humph! If the Emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. The Protector has violated the sect's rules by beating up a disciple of the Hall. Is there an exception? Chu Yang laughed out loud and said, Today, many disciples of the Five Elements sect have gathered here. Whether or not the Hall of Guardians can convince the masses, and how to convince the masses, will depend on how the elders deal with it. Damned lowly bastard! The Guardian Elder was instantly enraged. A mere inner-sect disciple was actually so insolent in front of him, not fearing that he would disrespect him in the slightest. Moreover, his words were sharp and overbearing. With just a few words, he had implicated the prestige of the Hall of Guardians, which was extremely damaging. He glanced over again, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Behind Chu Yang, there were many disciples of the Five Elements sect. There were disciples of the Divine Command Peak, and there were also disciples of the other peaks. If he didn't deal with it well today, the Divine Command Peak would become the laughingstock of the other peaks. Shua, The guardian elder's sharp gaze instantly fell on the two seventh layer, ascending soul, tier, guardian disciples. He was obviously saying, "What's the matter with you two? Why did you attract so many disciples?" How would he know what had happened on the life and death platform? These two guardian disciples were also extremely sullen. This couldn't be blamed on them. "You were the one who told us to immediately go and capture Chu Yang. That was why such a commotion was created." In addition, the Hall of Guardians wanted to deal with someone like Chu Yang, so it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Chu Yang's voice was loud and clear, and it spread in the surroundings. When it reached the ears of the various disciples, they all felt that it was fresh and surprising. The disciples of the Great Hall of Guardians naturally represented the guardian elders. No one had ever thought that someone would actually dare to complain about his disciple in front of the guardian elder. This Chu Yang's courage is too big. Chapter 411. Chu Yang's words were like earth-shattering. As soon as he spoke, many of the five-element sect's disciples buzzed like countless flies. For a moment, it was extremely noisy. This Chu Yang is really amazing. He's really sharp and sharp. With just a few words, he simply humiliated the Grand Guardian in front of us. The five-element sect's disciples felt that it was inconceivable. Arrogant. As expected, arrogant enough. I like it. Among the many disciples, when the Grand Guardian was mentioned, which one of them wasn't in fear and trepidation? For so many years, who knows how many disciples have died in the hands of the Grand Guardian. Today, I didn't expect that among the disciples, there would finally be someone who dared to turn around and slap the Grand Guardian's face in front of him. This is simply our example. The crowd gathered outside the Grand Guardian's hall felt relieved and excited. The Grand Guardian's hall was extremely powerful and had an extremely high status. All the Grand Guardian's disciples were arrogant and didn't put others in their eyes. Usually, when the five-element sect's disciples saw them, which one of them wasn't respectful? Moreover, many of the Grand Guardian's disciples were extremely arrogant and domineering, but many disciples didn't dare to speak out. Now, someone stood out to provoke and teach them a lesson. Everyone felt that they had vented their anger. Chu Yang had no backing and no background. Moreover, compared to the ordinary disciples, he was oppressed and persecuted more severely. He was simply the most typical portrayal of the many disciples. Therefore, many of the disciples had unknowingly taken Chu Yang as their representative and were mentally standing on his side. Seeing that he was still able to talk and laugh freely in front of the protector elders, and even using sharp words and sneering sarcastically, they couldn't help but admire him. Faintly, when they looked at Chu Yang, they felt as if they were the ones who were criticizing the Grand Guardian's elder. Every one of them was excited and their blood boiled. They had a feeling in their hearts, if only I could be like him. In front of the Grand Guardian's hall, although the Grand Guardian was as calm as Mount Tai, when he saw the reaction of many disciples, he felt like everyone was pushing a man who was down. Being threatened by such a big force made the killing intent in his heart burn even more fiercely. How could he not know Chu Yang's intentions? His eyes flashed, and he coldly snorted, "Chu Yang, you've got guts. You dare to question my words? Also, what do you mean by if the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners? Are you trying to use those lowly secular laws to control our martial arts sects?" Was he an idiot? There had never been such lowly laws. It was just that the actual situation was different, so the laws and regulations were different. As long as there were people, there would be rules, and they would be applicable everywhere. So what if it was a martial arts sect? Powerhouses also needed laws and regulations to protect their status and rights. As law enforcers, they had the right to enforce the law regardless of whether they were in the country or in the sect. However, they were also bound by the law. Every law enforcer's violation of the law would also be magnified. This guardian elder was not strong enough to disregard all the rules and regulations of the five-element sect. He was merely a guardian elder, and his status was even lower than the peak masters of the various peaks. How could he dare to be so arrogant? The law was merciless. Since it was the sect's commandment, Everyone had to abide by it. Not to mention 2 disciples of the Guardian Hall. Even if you, a guardian elder, had committed a crime, you would also be punished. If you deserve to die, you will be executed. Chu Yang despised him in his heart and coldly said. His clear voice was extremely loud, and it resounded in the ears and hearts of every disciple. Especially the sentence, if you deserve to die, you'll be executed. That resolute and powerful voice shocked many people. The guardian elder, if you deserve to die, you'll be executed. How bold! How dare you! The guardian elder's face was livid. With a bang, his short body suddenly took a step forward. The aura on his body surged, and a terrifying pressure spread out from his body like a tide, spreading out and enveloping the surroundings. Soul pressure, huh? Thump! Thump! Chapter 412. Chu Yang, you are simply lawless and have no respect for your superiors. In the divine command peak, my words are the rules of the sect. No one can interfere. You have violated the rules of the sect, which is a capital offense. No one can save you. The overbearing and cold voice was like the rumbling of thunder, shaking everyone's heart. The cold and murderous aura revealed in the voice caused everyone's expression to change. Your words are the rules of the sect. Guardian Elder, how dare you? Chu Yang directly pointed at the Guardian Elder. Do you think the 5-element sect is your backyard? Do you think the rules of the 5-element sect are all toys in your hands? Wantonly trampling and blaspheming the rules of the sect. Do you still have the 5-element sect in your eyes? Do you still have the 5-element sect master? Do you still have the 15 peak masters of the 10 outer and inner peaks? Do you want to rebel? Every sentence was heart-wrenching. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned pale with fright. Who would have thought that Chu Yang wouldn't be frightened or fearful under the Guardian Elder's display of power? Instead, he would confront the Guardian Elder head-on. In fact, he would even accuse the Guardian Elder. He would even accuse the Guardian Elder of the crime of rebellion. This would have shocked everyone to the core. But these words were obviously logically valid. In an instant, not only the spectating disciples, even the Guardian disciples' expressions changed greatly. Chu Yang continued angrily. What are the rules of the sect? They're the rules and regulations that everyone in the sect has to abide by. Not to mention you, a mere Guardian Elder. Even the sect master has to abide by them. The Guardian Hall is only a substitute for the sect master. You, a mere Guardian Elder, actually dare to say such shocking words like my words are the rules of the sect. Just based on this point alone, you deserve to die. The rules and regulations of the sect are to protect the sect, protect the sect's disciples, protect justice, and the sect's prestige. But as a Guardian Elder, not only did you not follow the rules, you actually took advantage of the authority granted to you by the sect to wantonly oppress and persecute the sect's disciples, threatening the foundation of the sect. Not only did you fail in your duties, you also committed the crime of causing chaos in the sect, treason, and betraying your master and ancestors. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it. Chu Yang's voice was stern and forceful. Every word was as sharp as a sword. Thump! Thump! Hearing Chu Yang's words, the Guardian Elder was so shocked that he staggered back a few steps. He had realized that his words just now were indeed extremely inappropriate. No, it should be said that they were extremely deadly. Boom! Many of the spectating disciples were in an uproar, and all of them revealed astonished expressions. Chu Yang's words were too shocking. The Guardian Hall was in charge of the rules of the sect. All the disciples had long been accustomed to the authority of the Guardian Hall. There had never been anyone who questioned the authority of the Guardian Hall, like Chu Yang did. For many of them, the Hall of Guardians was in charge of discipline, which also represented the sect's discipline. Therefore, the Guardian Elder's sentence of "my words are the rules of the sect" was not too inappropriate in many people's eyes, because everyone was already used to it. However, Chu Yang was different. The bigger fist was the law. This was not wrong. However, the rules of the 5-element sect were indeed set by the biggest fist of the 5-element sect. Everyone had to obey. Of course, this was the advantage of Chu Yang as a person of 2 lifetimes. His way of thinking was different, and his knowledge of the law should be unmatched by many. Therefore, when the guardian elder said, "My words are the rules of the sect," it was tantamount to giving Chu Yang a great handle. He grasped this point and used all his strength to accuse the guardian elder. It was definitely enough to make the guardian elder suffer. At least, no matter what, Chu Yang put such a big accusation today. In the future, the authority of the Hall of Guardians would be greatly affected. If the 5 Elements sect did not deal with the guardian elder, the dignity of the 5 Elements sect would be questioned. If one did not seek death, one would not die. In his previous life, a single sentence of "My father is Li Gang" had caused a huge uproar. This guardian elder was even worse. The former was a trap set by his own son, while the latter was a trap set by himself. He had never seen such a stupid person before. Chu Yang ridiculed in his heart, but he knew the reason. It should be that the guardian elder was used to being domineering. The guardian elder was so angry that his lips trembled. He had been in charge of the Hall of Guardians for so many years, and he had never met such a sharp-tongued disciple. At this moment, he also felt that if he let Chu Yang speak again, he would really lose all his dignity. He might even be punished by the sect. "Little bastard, your guts are simply too big. I don't believe that I can't deal with a little inner disciple like you." Chapter 4:13. The guardian elder's face turned ashen as a chilling, murderous aura shot out from his eyes. He was very clear that to deal with such a sharp-tongued disciple like Chu Yang, it would be foolish to talk about reasoning. Only by using absolute martial power could he completely subdue him. Moon-plucking hand, capture him. Boom! The moment the guardian elder's palm stretched out, a vast and boundless spirit energy gushed out. It seemed as if the spirit energy was boundless. It transformed into a hand that glowed with starlight and went to grab Chu Yang's head. How powerful was the protector elder? The moment he made a move, it was simply enough to make the sky fall and the earth rend. Not to mention Chu Yang. Even a direct disciple wouldn't be a match for the guardian elder. Spiritual energy. Soul reincarnation realm. Chu Yang instantly sensed the guardian elder's realm. It was the soul reincarnation realm, but he wasn't sure which realm it was at. After the soul ascension realm was the soul reincarnation realm. There were 9 levels to the soul reincarnation realm. When one's martial soul was upgraded, one's origin energy would be refined into spiritual energy. The quality of spiritual energy was at least 1 grade higher than origin energy. The difference between origin energy and spiritual energy was like the difference between true energy and origin energy. One was a wooden sword while the other was a real sword. The difference was like heaven and earth. The moment the guardian elder made his move, spiritual energy surged. It was undoubtedly the soul reincarnation realm. The soul reincarnation realm. Even if Chu Yang unleashed all of his combat strength, he wouldn't be able to resist it. He couldn't even shake off the lock of the giant hand. It was as though he was a lamb being targeted by a wolf. Since he couldn't shake it off, he might as well not move. He would fight to the death. "You're a guardian elder. I'm just stating the facts and stating the truth. Since I don't agree with you, you're going to kill me out of anger. There are so many disciples here. I'd like to see if you dare to kill me." Chu Yang stared coldly at the guardian elder. He didn't even look at the moon-plucking hand above his head. His expression was calm, and there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. He continued to berate coldly. "If you kill me, I'd like to see how you're going to convince the others in the future. Do you still have the face to uphold the rules of the sect?" The guardian elder's biggest mistake today was that he shouldn't have taken him away in front of so many people. He shouldn't have tried to intimidate him in front of so many people. An inner disciple was indeed insignificant and couldn't shake the guardian elder. Otherwise, no matter how sharp Chu Yang's words were, it would be useless, and his death would be in vain. But now, things were different. Not only had Chu Yang grasped the Dharma Protector Elder's weakness, but there were also numerous disciples watching. Layer after layer of densely packed Dharma Protector elders were like an incomparably enormous force. Let alone the Guardian Elders. Even the sect leader of the Five-Element sect did not dare to ignore this force and blatantly trample on the rules of the Five-Element sect. Otherwise, if the people's hearts were scattered, what would be the Five-Element sect? How could he be the sect master? Therefore, as long as Chu Yang stood firmly on the side of reason, no matter how arrogant his words were or how sharp his words were, the Guardian Elder would definitely feel a lot of pressure if he wanted to kill him. Of course, Chu Yang didn't like this feeling. He felt very aggrieved to put his life on the line with such uncertainty. Buzz. Chu Yang's calm expression and cold words fell into the Guardian Elder's eyes and ears. His body shook violently. Chapter 414. If I kill this little bastard, then in the future, the disciples of the Five-Element sect will only have their fists as their reason. In the future, they won't care about any sect rules. When they have the strength, not to mention killing the Guardian disciples, they will even kill the Guardian Elder. Not good. I've fallen into this little bastard's trap. The Guardian Elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill spread from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. His entire body was ice cold. If he killed Chu Yang, he would wantonly trample on and blaspheme the dignity of the rules. It was no different from destroying his own Great Wall and slapping his own face. All day long, he was pecked by the wild goose. He was angry and resentful. But what was the use of these emotions? Who asked him to look down on Chu Yang? He thought that Chu Yang was lawless and arrogant because he was spoiled. Now that he knew how powerful Chu Yang was, how could it be too late? Chu Yang had clearly calculated deeply. He had made one wrong move and then another. He had lost all his face, and now he couldn't get off the stage. What the Guardian Elder never thought was that Chu Yang's arrogant reliance was actually the thousands of ordinary disciples inside and outside the Five-Element sect. These were disciples that he had never taken seriously before. How could the disciples of the past have Chu Yang's methods? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the Guardian Elder's mind. His thoughts became clearer, and he saw through Chu Yang's calculations even more thoroughly. 3 days ago, Chu Yang violently resisted the law. That was to attract the attention of the sect's disciples. It was also to buy time for himself to accumulate strength. After that, he calmly took the initiative to answer the call and attracted many disciples. In the end, he spoke arrogant words to anger himself and grasped his weakness. What was most laughable was that he actually took the initiative to give his weakness to Chu Yang. I can't kill him. I absolutely can't kill him. When all these thoughts came together, the Guardian Elder sucked in a long breath of cold air in his heart, and his body became even colder. From the very beginning, he had been completely targeted and schemed against by Chu Yang. This low-level disciple that he had never put in his eyes had formulated a rigorous plan that was completely enough to ruin his reputation. And when he was caught by Chu Yang, Chu Yang's scheme had already succeeded. What a sharp mind. What a deep scheme. If I don't get rid of this kid, there will be endless trouble in the future. Boom. The moon-picking hand that was formed by the spirit energy was about to turn Chu Yang into minced meat. However, it suddenly collapsed and turned into a gust of wind. It blew Chu Yang's long hair and sleeves, making them flutter in the wind. Who? Chu Yang also let out a long breath of turbid air. His taut heartstrings finally relaxed. He had won the bet, but the feeling was not good. If he had the strength, he would have directly defeated him. There was no need to endure and rack his brains like this. Of course, Chu Yang did have a plan, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. In a life and death arena, when the disciple of the Hall of Guardians came to invite him, he just changed his plan temporarily. Such a temporary plan was too risky. Therefore, at the beginning, Chu Yang wanted to curse the Guardian Elder to his heart's content and vent his anger. It was better than doing nothing. How could this be enough? If he died, he would drag the Guardian Elder down with him and drag the entire Five-Element sect down with him. So what if he was an elder? The Five-Element sect was not his private property. If you dare to use the sect's rules to make things difficult for me, I will dare to use the sect's rules to put a hat on you. So what if it was the Five Elements sect? You spoiled such a guardian elder. If he killed me, what would your sect rules mean? What face and prestige would you have in the martial arts world? The sect's rules were all bullshit. Wouldn't it be a joke? And if the sect's rules were all bullshit, who would believe the words of the Five Elements sect in the future? Not only that, many of the Five Elements sect's disciples who saw this scene today would definitely be disheartened. In the future, even if they were to betray the sect, they would not feel the slightest bit of guilt because this was done according to the rules of the Five Elements sect. There was nothing one could say. What was the difference between the Five Elements sect and the Devil sect? If the Five Elements sect leader knew about Chu Yang's plan, he would probably have the heart to kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you are really good. I tested you, but your expression didn't change at all. You're not afraid of power, and you're unyielding. It seems that there are indeed a few rats in the Hall of Guardians. After I punish you today, I'll definitely punish the Hall of Guardians. Shameless. Chapter 4:15. Chu Yang's expression changed. This was the sorrow of the week. No matter how hard you tried, no matter how sharp your attack was, it would not hurt you at all. This was the case now. The Guardian Elder had only tolerated and compromised. He had casually turned killing him into testing him. What could he do? The Guardian Elder waved his sleeves and swept away all the shame in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Chu Yang, let me ask you. In the space of thunder, you disregarded morality and killed the disciples of the Soul Devourer clan and the Longhu sect. You destroyed the relationship between the Five Elements sect and the two sections. Do you plead guilty? It's actually this crime. Chu Yang was surprised. He originally thought that it was because he killed Duan Zhengji and the other two. He never thought that it was because of the Longhu sect and the Soul Devourer clan. But what did the deaths of the Soul Devourer clan's Murong Huan and the Longhu sect's Yang Cheng have to do with him? Chu Yang's heart was filled with anger. He sneered and said, "Protector Elder, are you also testing me?" "Yes, Protector Elder, are you also testing me?" "Huh." When the disciples heard this, they could not help but recall the shameless scene of the Guardian Elder. They could not help but burst into laughter. The Guardian Elder's face tightened and his face burned. He could not help but roar, "How dare you? I just learned from a Guardian Elder and made a joke. There is no need for the Guardian Elder to be so angry." Chu Yang sneered. "Since the Guardian Elder is serious, then I have to remind the Guardian Elder. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." "Guardian Elder, do you have any evidence?" The crisis was not over yet. This was just the beginning. Chu Yang's heart sank. "Oomph, you still dare to quibble. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. Emo Shiochi, come out." The Guardian Elder turned around and said to the Guardian Hall, "Buzz." A disciple wearing the Soul Devourer clan's uniform walked out from the shadows of the Guardian Hall and quickly appeared in front of everyone. Long face, a very, very long face. If one were to talk about the face of a horse, the horse's face would not be as long as his. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the horse-faced man. He didn't recognize this person and had never heard of the name Emo Shiochi. Disciple Emo Shiochi greets Uncle Master. Emo Shiochi bowed to the Protector Elder the moment he appeared, then stood respectfully to the side, waiting for the Protector Elder to interrogate him. The Five Elements sect is a righteous sect. As the Guardian Elder of the Divine Command Peak, I have the obligation to protect the sect's prestige. I will absolutely not allow a piece of rat shit to tarnish the Five Elements sect's reputation. After a righteous speech, the Protector Elder amiably said to Emo Shiochi, "Martial Nephew Emo, if you have any grievances, feel free to speak frankly. The Soul Devourer clan, the Longhu sect, and the Five Elements sect are like a strip of water separated by a strip of water. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. If you have any grievances, I will definitely uphold justice for you. I will absolutely not tolerate evil." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Emo Shiochi bowed respectfully to the Protector Elder again. Immediately, his eyes turned red and bloodshot. He suddenly pointed at Chu Yang. his eyes emitting a bone-deep hatred. It's him. He colluded with the Thousand Devil sect in the Thunder Realm and used the Sky Thunder Beast to kill all the brothers of the Soul Devourer clan and the Longhu sect. Only I escaped. Uncle Master, please uphold justice for us. Boom! Outside the Great Hall of Protectors, a series of shocking voices erupted. Everyone was stunned by Imo Shiochi's words. Colluding with the Devil sect to murder a fellow sect's disciple is a serious crime. It's even more serious than breaking the sect's rules. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? Although Chu Yang is very shocking, he doesn't have such strength. That's not necessarily the case. If not, how could Mo Shiochi's eyes turn red the moment he saw Chu Yang? And the Soul Devourer clan and the Longhu sect's people being murdered can't be faked. We'll know once we investigate. Moreover, if Chu Yang colluded with the Thousand Devil sect, it makes sense that he killed the powerful disciples of the Soul Devourer clan and the Longhu sect. Chapter 416. Imo Shiochi looked at the boiling crowd, and a trace of sinister pride flashed through his eyes. Just now, his acting was not bad, and this was also the reason why the Soul Devourer clan sent him to the Five Elements sect. The Dragon Tiger sect did not have such a talent, otherwise it would not be just him but two. Two people's accusations were much more powerful than one person's. Chu Yang looked at Imo Shiochi, his killing intent dense. Those bastards from the Soul Devourer clan and the Five Elements sect actually had such a stupid idea, to join forces with those bastards from the Five Elements sect to kill him. He had to admit that this was greatly beyond his expectations. Elder Protector had actually summoned Imo Shiochi long ago. Clearly, he had been prepared long ago. However, this was originally a groundless matter, full of loopholes. How could it stump Chu Yang? You said that I killed people from the Soul Devourer clan and the Dragon Tiger sect. Then who did I kill? Please tell me. Chu Yang's gaze was cold, sharp, and aggressive. You killed my senior brother Murong Huan and senior brother Yang Chung from the Dragon Tiger sect. Murong Huan and Yang Chung. After confirming that it was them, Chu Yang's expression became even more sarcastic. What's your senior brother Murong Huan's cultivation level? And what's your senior brother Yang Cheng's cultivation level? Imo Shiochi was already prepared and said angrily, although senior brother Murong and senior brother Yang are both in the 5th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, you colluded with the Thousand Demon sect and even used the Sky Thunder Beast. How could they be your match? Ridiculous. Chu Yang laughed, making Imo Shiochi's heart skip a beat. You keep saying that I killed someone and who I killed. Then tell me, how did I kill them? There must be a process to killing someone. As long as you say something wrong and get caught, your lie will be exposed. I want to see how you make it up. Oomph. Imo Shiochi was filled with righteous indignation. Do you think I don't know your tricks? You obtained the Thousand Devil Thunder from the Thousand Devil sect, and then tricked the Sky Thunder Beast into eating it. When senior brother Murong and senior brother Yang went to obtain the Heavenly Thunder Earthly Fire Fruit, they were completely caught off guard. Because of the Thousand Devil Thunder and the thunderstorm power in the Sky Thunder Beast body, they were directly blown to death. Your senior brother Murong and senior brother Yang were both killed by the explosion. What about the Hellfire Fruits? Can you tell me what happened to them? Imo Shiochi finally panicked. This was not the original plan. After he accused Chu Yang, the Guardian Elder was supposed to stand up, pin a crime on him, and kill Chu Yang. How could he allow Chu Yang to interrogate him? However, would the Guardian Elders dare to do so now? After what happened just now, the Protector Elder already knew how powerful Chu Yang was, so if he dared to stand up now, once Chu Yang completely refuted him, his reputation would be tarnished. If you don't want to answer, then I'll answer for you. Chu Yang sneered. Naturally, the Heavenly Thunder Earthly Fire Fruit was also destroyed. According to your logic, I killed your senior martial brother without any motive, right? Who knows what your reason is? Imo Shiochi immediately retorted. Furthermore, your heart is vicious, just like those people from the Devil's sect, killing people for fun. Interesting. Chu Yang's expression became even more sarcastic. Let me ask you again, You said that I colluded with the Thousand Devil sect. Then who exactly did I collude with from the Thousand Devil sect? What's his surname, name, strength, and appearance? Emo Shiochi's eyes flashed. Colluding with the Thousand Devil sect to harm the disciples of a friendly sect is a great crime. You did it in an extremely secretive manner. How would I know who it was? You don't even know who it is, and you say that he is a disciple of the Thousand Devil sect? Chu Yang's voice suddenly became sharp. You don't know who he is, and you say that I colluded with the Thousand Devil sect. Is there water in your head? Or is there water in my head? Do you know how to lie? Do you need me to teach you? You. Emo Shiochi choked, unable to refute. You. If I colluded with the Thousand Devil sect, don't tell me that I don't even know how to kill people to silence them, leaving an idiot like you to embarrass himself and make a fool of himself. Don't you even know how to lie? With these words, the surrounding disciples were once again in an uproar, saying that Chu Yang colluded with the Thousand Devil sect, but didn't even know who the devil was. Wasn't this too laughable? Could it be that you said you colluded and everything you said was up to you? And the simplest thing was, Chu Yang was so stupid that he didn't know how to kill people, and let this horse-faced Emo Shiochi kill him. Completely illogical, very laughable. That's right. Chu Yang didn't have a motive to kill people at all. If he wanted to kill people, it must be for the Hellfire Fruit. He couldn't have blown up the Hellfire Fruit and done all this for nothing. This horse-faced guy is really full of lies, full of flaws. Everyone was discussing. Emo Shiochi heard the discussions around him, and his eyes were a little flustered. Before coming here, he never expected that he would be interrogated by Chu Yang. In any case, you're the one who murdered Senior Brother Morong and Senior Brother Yang. That devil from the Thousand Devil sect, I will definitely find him. Chapter 417. As soon as the one-armed young man appeared, there was a burst of exclamations. The surroundings went silent as everyone looked at him. Seeing this one-armed young man, Emo Shiochi was already flustered. To be more precise, he was already terrified. Any outer sect disciple would feel fear when they were stared at and hated by thousands of disciples inside and outside the Five-Element sect. Not to mention Emo Shiochi. How could it be like this? Emo Shiochi was already in a state of panic. His heart was trembling. Forget about the core disciples and true disciples of the Five-Element sect. Even the saint had appeared. Martial Uncle. Emo Shiochi looked at the Guardian Elder for help. Originally, he thought that this was just a simple mission. With him as a witness and the Guardian Elder's help, killing Chu Yang would be a piece of cake. But now, it seemed that not only would he fail to achieve his goal, but he would also die without a burial ground. Things had developed to this point. Not only Emo Shiochi, but even the Guardian Elder had never expected that the Saint of Violence would appear. There was no doubt that his stance was clear. Now, he could not even protect himself. The Saint of Violence did not seem to have a good impression of Chu Yang. In fact, the Saint of Violence did not even know Chu Yang. But the Guardian Elder clearly knew that the Saint of Violence had a grudge against the Soul Devourer clan. Also, thousands of disciples were here. They were all looking at him and knew of his actions today. Damn it, the Guardian Elder was already frightened. Things had already escalated to this point. Moreover, it was no longer a simple problem. It concerned the dignity and face of the Five-Element sect. What he had done before was a complete disgrace to the Five-Element sect. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. While everyone was sizing up the one-armed young man, the so-called Saint of Violence, Chu Yang was also observing him. The moment this one-armed figure entered Chu Yang's eyes, he felt as if countless demonic beasts had rushed into his consciousness. A wild aura seemed to have drowned his mind. Not only that, but there was also a hint of blood in this wild aura. Chu Yang felt that this violent holy son could go berserk at any time and destroy everything. As he stood in the void, it was as if a door to a primitive world had opened, and a primitive aura rushed out faintly. Beast essence. The Jin Yuan he cultivates is all beast essence. No wonder his title is so strange. If he explodes, he will definitely be extremely violent. Yes. While Chu Yang was observing the one-armed young man, the one-armed young man suddenly felt as if someone had seen through him. He couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. The one-armed young man's gaze had the coldness and malice of a snake, the sharpness of an eagle, the pressure of a tiger, and the nobility of a dragon. It was very eye-catching. As soon as Chu Yang's gaze met his, he felt as if countless demonic beasts were pouncing on him. His spirit was shaken, and layers of phantoms appeared. Every demonic beast seemed to have pounced on empty air and bit on the phantoms. Not bad. The one-armed young man was secretly surprised. Greetings, Saint of Violence. All the disciples of the 5 elements sect present bowed to the one-armed young man after recovering from their shock. Their eyes were filled with awe, and many of them were filled with admiration. He has no malice towards me. At this moment, Chu Yang was also ecstatic in his heart. His original intention was to refute Mo Xiuqi and get rid of the trouble. That's all. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would actually cause such a huge commotion and actually draw out a saint child. This time his life should be safe. Lin Yinxing, who is he? The one-armed young man did not point at Mo Xiuqi, but his sharp eyes looked at the guardian elder. Lin Yinxing was the guardian elder's name. Chapter 4:18. Violent Saint, this matter. Tell me who he is. Guardian elder Lin Yinxing tried to explain, but was interrupted by the one-armed youth. Instantly, Guardian Elder's face tightened as he felt humiliated. He could only tell the truth. This is the disciple of the Soul Devourer clan, Mo Xiuqi. What is his identity? Guardian Elder's pupil shrank. While he was hesitating, the one-armed youth's eyes suddenly lit up as he released an aura to suppress him. Wong. The two of them confronted each other. In an instant, a cover appeared on both of them, but it disappeared in a flash. Not many people could clearly see what happened during this period of time. They only heard Lin Yinxing's muffled groan and directly kneeled down with a thud. Domain. It was a confrontation between domains. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This was the first time he witnessed a confrontation between domains of soul reincarnation realm experts. The Saint Child of Violence was extremely brutal. His domain was like a human stomping a bug to death. He directly suppressed the Guardian Elder to the point that he couldn't even release his domain. Can you answer me properly now? The one-armed youth said coldly. What is his identity? Soul Devourer clan's core disciple. What is he doing here? Suing Chu Yang for murdering Murong Huan and Yang Cheng. Guardian Elder was extremely obedient. He answered every question and didn't dare to disobey at all. He no longer had the aura of I'm the only one in the world and my words are the rules. Suing? The one-armed youth looked at Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing coldly. It was as if he was looking at a hungry wolf looking at a lamb, causing Guardian Elder to shiver. Are you sure? Mo Xiuqi is indeed here to sue Chu Yang. Guardian Elder Lin Yin insisted on this point. If they were to file a complaint, it would make sense for him to accept Mo Xiuqi's complaint. After all, a commoner could still file a complaint against a corrupt official to the emperor. Furthermore, such a statement would definitely not disgrace the 5 Elements sect. What is the relationship between Mo Xiuqi and Murong Huan? What is his relationship with Yang Cheng? Also, Murong Huan is a lonely soul in the Soul Devourer clan. Does he not have any elders or family? After he died, he could only rely on a mere Mo Xiuqi to sue and redress his grievances. When has the Soul Devourer clan been so sullen? Can you tell me about it? Murong Huan was a direct disciple of the Soul Devourer clan. Soul Devourer clan had even nurtured him as a saint. Even had a grandfather was an elder of the Soul Devourer clan. Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing knew very well that his lies were not valid. You can't say anything? The one-armed young man's gaze was extremely cold. He looked coldly at Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing. I don't care what you and those ghosts in the sect are up to. Slap. Guardian Elder was directly slapped. Instantly, the entire place fell into a dead silence. But Even if you don't care about your face, I still want my face. Slap. Another slap to the face. Even if you want to be a dog wagging its tail, I'm not interested. I don't mind if you're used to kneeling, but you can't make me kneel too. Slap. Slap. Every sentence was a slap to the face. The slap caused the guardian elder's cheeks to swell up and all his teeth to fall out. He looked extremely miserable. However, no one sympathized with him. His actions were a disgrace to the Five Elements sect. He made the Five Elements sect look like an obedient dog in front of the Soul Devourer sect. Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing could accept this, but the one-armed young man couldn't. He couldn't tolerate it, and this was the reason for this scene. It could be said that the one-armed young man didn't want to lose to the Soul Devourer clan. Many people in the Five Elements sect knew the reason, including Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing. Lin Yinxing, do you think you deserve to die? Boom. Everyone's heart trembled. Was the Saint of Violence going to kill the Guardian Elder? Chapter 419. Guardian Elder Lin Yinxing was still kneeling on the ground. He couldn't stand up and didn't know how to defend himself. The crowd was in an uproar. What the violent Holy Sun said is right. A mere core disciple actually dares to come and slap our Five Elements sect's face. That's right. Back then, the violent Holy Sun and his group of senior brothers were also in the Thunder Domain. They were humiliated by the Soul Devourer clan, and a conflict broke out in the end. The violent Holy Sun's elder brother was killed by the Soul Devourer clan. However, at that time, the Soul Devourer clan was very strong, so there was no explanation at all. Not only was there no explanation, I heard that the Soul Devourer clan's reason was that when the disciples of the two sects clashed, casualties were inevitable. If they died, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. As for the matters of the younger generation, the older generation doesn't need to interfere. Let them settle it themselves. When Shuyang heard this, he immediately understood the reason why the one-armed youth was so angry. The friction between the Five Elements sect and the Soul Devourer clan was far more intense than he had imagined. You heard it, Lin Yinxing. Slap. The one-armed youth ruthlessly slapped the Guardian Elder and sent him flying. When the two sects clash, casualties are inevitable. If they die, they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. So, even if Junior Brother Chu really killed a member of the Soul Devourer clan, so what? And what did you do just now? Bang! With a whoosh, the one-armed young man appeared in front of the Guardian Elder in a flash. Then, he ruthlessly stomped his foot down. The Guardian Elder's body instantly bent like a bow. Then, he was directly stomped into the ground. A mere core disciple of the Soul Devourer clan, you dare to talk to him as an equal. A mere core disciple of the Soul Devourer clan, you dare to treat his bullshit framing as an imperial edict? A mere core disciple of the Soul Devourer clan, you dare to treat him like a master and serve. Bang! The one-armed youth seemed to get angrier as he spoke. He directly stomped the Guardian Elder into the ground and completely disappeared. Rumble. The ground exploded, and the Guardian Elder struggled out of the ground. His swollen face twitched, and his eyes were full of hatred. However, when the one-armed young man looked at him coldly, he fell to his knees again. Junior Brother Chu, kill this insignificant disciple of the Soul Devourer clan. The one-armed youth looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Can you be more straightforward?" Everyone present was shaken, shocked by the single-armed youth's decisiveness, domineering. The Soul Devourer clan dared to come to the Five Elements sect and slap their faces, so they must die. Thump! Thump! Emoshiochi was so scared that he kept retreating. His face was full of fear. He originally thought that this mission couldn't be any simpler, but it turned out to be like this. His life was at risk. Huh. After being stunned for a moment, Chu Yang laughed out loud. Although it's only a false accusation and a false accusation, and it's unavoidably a bit too much to kill, he's really evil. No matter what kind of place the Five Elements sect is, he dares to act presumptuously. If he doesn't kill the Five Elements sect, where will he put his face? Therefore, it's not that I want to kill him, but that he's courting death. Whoosh. Chu Yang looked coldly at Emo Shiochi. Are you ready to die? You'll probably die very quickly. You'll do it. Yes, I'll do it. What if you lose? Emo Shiochi saw that Chu Yang's cultivation was only at the Chi Soul realm and saw a glimmer of hope for survival. He couldn't help but sneer. If you lose, can your 5 elements sect afford to lose? After saying this, he looked directly at the Saint of Violence, obviously waiting for the Saint of Violence to answer. If you win, you can safely leave the 5 elements sect. Huh? Hearing the one-armed youth's words, Emo Shiochi completely threw caution to the wind. He sneered loudly and said, "What bullshit Saint of the 5 elements sect? You don't even have the slightest bit of judgment. You're just a piece of trash at the Chi Soul realm, and you want him to kill me." Chapter 420. Senior Brother Violent. His words are a bit harsh. How about I teach him a lesson first? Chu Yang didn't even look at Emo Shiochi. After a pause, he looked at the 5 element sect disciples behind him with a smile. Hey, why aren't you guys laughing? Doesn't this bug know that you guys don't know about my heaven-defying martial prowess? Huh. On the life and death arena, many people saw Chu Yang's amazement. Wang Zimo was also at the first layer of the ascending soul tier, like Emo Shiochi, but in front of Chu Yang, he was nothing. He was directly crushed into despair. All of a sudden, many disciples burst into laughter. Junior Brother Chu, you must make this dog understand what you mean by "are you in despair?" That's right, the Soul Devourer clan is so self-aware. Junior Brother Chu, let them see the might of our 5 element sect. Don't kill him too quickly, or else "are you in despair" is too difficult to understand. I'm afraid he really can't understand it. The clamor of the group of disciples made the many core disciples and true disciples of the 5 elements sect very surprised. Not to mention them, even the one-armed youth was very surprised. Just by a short observation, he knew that Chu Yang was extraordinary. However, he was still a little worried in his heart. However, the situation in front of him and the reaction of many 5 element sect disciples made him very surprised. Emo Shiochi was also very surprised. He didn't know where these idiots of the 5 element sect got their confidence from. Didn't they know that it was absolutely impossible for a Chi Soul tier to defeat an ascending soul tier? This was an unchanging principle of martial arts. Don't worry, I'll make him die very rhythmically. Ha! The disciples of the 5 elements sect burst into laughter again. Chu Yang's words had made them feel carefree. In fact, it was even more emotional than the words "are you in despair." Many true disciples, those who hadn't seen Chu Yang's strength and the one-armed youth, couldn't help but look at Chu Yang at this time. They saw that Chu Yang's expression was very relaxed, and he didn't take Emo Shiochi seriously at all. He smiled very brightly, showing 8 teeth. Are you ready? This time, I'll slap you on the right side of your face. Chu Yang was all smiles. He was even more arrogant than anyone present had imagined. His disdain completely enraged Emo Shiochi. You? Pa! Before many people could understand what was going on, the crisp sound of slap rang out. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Yang had already appeared where Emo Shiochi was originally standing, while Emo Shiochi was sent flying by the slap. Many of the true disciples of the 5 element sect were extremely shocked. The one-armed young man's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Although this move seemed simple, there was too much logic behind it. At the very least, Chu Yang's strength had already completely suppressed Emo Shiochi's. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to accomplish this. The more they thought about it, the more shocked the one-armed young man and the others became. They stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. Emo Shiochi, how are you now? Are you more clear-headed? Chu Yang said indifferently. This time, you must be prepared. It's just a sneak attack. Before Emo Shiochi could finish his words, another crisp sound rang out. Emo Shiochi was sent flying again. Is this also a sneak attack? Chu Yang rubbed his nose. Am I not speaking human language? Why can't he understand? Huh. The group of Five Elements sect disciples couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Junior Brother Chu, don't speak human language. How can a vicious dog understand? Are you saying that Junior Brother Chu is a dog and can speak dog language? Be careful. Junior Brother Chu will make you die very rhythmically. That's right, that's right. You deserve to be slapped. The Five Elements sect disciples were also very mocking. If Chu Yang wanted to kill Mo Xiuqi, there was no suspense at all. This Chu Yang is not simple. Chapter 421. Boom. On the other side, Mo Xiuqi pushed off the ground with his hand and stood up fiercely. It was as if he was venting all his humiliation and anger into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Chu Yang, you are very fast, but do you think you can kill me like this? The voice came from between his teeth. At this time, Mo Xiuqi had already walked out of the smoke and dust, his face twisted and ferocious. Chu Yang glanced at him, stretched out his hand, and said, "You seem to be very capable. Please show me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Die! Mo Xiuqi roared. Following his roar, the void hummed and ripples spread out. A huge wave of soul pressure pressed down on Chu Yang. However, what shocked him was that his soul pressure seemed to be just a gust of wind. It only raised Chu Yang's hair and fluttered Chu Yang's sleeves. Chu Yang didn't move from the beginning to the end, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Even the five-colored little beast on his shoulder didn't seem to be affected. Yeah. It only cried out nonstop, as if it was saying, "Don't be too fierce, or you won't have a good time." This scene made the world go silent. Only Guai's cries could be heard. Even though they had seen Chu Yang resist the soul pressure of an ascending soul realm cultivator in the life and death arena, they were still shocked when they saw it again. How is this possible? He can actually resist the soul pressure. How'd he do it? This was the question in the hearts of many core disciples and true inheritors. It was also the question in everyone's hearts. This was too shocking. This Junior Brother Chu is indeed not ordinary. My feeling just now was not wrong. I was worried for nothing. The one-armed youth looked at Chu Yang now, and his eyes were filled with shock. The Guardian Elders and the disciples of the Guardian Hall knew that Chu Yang was extraordinary because of Chu Yang's violent resistance. However, seeing it with their own eyes was far more impactful than hearing it. The most effective method of the ascending soul tier to the Chi soul tier has failed. Are you in despair now? Chu Yang's words caused the hearts of many to tremble violently. When they looked at Chu Yang again, they could only curse in their hearts, this monster. So what? Mo Xiuqi's heart was trembling, but he could not reveal it. If he did, he would die without a doubt, and there would be no more hope. Chu Yang, so what if you have the means to resist my soul pressure? Can your Jin Yuan compare to mine? He was trying to find confidence for himself, looking for a reason to support himself. The reason of Jin Yuan calmed his panicked heart slightly, and he said coldly, "I can still kill you as easily as killing a chicken or a dog." And Mo Xiuqi's words came to an end. In his eyes, he saw a figure quickly approaching him. Although he was already prepared and formed a shield with Jin Yuan to protect himself, the shield was like a piece of paper. A hand directly pierced through it and grabbed his neck. How is this possible? How is this possible? His Jin Yuan is even more shocking than mine. The ascending soul tier Jin Yuan was actually inferior to the Chi soul tier's Jin Yuan. He did not need to be confused anymore. Chu Yang's hand directly broke his neck. You said that you can kill anyone as easily as killing a chicken or a dog. Mo Xiuqi could no longer hear this sentence, and the whole place was silent. The scene on the life and death arena repeated itself, and the people who saw it were still extremely shocked. A Chi soul tier killing an ascending soul tier cultivator as easily as killing a chicken or a dog, especially when Chu Yang was only at the 5th level of the Chi soul tier, 5 elements Yuan. Yeah. Xiao Guai's cry broke the silence. It was very angry, and felt that Chu Yang should not casually kill people. Chu Yang was too cruel, Too cruel. Chuyang heard Xiao Guai's cry and smiled bitterly in his heart. Who want to kill? But how could they not kill? He killed people. He was so cruel, and he was so cruel. Today he had to endure and be careful, racking his brains to save his own life. What else could he do? Moreover, he was lucky today, or the one who would be dead now would be him. Chapter 422. Chuyang turned to look at him and flicked his little head. Little Guai, you're just a Hello Kitty. You can have opinions, but I'll ignore them. You'll ignore me even if I'm a Hello Kitty too. A rumbling voice came from the horizon, and 7 to 8 figures appeared instantly. Among them, a middle-aged man with a goatee glared angrily at Chuyang and arrived at the scene in an instant. Goat, sloppy king. Fuck, this goat is only here now. He's obviously here to teach me a lesson. Chuyang cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Uncle Goat was Divine Command Peak's Peak Master, Sui Yunfu, and that sloppy great uncle was Array Peak's Peak Master, Long Feast. Apart from these two, there are also Thousand Sword Peak's Peak Master, Du Guanghua, Medicine Peak's Peak Master, and the rest. How would I dare to be the invincible and omnipotent Peak Master? Subconsciously, Little Six and Little Black realized that they were far less shameless than Chuyang. Chuyang's face immediately turned into that of dogs. Almost all the Five Elements sect disciples were speechless when they saw Chuyang sucking up to Sui Yunfu. This Chuyang, Chuna, and the rest were relieved, but at this moment, Chuna couldn't bear to look at Chuyang anymore. Peak Master, my respect for you is endless like the surging river, and also like smack. Sui Yunfu smacked Chuyang hard on the back of his head, and it was like a flying sword that directly pierced into the ground. You still dare to laugh with me? Am I that close to you? Many people held back their laughter. Chuyang was really in a sorry state, but from the tone of the Divine Command Peak's Peak Master, they knew that Chuyang was definitely not in any danger. Chuyang was also very depressed. Of course, he wasn't injured, but he directly pierced into the ground with his face. He might be the first person in history to do so. Goatee, I'll remember this. One day, I'll definitely make you bury your face in the ground. Since he was going to be beaten up anyway, and since he had already made a fool of himself, Chuyang was too lazy to move. He pretended to be an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. He couldn't see anything, so there was no danger at all. This scoundrel. The Peak Masters couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, only Little Guai's cries could be heard. Its little claws pointed at Yunfu, saying that he was too fierce. Little thing, you Hello Kitty, go to the side and stay there. Seeing that Chuyang still did not move, Sui Yunfu was both angry and amused. If you dare to play dead there again, do you believe that I won't kick you to death? Shua! Chuyang propped his hands on the ground and pulled his head out. He immediately said in a flattering tone, the omnipotent, tall, mighty, extraordinarily handsome Peak Master 1,000 times a night. I wasn't pretending to be dead just now. I was thinking about life. The one-armed youth was speechless. This brat was too shameless. Thinking about life, Sui Yunfu snorted coldly. Then, with a bang, Chuyang's face was buried in the ground again. Damn! Chuyang was furious. He wasn't worried about being killed. Needless to say, there were so many disciples of the Five Elements sect here. If Sui Yunfu wanted him to kill him, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. He had already known Sui Yunfu's intention when he had first opened his mouth. Rumble. The soil exploded. Chuyang soared into the sky and said angrily, Old bastard, what do you want? You made such a disgraceful old thing and took control of the entire Divine Command Peak. You still have a face? Do you still think you're in the right? The disgraceful old thing was naturally Lin Yinxing, the Guardian Elder. How audacious! Everyone's eyelids twitched. Chuyang was really born in the year of the dog. He turned hostile just like that. Now, he even bit Sui Yunfu. Chapter 423. Old bastard. Chuyang actually dared to scold him in front of so many people. Sui Yunfu was so angry that even his goatee stood up. He grabbed Chu Yang's leg and used it as a hammer to hammer the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Was this still the Divine Command Peak Lord, that rigid and serious guy? His nature has been exposed, the sloppy King Long Fij commented. Immediately, the other Peak Lords couldn't help but laugh. When Sui Yunfu heard this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He also realized that he was abnormal. He wasn't this kind of person. It was just that a casual sentence from Chu Yang, this little bastard, made him angry. Then, he couldn't help but be shocked. He suddenly realized that the hammer in his hand seemed to be very powerful. It was wrapped in 5-colored true yuan. When it touched the ground seemed to automatically move away. 5 elements true yuan. Sui Yunfu was shocked. When Chu Yang caused such a big commotion, he was the one who showed up. So, he naturally knew that Chu Yang was heaven-defying. He could resist the soul pressure of the divine soul meridian at the Qi soul realm. However, he didn't know that Chu Yang cultivated true yuan of the 5 elements. The path he chose was also the most difficult to walk. He actually intended to cultivate the 9 most basic true yuan. Sui Yunfu's eyes flickered. He glanced at the sloppy King Long Fij and the others from the corner of his eyes. As if they hadn't noticed, he immediately sent a threatening message. Bastard, hurry up and put away your 5 elements true yuan. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm making a hammer right now. Chu Yang replied in his mind, but he didn't dare to scold him. This Divine Command Peak Lord was too unscrupulous. How could he copy him so easily? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll use you to forge iron. You're amazing. However, it was too late. When Chu Yang replied, Sui Yunfu heard waves of surprised cries. His face couldn't help but fall. 5 elements true yuan. This little bastard isn't simple. Did we make a loss in business before? Bullshit. The Divine Command Peak is a place to raise dogs and play with puppets. It's not suitable for a little bastard like him to stay in the Divine Command Peak. Naturally, it was Long Feast and the other Peak Masters. Hey, brat, are you interested in changing your mountain and going to the Thousand Sword Peak? Thousand Sword Peak's Peak Master Du Guanghua. Chu Yang didn't dare to let out a fart. He was currently making a hammer. If it weren't for his strong body and powerful true elemental energy, he would have already died. But even so, his whole body's muscles and bones were shaking, and his entire skeleton was about to be shattered. Also, this guy's invitation was too insincere. If you had directly pressed the goat to the ground and rubbed it, this young master would have agreed immediately if he was no longer in danger. He really didn't know how to conduct himself. Kid, they seem to think highly of you. What do you think? Hoo. Sui Yunfu spun Chu Yang around like a windmill. The wind whistled loudly. What else can Chu Yang do? Your intentions are already very clear. That omnipotent Peak Master, I was born as a member of the Divine Command Peak, and I'll die as a ghost of the Divine Command Peak. They all don't know how to behave. Rumble. Chu Yang intended to be an expert, hinting at the Peak Masters, but his entire body directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. Not bad. I like you like this. Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. Even the Saint of Violence's mouth couldn't help but twitch. If the Peak Masters of the Divine Command Peak were like this, it seemed that this junior brother Chu was very popular. Many of the 5 Elements sect's disciples naturally saw the fishy relationship between the Peak Masters and couldn't help but feel envious. And only someone like Chu Yang would be fought over by the Peak Masters. The hammering stopped, but the Peak Masters knew that it was too late. They missed the time when Chu Yang would be deeply grateful. Peak Master, I didn't expect you to be my most handsome admirer. Sorry for the disrespect. Chu Yang's shadow was very large. The karmic retribution for the sins he had committed had finally arrived. He really wanted to say that he didn't believe in Buddhism, so don't do karmic retribution to him. If that was the case, he might go to the 18th level of hell after death, and he might have to do all the bad things in the future. My most handsome admirer. Chapter 424. Huh. It was unknown who laughed first, but it should be the new disciple. Only the new disciple knew that he was the most handsome. Sui Yunfu's face couldn't help but darken in the midst of everyone's laughter. Chu Yang, this little bastard, was obviously sincere. How could I, a peak master, become the admirer of a shameless person? Brat, prick up your ears and listen carefully. Sui Yun floated above Chu Yang's head and gave him a knock. After beating Chu Yang into a quail, he said, "First, from now on, you are a core disciple of the Divine Command Peak. If you continue to bully the weak, I will skin you alive." Chu Yang didn't agree with the first point. What did he mean by bully the weak? He was the one who was being attacked by people all day. Ever since he entered the Five Elements sect, he had never stopped. Secondly, in the Divine Command Peak's core disciple competition in a month's time, you will be the champion of this competition. You can only educate the challengers. You can't kill or cripple them. Damn. A month later, the core disciples competition hasn't even started yet, and I, this young master, am already the number one. How many people would hate me, ah? How many people would want to cut me into pieces, ah? Didn't you want me to fall into the abyss of suffering? You want me to fall into the abyss of hell? I protest. Chu Yang turned from a quail into a hedgehog, his hair standing on end. I protest from the first point to the second point. Peak Master, what do you mean by bully the weak? I am simply a refugee in the Divine Command Peak. I am beaten black and blue all day, and you don't allow me to fight back? You said that I am loved by everyone, and I don't have a problem with that. But why are you making enemies for me? The core disciple competition hasn't even started yet, and you are already encouraging your senior brothers and sisters to beat me up. You have malicious intentions. This scene made everyone speechless. How is the Divine Command Peak Master still the Divine Command Peak Master? Moreover, they also realized that anything related to Chu Yang would easily become nonsensical. You have malicious intentions. Swish! Sui Yunfu instantly arrived in front of Chu Yang and started to beat him up. The muffled sound were like firecrackers, endless. Yeah. Xiao Guai jumped out and stood up. It pointed at Sui Yunfu with its little paw and cried out, loudly accusing him of being a bad person. Hello Kitty, go away. Little Guai was once again struck by Hello Kitty. Now, it didn't understand what was going on. Immediately, a contemplative and confused look appeared in its transparent eyes. So cute. In an instant, Chu Na, Wang Xiaoman, and even Yi Chi Mei, who saw this scene, could not help but feel extremely moved. The female disciples of the Five Elements sect all looked like them. Number 3. Sui Yunfu directly announced the third decision regarding Chu Yang's punishment. Face the wall at the peak, face the wall for 1 year. Was this some kind of protection? Chu Yang pondered in his heart. It would be difficult for someone to find trouble with him if he stayed at the facing wall peak. That omnipotent peak master, you've been sentenced to 1 year of imprisonment. Can you postpone the execution? Chu Yang had a fawning face. Your little lackey, have a huge sum of money now. I want to go to the Heavenly Treasure Hall to increase my spending and contribute to the prosperity of the Divine Command Peak. You could give it a try. You don't even agree to this. Old bastard, I'll settle this score for you. Chu Yang was very depressed. If he could go to the Heavenly Treasure Hall to exchange for wind and thunder treasures, he would be able to cultivate wind and thunder true essence very quickly in the face the wall peak. Yes. Little lackey, I'll go face the wall immediately and turn over a new leaf. With that, Chu Yang walked in the direction of the Heavenly Treasure Hall. Where are you going? Sui Yunfu immediately saw through Chu Yang's intentions, causing Chu Yang to curse in his heart. Isn't it just going to the Heavenly Treasure Hall? Do you have to be so discerning? That omnipotent peak master who knows everything. I've been fooled by your intelligence and wisdom. May I ask, where is the face the wall peak? Which direction should I go? Chu Yang really didn't know. Xiao. Sui Yunfu's body moved, and he grabbed Chu Yang in an instant. His true energy surged, and he threw Chu Yang into the sky. When Chu Yang reached the highest point, his true energy erupted, and it turned into a prison carriage, rumbling away. Yeah. Chapter 425. Facing the Wall Peak. There were no peaks, but there were clouds. It seemed like he was in the clouds. Anyway, Chuyang did not see the so-called peak. Under his feet, there was only a narrow space of about half a meter in length and width. The space was 25 square meters in size and surrounded by emptiness. In such a narrow space, he could only curl up into a ball to sleep. He couldn't even hover in the air. A half-meter-tall cover covered him and confined his surroundings. He could only sit cross-legged and face the wall. No, there weren't any mountain walls. There were only clouds. He could only face the clouds. It could be said that this was a huge pillar that pierced through the clouds. Chuyang could only stand on top of it and feel the wind. How was this facing the wall? This was simply being imprisoned. Even being imprisoned wasn't as miserable as this. Damn goat. I'll definitely slaughter you one day and make you drink goat giblets. Chuyang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was too miserable. He didn't even know how to write the word human anymore. This was definitely a special treatment. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to receive such treatment. Yeah. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Guai also cried out. It was basically saying that Chuyang should learn his lesson and not dare to kill people anymore. Chuyang didn't have the mood to care about this Hello Kitty. Even if he wanted to, he had to be able to stand straight. Was he trying to become a hunchback by hunching his back all day? Bang, bang, bang. He suddenly used his strength to attack the cover. However, the cover didn't move at all. On the other hand, his hand hurt quite a bit. Damn it, which bastard set up this torture? He immediately used his genius martial soul and cosmic globe to analyze the cover. The conclusion made him collapse. It was a cover formed by a rank 6 array. A rank 6 array. Chuyang didn't know what realm it corresponded to. He only knew that it was the soul reincarnation realm and the spirit realm. The soul reincarnation realm corresponded to a rank 4 array master, while the spirit realm corresponded to a rank 5 array master. He was only a rank 3 array master. The rank 6 array directly smashed onto his head, causing him to feel dizzy. Damn it, it's not giving me a way out at all. Chuyang tried to look for the seal of the array formation and found it. If he could destroy the seal, he would have the possibility of escaping. However, he was quickly disappointed. The seal wasn't within the 25 square meters. Sigh, I'm really screwed this time. Which bastard is so ruthless? Do I really have to stay here for a year? After Chuyang cursed for a while, he shuddered at the thought of it. He was not the kind of person who could remain motionless for a decade or so. Although he could cultivate, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Therefore, being trapped in this extremely small space for a year was definitely enough to drive him crazy. If I manage to escape, the first thing I'm going to do is eat mutton skewers. Bastard goat. Bang, bang, bang. Chuyang crazily attacked the cover again. The third cycle of Origin Martial, the third cycle of Chi Soul, all of his peak fighting strength burst out. Although he was hunched over in an extremely narrow space, he still burst out with his peak fighting strength. However, the cover still did not budge. Goat, you win. When I get out of here, if I don't lock you in a cage, I'll change my surname to yours. Chuyang finally gave up. However, at this moment, the cover suddenly lit up and a line of words appeared. He, who would be as unlucky as me. The gloating tone caused Chuyang to be stunned. He was obviously not the first person to be tortured like this. Furthermore, the person who left behind these words had an extremely high cultivation in arrays. More words appeared on the cover of Light. We must resist such inhumane torture. Chuyang didn't have much of a reaction at first, but when he saw the words below, he couldn't help but be stunned. Resist and curse with me. 5 elements, old ancestor, you bastard. Chapter 426. Chuyang couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. But he immediately figured it out. So be it. Who can hear it in this godforsaken place? Who knows? He immediately scolded, "Five elements old ancestor, you turtle egg." Soon, the words appeared again. "Five elements old ancestor, you bastard. Five elements old ancestor, you bastard." After scolding, Chu Yang looked at the words that appeared, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Five elements old ancestor, you snake egg." Then there were eggs, bird eggs, rabbit eggs, tiger eggs, lion eggs. Are you sure you're scolding and not crazy? Rabbits, tigers, and lions all have eggs. It seemed that this fellow could understand Chu Yang's feelings very well, and the light on the light shield became even brighter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following that, the entire five elements sect's face appeared on the light barrier. Next, the entire five elements sect's face appeared. Above the light barrier, the entire five elements sect was shaking violently. The Great Mountain Protection Array had been fully activated. It was as though a great enemy had arrived. At this moment, the entire five elements sect had fallen into a great turmoil. The inner five peaks are the Grand Central Five Elements Array. The outer 10 peaks are the 10 Heavens 10 Peaks Array. The one between the two arrays is the Adjudication Array. The array formations on the light shield appeared in Chu Yang's eyes, and Chu Yang instantly had the most intuitive understanding of the overall array formation of the five elements sect. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. According to the scene of the five elements sect displayed on the light screen, where the Great Judgment Formation was located, which was also where the Great Judgment Hall was located, huge bolts of lightning shot out from the ground and bombarded the Great Judgment Hall from top to bottom. The entire Great Judgment Hall seemed to be like a small boat in the sea, shaking. Rumble. Soon, the entire Adjudication Hall collapsed, and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Damn! Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. He just scolded the five elements old ancestor, and he actually caused such a big thing. If he was found out, wouldn't he be finished? The Judgment Hall was independent of the inner five peaks and the outer 10 peaks. It was located on the Judgment Peak between the inner five peaks and the outer 10 peaks. Its position was incomparably revered, but what had just happened? The Judgment Hall on Judgment Peak collapsed. As fellow cultivators, how much hatred did they have for the Judgment Hall? Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Continue scolding. Later, go to the Judgment Formation and steal the Heavenly Tribulation Liquid as well. Hee, that's good stuff. Lightning Tribulation Liquid. Chu Yang was tempted when he heard it. It was obviously a high-grade item, and with this Thunder Tribulation Fluid, he would be able to cultivate the innate Thunder Body and break through to the Chi Soul Realm's 6 directions primordial realm. Since the Judgment Hall had already collapsed, he could only throw caution to the wind. Chu Yang could only hope that his fellow Taoist wouldn't screw him over until there was nothing left of him. Five elements old ancestor, you egg-born thing. When you see someone with a sore on their head, you call them father. When you see someone with pus under their feet, you call them mother. It was still an egg, but as it went on, Chu Yang started to sweat. Greeting the entire family was just child's play. The scolding words at the end simply made Chu Yang feel admiration. At this moment, Chu Yang's scolding had already resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect. Five Elements old ancestor, you egg-born thing. When you see someone with a sore on their head, you call them father. When you see someone with pus under their feet, you call them mother. Five Elements old ancestor. Five Elements old ancestor. The scolding was like thunder that rolled and resounded throughout the Five Elements sect. It instantly caused the Five Elements sect that had fallen into chaos to become still. Soon after, angry roars also resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect. Impudent. Who is the impudent one? Which scoundrel is being impudent? I will definitely grind your bones to dust. The Five Elements sect cannot be humiliated. Scoundrel, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will definitely dig you out. How dare you be impudent in the Five Elements sect? You won't be able to escape. You will definitely die. When the angry roars of the five peak masters of the five inner peaks entered Chu Yang's ears, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This time the stakes were too high. However, it wasn't just that. In the deepest part of the Five Elements Hall of the Five Elements sect, angry roars also resounded. Just the angry roars alone seemed to cause the entire sky to collapse. There was no doubt that it was the sect master of the Five Elements sect. In addition, the Judgment Elder of the Judgment Hall. When Chu Yang looked through the light barrier, the Judgment Elder had already gone mad. He roared continuously, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. The 10 peak masters of the 10 outer peaks were already shaken. However, what made Chu Yang's heart palpitate the most was that the old monster hidden in the Five Elements sect was also completely alarmed. A few of his consciousnesses seemed to have already caught on to him. They should be able to determine his location very soon. The trouble he had caused was really too big. Chu Yang's level of trouble was on the same level as this fellow expert. However, his strength was on a completely different level. Chapter 427. Chu Yang had been imprisoned in a small space. So, it hadn't been long since he had started cursing. The disciples of the Five Elements sect gathered in the Guardian Hall of the Divine Command Peak did not disperse. This was because the Peak Master of the Divine Command Peak, Sui Yunfu, was punishing the Guardian Elders. When Chu Yang cursed the Five Elements sect's founder, this place was instantly in an uproar. Damn it! Who dares to be so bold as to insult our Five Elements sect's founder? This is our Five Elements sect, our territory. If we can't even retaliate when our founder is insulted, we will be ridiculed by the world. This person must die no matter what. This is intolerable. This person is absolutely intolerable. The disciples of the Five Elements sect were all furious. Such a thing actually happened in the Five Elements sect. This was a great humiliation to every disciple and every elder of the Five Elements sect. Could it be someone from the Soul Devourer clan? Some disciples suddenly suspected the Soul Devourer clan. It's impossible for the Soul Devourer clan. Unless they are crazy, it's impossible. Then who else has the ability to activate the Protective Mountain Formation? If it wasn't an expert of the Soul Devourer clan's level, how could the Protective Mountain Formation be activated? What they said seemed to make sense. Could it be that our Five Elements sect didn't give the Soul Devourer clan any face, so the Soul Devourer clan wants to humiliate our Five Elements sect? Just now, our Five Elements sect's new disciple, Chu Yang, killed a Soul Devourer clan disciple. Is the Soul Devourer clan retaliating? If it's really the Soul Devourer clan who insulted our founder, then let's go to war. We will fight them to the death. Chu Yang naturally didn't know about this. If he knew, he would probably break out in cold sweat. Everything was completely beyond his imagination. Senior Sister Chu, this voice seems to be Junior Brother Chu's voice. It can't be him, right? After Wang Xiaoman finished speaking, she was so shocked that she quickly covered her mouth. Chuna also panicked when she heard this. Yichime was right beside them. As for Chu Yang's voice, she couldn't be more familiar with it. If Wang Xiaoman could recognize it, how could she not? She hurriedly explained. How could it be him? Impossible. When Yichime saw Chu Na's anxious expression, she couldn't help but smile. Junior Sister Chu, don't worry. The voice does sound like Junior Brother Chu, and Junior Brother Chu is also very astonishing. However, even a mountain protecting formation has been activated. It shouldn't be Junior Brother Chu. In other words, Chu Yang did not have the ability to do so. Chu Na and Wang Xiaoman didn't say anything. Yichime didn't know about Chu Yang's ability to cause trouble, but they were very clear. Although it seemed impossible, nothing was impossible. Chu Yang had done too many impossible things. Just like Chu Na and Wang Xiaoman, Li Hao, Zhang Tian, Chu Rinxian, Gong Shang, Li Chengfeng, and the others also recognized Chu Yang's voice. It seems to be Junior Brother Chu's voice. It shouldn't be him. Gong Shang said, let's not talk about the others. If Junior Brother Chu were to scold someone, he should be scolding the Peak Master of the Divine Command Peak. If he were to scold the Peak Master, wouldn't he be exposed directly? Do you think Junior Brother Chu is so stupid? At this moment, Chu Rinxian was extremely shocked. He was almost certain that this person was Chu Yang. Chapter 428. You must be that guy, Chu Yang. He pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he has reached such a high realm. When the big meatball Jean Duo heard Chu Yang's voice, he immediately concluded that it was Chu Yang. His whole body bounced up like a ball. Who would think that he has such strength? If he didn't scold Sui Yunfu, who would believe that he scolded him? Brilliant, simply brilliant. Jean Duo admired Chu Yang to the extreme. He had just poked a big hole here, and it had not been repaired yet. On the other side, he directly poked the sky until it was about to collapse. Moreover, even if they knew that it was his voice, they would not suspect him. In addition to these people, many people also thought of Chu Yang. Sui Yunfu, the peak master of the Divine Command Peak, Long Feast, the peak master of the Heavenly Array Peak, and other peak masters present. Also, the guardian elder who was kneeling on the ground quivered the moment he heard Chu Yang's voice. It was as if ice water was poured directly from his head. It was cold to the bone. He thought that it was Chu Yang, but he had no evidence to prove it. If it was Chu Yang, this Chu Yang was too frightening. Chu Yang saw the scene of the Five Elements sect being turned upside down clearly through the light shield. He even saw the discussion between Chu Na, Chu Rin Xian, and the others. Immediately, his heart thumped and almost jumped out of his chest. Oh my heavens, we're really done for this time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by the impact of the ripples in the void, bursts of buzzing sounds were also heard. Tyrannical consciousnesses were about to descend, which made Chu Yang's liver tremble again. Fortunately, at this time, a formation appeared in the small area under his feet. A transmission door less than half a meter high appeared. The five-colored light flowed, and it looked like a beautiful dog hole. This was because the space was too narrow, and the person who set up this formation was simply a genius. There were words on the side of the transmission door. Don't panic, fellow thieves. The wonderful journey of a godly thief is about to begin. Please go through the dog hole to create a glorious scene. Please crawl through the dog hole, you bastard. Although you are a genius, although you are a kindred spirit, Chu Yang still has the heart to kill. As for the dog hole, he wouldn't mind even if it was a mouse hole, let alone a dog hole. He hurriedly shrank his body and crawled into the dog hole. With a swoosh, he drilled in. The moment his figure disappeared, rumbling sounds could be heard. Several consciousnesses descended like lightning, appearing in this place. Unfortunately, they could not see or sense anything. Not here. The tyrannical consciousness let out such a doubtful voice, appearing to be extremely surprised. The initial fluctuations of the formation should have come from here. Another surprised voice sounded. Could it be that someone deliberately confused us? It's obvious that it's impossible to capture any traces of the formation here. Perhaps we've really been misled, and this amount of time is enough for that person to escape. Could it really be the Soul Devourer clan? Why are they so lowly? The person who spoke was somewhat in disbelief. If the big shots of the Soul Devourer clan were so lowly, then it would be too shocking. They might not necessarily be lowly. Perhaps they're deliberately humiliating us. What happened in the Five Elements sect today was very big. There were probably not many people who didn't know about it. These tyrannical consciousnesses obviously knew very clearly. If it's the Soul Devourer clan, I'm afraid the humiliation is secondary. Perhaps they are testing our strength. It seems that we've really let the Soul Devourer clan be too presumptuous these past few years. Today, a small core disciple actually dares to come alone and cause trouble. Suddenly, a voice let out a cold snort. Without some people in the sect, would they dare to do this? The Five Elements sect can have internal strife, but bringing in other sects, persecuting fellow disciples, and even disregarding the sect's reputation, these people should be warned. A voice finally made the final decision, filled with dense killing intent. Chapter 429. Kaka. The sound of wood and metal, as well as the sound of joints, was as dense as raindrops. It was as if heavy rain was pouring down, drowning Chu Yang's ears. In his eyes, countless puppets were imprinted in them. There were humanoid puppets, one after another, as they rushed into his eyes. His pupils seemed to be about to explode. In a trance, he felt as if all the stars in the sky had suddenly appeared in front of him. The sky full of stars, densely packed together, all rushed into his eyes. As expected, there are many like-minded people. Your description is too accurate. I can't help but admire you more. Shu Yang gritted his teeth, and Xiao Guai also cried out. Ka ka ka. The humanoid puppets were either holding sabers or swords. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, whips, hammers, etc. There were all 18 types of weapons. The weapons in each puppet's hands were simple, direct, and violent. There were also some that were breathing fire, water, thunder, wind, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, the 5 elements, wind, thunder, darkness, light, all kinds of elemental energy, bombarding down. There were even some that were setting up formations. Close combat, long-range attacks, all kinds of methods were used. They were organized as one, like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. The puppets were all at the 5th level of the Chi Soul realm, the same as Chu Yang's cultivation. However, with such a large number, such comprehensive methods, and such a shocking scene, Chu Yang felt his scalp go numb. How many nails can a body made of iron be crushed? This time, he would soon know the answer. Xiao Guai, you throw the firecrackers. Xiao Lu, you set up the formation. Xiao He, you absorb the elemental energy of heaven and earth to replenish your elemental energy. Wang Wang Wang, along with the elemental energies of the 5 elements. The elemental energies that countered each other collided and exploded, forming a sharp cone of destruction. Then, it changed into a huge pentagram, and with a hum, it spun at high speed, protecting Chu Yang. Ka-ka. The sound of the puppets' joints being stiff was drowned out. However, as long as the puppets or their attacks met the pentagram, they were all cut apart like a piece of paper. There was no suspense at all. Slowly, the star-like puppets were lined up to be disposed of like trash, chopped up and burned like firewood. The construction of the pentagram anti-heaven star is truly astonishing. Even with such a concentrated attack, the attacks of an army of thousands of men and horses were unable to affect it in the slightest. In fact, the spinning speed of the pentagram anti-heaven star only increased. Chu Yang secretly shivered in his heart, but the consumption of true essence was truly frightening. There were very few people like him who had an extremely dense true essence to support such a circulation. Yeah. A ball of light appeared above each of Little Cub's claws, twisting violently as the power of earth and fire within them raged. It was as if 2 extremely close, explosive bunkers were about to crash into each other due to the earthquake. Boom! Boom! Following Little Guai's cries, 2 balls of light suddenly exploded in the middle of the group of puppets. It was as if 2 large suns had risen. The power of earth was like heavy marbles that splattered in all directions, penetrating and bombarding everything. The flames swept over, burning everything in its path. The sky was filled with puppets, and 2 huge vacuum spaces appeared in the middle. The power was also extremely shocking. Amidst the continuous buzzing and explosions, the pentagram cut through everything tirelessly. Little Guai kept throwing explosions. By the time the 2 of them were about to collapse from fatigue, all the puppets had been swept clean. However, this was just the beginning. Rumble. Chapter 430. Damn it, what's going on? Where the hell is this place? Shu Yang didn't have time to complain. He could only force himself to resist as he activated the pentagram once again. Xiao Guai also started to cry out. It was the same method, but the time it took became extremely long. Every second was torture, and every second was extremely heavy. Naturally, time didn't change. The only difference was that Chu Yang was too tired. Fortunately, Xiao Lu's Blade Radiance and Sword Shadow Array helped him to kill all the light beasts. Fortunately, They're only puppets and light beasts at the 5th level of the Chi Soul realm. Otherwise, I would have really died this time. Chu Yang was so tired that he was about to use his full martial soul. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a whooshing sound. A book of light pierced through from afar and directly entered Chu Yang's consciousness. Immediately, countless information and images surged into his mind. Rays of light and shadows intertwined. His consciousness had completely turned into a world of light and shadows. 1,000 lights and shadows art. This book was a cultivation technique. After Chu Yang understood it, he instantly knew where he was, the 10 heavens and 10 peaks great array of the 10 outer peaks. The Divine Command Peak was a node of this great array. The array seal here used a small dimension as the array seal to support the operation of the great array. Controlling puppets and controlling demonic beasts were the 2 secret techniques of the Divine Command Peak. They seem to be built on the 1,000 lights and shadows art. Haha. Light true origin, darkness true origin. After sensing it again, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. The existence of the 1,000 lights and shadows art allowed him to cultivate light true origin and darkness true origin. Although he couldn't cultivate light true origin and darkness true origin, he was already making progress towards these 2. He suppressed his exhaustion and used his genius martial soul to deduce. The celestial globe was already spinning rapidly in the hands of his genius martial soul. In an instant, 2 visualization images appeared. There was a radiant figure with a pure and holy sun behind its head. It was dazzling and holy, as if it was a miraculous radiant figure. Surrounding it were countless radiant beasts. Each of the beasts had a ray of light that was connected to the radiant figure. The light beasts seemed to be believers of the light shadow, and the lines of light were the lines of faith. The other was a dark figure with a crescent moon behind his head. It was pitch black, and if one looked at it, one soul would be devoured. Countless puppets were controlled by a single shadow. It was as if this dark figure was a devil, controlling and fooling all living things in the world. I have to visualize these 2 figures at the same time to be able to cultivate. The result of the deduction made Chu Yang very shocked. These 2 figures were obviously extremely extraordinary. Just visualizing one of them was already very strenuous. It required a lot of spiritual power. Visualizing 2 figures at the same time was not something an ordinary person could do with their mental strength. Moreover, they had to visualize many light beasts and puppets. No matter how strong Chu Yang's spiritual power was, he could easily withstand the soul pressure of an ascending soul tier. However, when he tried it this time, he found it extremely strenuous. Just as Chu Yang was trying to visualize the 2 figures at the same time, the genius martial soul and the fool martial soul moved strangely. Without any warning, the genius martial soul suddenly shone brightly. Rays of light bloomed from his body. Immediately, his whole body changed into the light figure. Lines of light that were like the lines of faith bloomed, and the other end was connected to the light beasts. A holy sun appeared behind his head. Holy light shone in all directions, illuminating Chu Yang's general consciousness. However, when the holy light fell into the fool martial soul's area, it was completely devoured. The idiot martial spirit also turned pitch black. Just like the dark figure, a black devil moon appeared behind his head, swallowing all the light. Lines of control appeared, one after another. Densely packed puppets were controlled by the idiot martial spirit. Chapter 431. Who are the light and dark figures in the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows? They can make my genius martial spirit and fool martial spirit have such a reaction and even improve. This was very shocking. The light and dark figures were definitely not simple. They should be extremely powerful people. Otherwise, the visualization of them would not be like this. Following the strange reaction of Chu Yang's genius martial spirit and fool martial spirit, the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows was fully activated. Light and shadow instantly intertwined in Chu Yang's body, as if they were intertwining to form the light and dark figures. Light and shadow intertwined in his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and even his blood. Chu Yang's body suddenly became transparent and bright, and sometimes as dark as ink. As the light and shadow flashed, at first glance, it seemed that his flesh and blood had disappeared, and only light and shadow were intertwining. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that he had become a knitting machine, as if he was knitting a sweater and was about to weave a version of himself. This version of himself was intertwined with light and darkness, as if there were countless stars twinkling in the night sky. When this version of himself was completely woven, Chu Yang suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if there was a world hidden in his body, and there was a version of himself living in it. Because of this, the power of his physical body was rapidly increasing. The strength of 5 dragons and 6 elephants. The strength of 5 dragons and 7 elephants. The strength of 5 dragons and 8 elephants. In the end, the strength of 5 dragons and 9 elephants could not rush up anymore, and it stopped. Light and shadow intertwined to form myself. The 2 innate physiques of light and darkness. I have almost completed it. Suddenly, Chu Yang's mind stirred, and his whole body emitted a bright light. Rays of light seemed to be released from the 3,650 pores on his body. In an instant, he felt as if the 3,650 pores on his body were his hands. His whole body was filled with hands. Chi, a ray of light shot out from his finger. He felt it for a moment, and the light was tough and sharp. Whoosh! A shadow under Chu Yang's feet pierced out. This shadow was a shadow line, but it was a relatively large shadow line. It was also very tough and could be released very far away. However, the shadow was like his hand. It could still ruthlessly grab the enemy's throat as if it was his arm. It could also bind the enemy like a rope. With the addition of the light and darkness attribute, my other techniques should be even more impressive, but the phantom technique should be the one with the greatest enhancement. Boom! The real elemental energy in Chu Yang's body exploded. It seemed as if his entire body had suddenly split into hundreds of copies of himself. They spread all over the void, and the illusory images were more realistic and clearer than before. It seemed as if every one of them was a real Chu Yang. Shwa! The hundreds of Chu Yang blurred again, and each of them transformed into 10 figures. However, these 10 figures were much blurrier than before. Before this, Chu Yang would not have been able to do this. Xiao Guai. Suddenly, Chu Yang looked at Lil Guai. His eyes flickered with light and darkness. When he looked at Lil Guai's crystal-like eyes suddenly blurred, as if she were in a dream. Illusion. Of course, Huan Ma could not only conjure illusions, but he also had the talent of illusions. Naturally, Chu Yang had also obtained such a talent, but he had not used it until now. At this time, with the addition of light and darkness, he used it. However, he did not use his full strength. After all, the target was Lil Guai. Yeah, Lil Guai quickly broke free and cried out. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's actions. Chu Yang burst into laughter. However, he was too tired from the previous battle. He directly used the full martial spirit and fell asleep. When Chu Yang was cultivating the 5 Elements sect, the entire 5 Elements sect had already calmed down. However, the influence had just begun. 5 Elements sect, inner 5 peaks. The Raging Flame Peak, which was close to the Fire Element Peak, belonged to the Burning Heaven Saint Sun. Burning Heaven Saint Sun, Burning Heaven Saint Sun's Great Hall. Sitting high up in the main hall was a young man with red hair and red eyebrows. Perhaps because of his red hair and red eyebrows, his face seemed to be very white. There were 5 clear fingerprints on his right cheek. Chapter 432. Zhao Yunlong, not long ago, the Son of God asked me if I was diligent in my work. The red-haired, red-browed youth's voice was calm and soothing. It wouldn't cause anyone to be afraid, but the white-clothed youth, Zhao Yunlong, trembled violently. Now, I'll ask you the same question. Are you diligent in your work? Son of God, this is my fault. I have nothing to say. Please punish me. Zhao Yunlong knelt down. The red-haired, red-browed youth in the hall was naturally the Burning Sky Saint. Punishment? Do you think I want to hear this? The Burning Sky Saint's voice was still calm. I think you should know what kind of reputation I have in the sect. A dog of the Soul Devourer clan. A dog that wagged its tail when it saw the Soul Devourer clan. It was very obedient. For the dignified Five Elements sect Son of God, these words were especially harsh and unpleasant. The Burning Sky Saint should have no face to be the Five Elements sect Son of God. Zhao Yunlong knew what this meant, which was why he was afraid. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Zhao Yunlong's body trembled again. Son of God, we originally agreed with the Soul Devourer clan that they would send an elder over. However, Chu Yang tried to harm Murong Huan. They were afraid that our sect would find out about Chu Yang's extraordinariness and pay attention to him. It would be even harder to kill him. So in the end, they only sent a disciple over. It's over just like that. Son of God, this Chu Yang's temperament and talent far exceed our imagination. I underestimated him too much. Do you know the result of underestimating him? Zhao Yunlong couldn't answer. I'll kill a few genius disciples of the Soul Devourer clan to prove that I'm not a dog of the Soul Devourer clan. It's best if I'm a son of God. What do you think of this result? When the Burning Sky Saint looked at Zhao Yunlong again, there seemed to be a cluster of flames jumping in his eyes. It was as if two flames immediately rushed out and burned Zhao Yunlong to death. Saint, my sins are unforgivable. Zhao Yunlong did not try to defend himself. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he said, my father and younger brother, and even my entire family were annihilated by him. Therefore, Holy Son, please kill him no matter what. I will die with no regrets. I beg you, Holy Son. Oomph. The burning heaven Holy Son coldly snorted. Since you want to kill him, then do it with all your heart. If Meridian doesn't work, then do it with irrefutable evidence. Now that I say this, do you know what to do? Saint, are you talking about Indiho? You're not stupid after all. Zhao Yunlong completely understood what Fentianxing meant. It's just that the people in Da who sent out were indeed killed by Chu Yang, but it's too difficult to find evidence. Whoosh! A blood-colored bead landed in Zhao Yunlong's hand. This is the ghost soul bead that the Divine Sun gave me. I hope that you can make me feel better when I return with the heads of a few genius disciples of the Soul Devourer clan. Yes, Holy Son. Zhao Yunlong had heard of the ghost soul bead before. It seemed that a prince of the Wei nation was killed by someone, but the murderer could not be found. The Wei Emperor was furious and wanted to find a murderer no matter what. So he had this ghost soul bead. The ghost soul bead was made by a mysterious expert. It could show some scenes of that day, and from there, reveal the murderer. Of course, there were conditions, and they were extremely harsh. Not to mention other things, just activating the ghost soul bead once would cause Zhao Yunlong to lose half of his life. Also, during the time that I'm away, you must make sure that nothing goes wrong, Wind Brain. The Wind Brain was also called the Wind Fruit because there seemed to be a brain inside the fruit, so it was called the Wind Brain. The burning heaven Holy Son obtained it by chance, and he did not even dare to let the Divine Sun know. It was something that even the Five Elements sect Divine Sun coveted, so it could be seen how precious it was. Zhao Yunlong did not know how the Wind Brain was born, but he knew two things. First, the Wind Brain could increase one's perception, and even a fool could become a genius after eating it. Second, the Wind Brain could allow one to cultivate the innate wind physique that everyone dreamed of. The burning heaven Holy Son had a fire attribute martial spirit and a fire attribute physique, but he didn't cultivate an innate fire physique. However, the wind helped the fire. Under the effects of the Wind Brain, when he cultivated the wind physique, it was very likely that he cultivated the fire physique at the same time. Therefore, the importance of the wind brain to the burning heaven holy sun could be imagined. Yes, holy sun. Chapter 433. Fellow Taoist, your journey as a great thief is about to begin. You will become the person who will turn the five elements sect upside down after me. I look forward to your performance surpassing mine and turning the five elements sect upside down. After Chu Yang woke up from his deep slumber, he quickly found a teleportation portal and saw a line of words on the teleportation portal. This was definitely a person who didn't mind causing trouble. Beneath the Divine Command Peak was a dimensional world that was used as a formation seal. It was the same for the other peaks. This teleportation portal led to these places. What a talent. I have to admit that you're impressed, although I don't agree with you jumping around blindly. Jumping around blindly would result in being slapped, especially by the one who jumped the highest. However, this wasn't a problem. Chu Yang's heart was burning with passion. He had actually infiltrated the five elements sect's protective mountain formation. The protective mountain formation of the five elements sect had been set up when the five elements sect was established. It retained the most essential things of the five elements sect, and these are the most precious things of the five elements sect. For example, the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows mantra. Such a technique was much more powerful than those things in the Divine Treasure Hall. I wonder what treasures there are ahead. Chu Yang was looking forward to it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation portal. Boom! When Chu Yang passed through the distorted space and appeared on the other side of the Great Judgment Array, he could clearly feel that the light in front of him had dimmed instantly. Then, a rumbling sound of thunder resounded in the air, covering the sky and earth. As he looked over, he couldn't help but be surprised by everything in front of him. Everything in front of him was no less than the thunder space. It was a vast space, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder gathered in the dark clouds, and thunder constantly tore through the sky like silver pythons and descended fiercely. The surrounding air was filled with extremely violent thunder yuan qi. In such a place, even the gentle inner yuan in his body was affected by the thunder and became violent. Formation Seal. Chu Yang quickly discovered that the formation seal had formed a small path that led straight to the deepest part of the space. The square array seal was silvery white in color. Every array seal had lightning flashing within it. Countless lightning arcs spread out, making the array seal shine with a brilliant silver light. It was exceptionally beautiful. The lightning energy here is very dense. Why don't I try to absorb the lightning into my body and cultivate for a while? When the time comes and I find the thunder tribulation liquid, I will have a certain level of immunity to the lightning energy. Then I will be able to absorb it faster. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. He had wanted to do this in the thunder space, but he didn't dare. After all, the thunder space was an open space. If someone randomly jumped out while he was cultivating, he would probably die. After all, it was very dangerous to guide thunder into one's body. Chu Yang pondered for a while. He felt that he shouldn't be able to do that with his strong physical body. So he moved his body and headed toward the array seal where the thunder was denser. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky were even thicker, and the heavenly thunder was even more violent. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless thunderbolts streaked across the sky and then rumbled down, causing the surroundings to become extremely bright. Chu Yang sat cross-legged on the array seal. With a thought, he poured his true yuan into the array seal. After a slight change, silver lightning flashed within the array seal, and the array seal was completely activated. When the array seal was activated, the layers of dark clouds above Chu Yang suddenly surged. The low rumble of thunder was like an ancient thunder beast, letting out an oppressive roar that filled the heavens and earth. Rumble! The dark clouds in the sky churned. A silver lightning bolt, about 10 feet in size, tore through the dark clouds, and swept out at an astonishing speed. It fiercely bombarded Chu Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the lightning platform. Chu Yang looked at the silver lightning bolt that was bombarding him. He hurriedly activated his true yuan to protect his body. Boom! The silver heavenly thunder heavily pounded on Chu Yang's body. His body trembled fiercely, and a piercing pain was emitted from the surface of his body. The dazzling lightning enveloped his entire body. The lightning arcs jumped and unceasingly broke into his body. In an instant, lightning surged through his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. Lightning arcs constantly flashed and were absorbed by his body. Chi-Chi. Chapter 434. The heavenly thunder is indeed overbearing. My true yuan is already at the 5th level of the 3rd revolution and is extremely powerful. Yet, it can still refine my true yuan. Chu Yang was overjoyed. After testing the heavenly thunder for a while, he felt relieved. Indeed, such a level of heavenly thunder could not hurt him. At the same time, as he continued to absorb the power of the lightning attribute true yuan continued to form. Rolling hot currents flowed out at an astonishing speed. Boom! The vigorous and violent lightning attribute true yuan gushed into his meridians like a tide. It was extremely violent and uncontrollable like a wild horse. Huff! Chu Yang gently exhaled. After the heavenly thunder was completely absorbed, he activated the array seal once again. Silver light shone out, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly churned violently. Several heavenly thunders rushed down like angry pythons and bombarded his body. The lightning exploded on the surface of Chu Yang's body. The lightning arcs that contained the heavenly thunder continuously flowed into his body, and he continued to madly absorb the lightning attribute true yuan. Chu Yang stared at the interior of his body. Soon, he discovered that as he continued to absorb the power of heavenly thunder, his body was becoming more and more accustomed to the violent power of thunder and lightning. The violent thunder attribute vital essence in his body also made him feel extremely docile. The heavenly thunder is still not enough. Chu Yang frowned slightly. As his body continued to evolve towards the innate thunder body, the lightning attribute true yuan was churning, and the lightning attribute true yuan was becoming less and less effective. After that, he became bolder. With a thought, he directly activated the array seal's ability to attract lightning to the extreme. Suddenly, silver light surged and the layers of dark clouds in the sky churned violently. Bolts of lightning began to strike down continuously. Chu Yang calmly sat cross-legged and allowed the dazzling lightning to wrap around his body. Although he would feel intense pain when he was struck by the lightning attribute true yuan, this kind of pain was within his tolerance range. The heavenly thunder continuously flowed into Chu Yang's body and tempered his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. At the same time, the heavenly thunder was continuously absorbed by his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Yeah, thunder constantly crackled as silver light flickered. The violent scene made Lil Guai jump in fright. The frequency at which Chu Yang drew the lightning had frightened it. After all, the lightning was extremely violent. If one was not strong enough, they would be heavily injured. Chu Yang was simply heaven-defying, and the benefits of body cultivation were also reflected at this time. He had cultivated 5 kinds of innate physiques, and his body was ridiculously strong. In less than an incense stick's time, Chu Yang sensed that he was no longer able to absorb even the slightest bit of lightning energy. At the same time, such a level of lightning energy was no longer able to strengthen his physical body. At this moment, the lightning attributed true yuan in his body was already overflowing. If I want to cultivate the innate lightning physique, just drawing lightning into my body is far from enough. Chu Yang exhaled a ball of white qi that was faintly tinged with lightning. He carefully sensed that the vigorous real elemental energy in his body was surging like a flood. The degree of tyranny was indeed a little bit stronger than before. Looks like this is the limit. No matter how much thunder energy I absorb, it's useless. The thunder I draw is too terrifying, exceeding the limits of my physical body. Not only is it useless, it's also courting death. Chu Yang's black eyes reflected the thunder that continuously fell from the sky. Those deep eyes were as mysterious as the starry sky. He could not help but look at the deepest part of this space with a burning desire. The thunder tribulation liquid should be able to allow me to cultivate the innate lightning physique and break through to the 6th level of the Chi Soul realm, 6 harmonies yuan. The day when the 3rd transformation of the Chi Soul realm is completed is also possible. Goat, you punish me well. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have encountered such a good thing. Where would I find something as good as the thunder tribulation liquid? A smile uncontrollably spread from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He really felt like he had spent a lot of effort. First, it was the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows mantra that allowed him to cultivate the light true yuan and darkness true yuan. Now, it was the thunder true yuan. Goat, you didn't expect that you would send me into a huge treasure trove, right? Hee. However, Chu Yang was extremely impressed by this fellow Taoist, this senior. You were able to completely break through the 5 elements sex great formation. I also need to improve my formation skills. This thing is not bad. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. The benefits of the formation before his eyes were already very tempting. Chapter 435. Following the path opened by others, Chu Yang's path was unobstructed, and he arrived directly. Immediately, a 3-square-meter thunder pool appeared in front of him. The thunder pool was protected by a thunder shield. Electric light flowed on the thunder shield, crackling. Sometimes the electric light was like a blade, sometimes a sword, and sometimes a thunder tiger or a thunder dragon. It was a dazzling sight. The entire dome seemed to be a sun made of thunder. Chi! Chi! Chu Yang raised his hand, and the light and shadow lines bombarded the thunder shield. He tried to penetrate the thunder shield, but the extremely tough and sharp light and shadow lines were like a strand of hair hitting an iron plate. At the same time, the thunder on it exploded, and countless thunder and lightning surged out, instantly annihilating the light and shadow. Following the two, a huge thunder and lightning struck towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't dodge, but his true essence turned into a 5-colored light screen to block in front of him. However, the 5-colored light screen was instantly penetrated and then bombarded on his body. In an instant, the thunder and lightning wreaked havoc around him, crackling. His whole body was charred black, and the smell of meat emitted from his body. His ears and nose were full of thunder and lightning. When he opened his mouth, a thunder snake struck out. Yaya! Xiao Guai wasn't spared either. Its satin-like 5-colored fur was instantly charred black, and every strand stood up, turning it into a hedgehog. Only its 2 transparent pupils were still bright and white. Yaya! It cried out again, generally criticizing Chu Yang for looking for trouble. There was a way to go in directly, but he just had to try. Now look at what happened. What a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Chu Yang didn't have time to pay attention to it. He was incomparably shocked. The power of thunder and lightning on the thunder shield was far more terrifying than the power of thunder and lightning when it was guided into the body. It was far beyond his imagination. This power of thunder and lightning not only acted on his physical body, but also on his martial soul and divine soul. Just now, in his consciousness, a thunder spear covered in thunder and lightning seemed to be a spear of judgment that wanted to judge him. It bombarded his divine soul and martial soul, and it was many times more terrifying than the soul pressure of the 5th level of the Ascended Soul Realm. Fortunately, he had the world opened up by the Xiantian acupoints. Otherwise, he would have died just like that. In other words, he almost died just now. Such an amazing defense. It seems that this thunder tribulation liquid must be very amazing. Chu Yang had a lingering fear, but soon his heart couldn't help but boil. With a whoosh, he followed the path opened up by the people and went straight into the thunder shield. In an instant, he felt an extremely strong aura of life rushing towards him. The 365 pores and the thousands of cells in his body were cheering and jumping for joy at this moment. All the spiritual thoughts in his consciousness suddenly became active. The saber and sword martial spirit, the flood dragon martial spirit, Little Six and Little Black, and even the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit. At this moment, they were like starving people who saw the most delicious food and couldn't wait to jump on it. Yaya. Xiao Guai also felt this and was very excited. With a plop, it jumped into the thunder pool. In an instant, the thunder tribulation liquid disappeared at a visible speed. Xiao Guai's charred hair recovered in an instant, and its aura continued to rise. It was originally at the second level of the Chi Soul realm, but now its aura was rising crazily. Third level of the Chi Soul realm. Fourth level of the Chi Soul realm. Fifth level of the Chi Soul realm. Sixth level of the Chi Soul realm. It was still rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to the Ascended Soul realm. It was still rising rapidly. It broke through to the fifth level of the Ascended Soul realm at an extremely fast speed. Chu Yang's eyeballs almost popped out. When he saw the thunder tribulation liquid in the thunder pool, his eyeballs almost fell out. Chapter 436. Little Guai, leave some for me. Yeah. Little Guai was also shocked. It jumped up from the lightning pool and looked at the heavenly tribulation liquid in the lightning pool. It was also dumbfounded. Shortly after, it looked at Chu Yang again. Its body curled up like a child who made a mistake. There was panic in its transparent eyes, as if it knew that it had gotten into big trouble. Chu Yang instantly lost his temper. Little Guai was already so guilty like a sinner. What else did he want? That's enough, Hello Kitty. You're making me feel like the sinner here. Chu Yang gave in to this little fellow. It would definitely die from guilt one day. Also, in the future, you will snatch treasures from others. He wanted to teach Little Guai that it had to be like this when snatching treasures from others. But looking at its appearance, it felt even more guilty and self-reproach. Its beautiful eyes were dimming, and he could only change his words. However, he couldn't help but roar. What are you feeling guilty for? If you continue like this, how are you going to live? Yeah. Little Guai was so frightened that it jumped 30 feet high. Chu Yang completely lost his temper. Helplessly, he could only change the path of righteousness. All right, Little Guai, I am your elder brother. Why are you being so polite in front of me? Isn't it just the lightning liquid? What are you treating it like? If you continue like this, I will whip you. Yeah. Little Guai was still like a bird. Scram. Chu Yang became impatient. This little thing was really hopeless. He directly became violent. I already said that I'm your elder brother. What's mine is yours. If you show that kind of expression again, you'll immediately disappear from my sight. Shua. Chu Yang instantly entered the lightning pool. Instantly, all the lightning liquid in the lightning pool entered his body. The lightning pool directly emptied, and not a single bit of lightning liquid was left. It was like he was a desert. No matter how much water there was, it would be instantly devoured. At this moment, he really didn't feel anything from the heavenly tribulation fluid. It was like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. The heavenly tribulation fluid was gone, and he could only feel his own situation. The injuries caused by the lightning strike just now were all healed in an instant. All of his martial spirits were wrapped in a ray of lightning, as if they were transforming, as if they were evolving. They revealed a joyful thought, and his spiritual power had also increased by a large margin. At the same time, the power around his body was increasing explosively. The power of 5 dragons and 9 elephants. The power of 6 dragons. The power of 6 dragons and 1 elephant. He had directly broken through to the 6th level of the Chi Soul realm, the 6th Heyuan realm, which was extremely unbelievable. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that he was already a dead man with only a skeleton left. However, after encountering the divine liquid of flesh and bones, his flesh and blood instantly regenerated and his bones grew. From a skeleton, he once again became a person and came back to life. Xu Yang didn't feel the formation of the innate thunder physique at all. He also didn't know how his injuries healed and how his mental strength increased sharply. This was too miraculous and shocking. At the same time, his strength was increasing rapidly. The strength of 6 dragons and 2 elephants. The strength of 6 dragons and 3 elephants. The strength of 6 dragons and 4 elephants. He forcefully broke through to the strength of 7 dragons. Just like before when his innate wood physique was not formed, the explosive power leaked out and fell back to the strength of 6 dragons and 9 elephants. This thunder tribulation liquid is a little too shocking. Xu Yang was shocked. He never thought that the thunder tribulation liquid would be so ridiculous. The feeling of the entire process made him feel incomparably miraculous. No, this thunder tribulation liquid is so shocking. I definitely can't give it up. I have to think of a way to enter this place again. Xu Yang was shocked by the miraculous effects of the thunder tribulation liquid. He immediately made up his mind and started to study the array here. The 5 Elements Guardian Array was a huge network. Now, he wanted to be a hacker. He wanted to embed a Trojan horse in the node of the thunder tribulation liquid and turn this place into his meat chicken so that he could easily invade at any time. He used his genius martial spirit and the universal reflector to analyze the array here. He went deep into the array seal. Not long after, he found a gourd-shaped array seal in the array seal. As soon as his consciousness fell into the gourd-shaped array seal, Xu Yang immediately erupted with a great devouring power. It crazily devoured his mental strength, and even his martial spirit and divine soul were about to be sucked out. Clang, clang, clang. The genius martial spirit and the full martial spirit had not been activated yet. The sword martial spirit and the saber martial spirit trembled. The soul severing, exterminating intent that was obtained from devouring the soul-severing gourd was transmitted, and the devouring power on the gourd array seal instantly disappeared. The soul-severing, exterminating intent that was above the saber martial spirit and the sword martial spirit was obtained from the soul-severing gourd. Gourd array seal, soul devourer clan. Chapter 437. Xu Yang's first thought was the Soul Devourer clan. There was a reason for this. In the martial arts world, when talking about gourds, the first thing that came to mind was the Soul Devourer clan's 3 great gourds: the Soul Severing Gourd, the Detention Gourd, and the Soul Devourer Gourd. The gourd could be said to be a symbol of the Soul Devourer clan. Under the Judgment Hall of the 5 Elements sect, there was actually a gourd-shaped formation seal at such an important node. If it was just this, it might not be a problem. However, in this gourd formation seal, once it discovered that Xu Yang's saber and sword martial soul had the aura of the soul-severing gourd, the gourd formation seal immediately stopped attacking. This was unusual. The Soul Devourer clan has already infiltrated the 5 Elements sect's mountain protecting formation, quietly changed and controlled the formation. The more Xu Yang thought about this fact, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. If the Soul Devourer clan attacked the 5 Elements sect one day, then the 5 Elements sect's mountain protecting formation would lose its effect. It might even become a sharp blade in the hands of the Soul Devourer clan. What did this mean? The 5 Elements sect would definitely be flattened, completely destroyed, and become the dust of history. I'm afraid it's not as simple as this. The mountain protecting formation has been changed and controlled in such an invisible way. I think the Soul Devourer clan has already completely infiltrated the 5 Elements sect. Now, there are probably many spies of the Soul Devourer clan in the 5 Elements sect. No wonder the Soul Devourer clan dares to be so arrogant. They even dared to use the matter of the meridian must exist. Moreover, they only sent a disciple to take my life. They have nothing to fear. In an instant, Chu Yang had a deeper understanding of the matter of him being persecuted by the Guardian Elder. Perhaps this Guardian Elder is a member of the Soul Devourer clan. Chu Yang was even more shocked. The Soul Devourer clan had infiltrated the Five Elements sect to such an extent that even the Guardians and Elders of the Divine Command Peak were on their side. It could be said that the Five Elements sect was already riddled with holes. To the Soul Devourer clan, there were no secrets in the Five Elements sect. He was extremely sure that the Guardian Elder was absolutely not the person with the highest status within the Five Elements sect. As for what rank the Guardian Elder possessed, it was truly difficult for him to imagine. The Peak Masters of the 10 Outer Peaks and the Peak Masters of the 5 Inner Peaks are all possible. What should I do? If the Five Elements sect is destroyed by the Soul Devourer clan, I will definitely die. Even my family and friends will be in danger. This was definitely not a groundless fear. The Five Elements sect had yet to be destroyed, but the Soul Devourer clan had already wanted to kill him. If the Five Elements sect was destroyed, how could he have an easy time? Impossible. It seems that Mu Ronghuan's status within the Soul Devourer clan is even more shocking than I thought. Chu Yang could not help but narrow his eyes. Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect, even causing Chu Yang's spirit to tremble. Who is it? The voice came from the direction of the Divine Command Peak, causing Chu Yang's heart to instantly skip a beat. This meant that if the owner of the voice chased after him, they would definitely come from the direction of the Divine Command Peak. If he went back the way he came, he would directly be sent to meet them. Also, could the Peak Master of the Divine Command Peak, Sui Yunfu, also be a spy of the Soul Devourer clan in the Five Elements sect? No. Although the voice came from the Divine Command Peak, that voice does not belong to that goat. Chu Yang was very calm and immediately denied his own judgment. However, he truly did not expect that the other party would be so sharp as to instantly discover that he had invaded this place. This place was no longer the Five Elements sect protective mountain array. It was simply the Soul Devourer clan's territory. Things have gotten out of hand. If the Soul Devourer clan spy finds out that I have seen through their scheme, it will be difficult for me to live even if I want to. Although all of these were just Chu Yang's own conjectures, it wasn't impossible. Therefore, he only had one thought now, and that was to make a big deal out of this matter. He wanted everyone in the Five Elements sect to know about it. Damn it, just take it that I am evil and treat everyone in the world as bad people. Chapter 438. Chu Yang's true essence immediately gushed out and formed a formation seal. He entered the gourd-shaped formation seal and took control of it. Then, with a thought, the formation on the Judgment Peak started to burn brightly. The Five Elements sect was shaken by the roar. The activation of the array immediately alerted everyone in the Five Elements sect. At this moment, everyone in the Five Elements sect saw a light steel that was 100 feet tall rising from the ruins of the Great Judgment Hall like bamboo shoots after the rain. It made the entire Five Elements sect brighten up. Under everyone's gaze, a line of words appeared on the 100-foot-tall light tablet. I'm the most handsome. I was here. Boom! After the Five Elements sect fell silent, there was a loud boom. It was like boiling water in a pot, completely boiling over. I'm the most handsome. One impactful name. Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, the Peak Lord of the Divine Command Peak, and the other Peak Lords of the 10 Outer Peaks were all stunned when they saw the words, I'm the most handsome. I'm the most handsome. How could they not know about this? This time, the Five Elements sect's entrance exam was messed up by this guy. This little bastard is simply out of control. No wonder this little bastard hid his identity on purpose. I feel uncomfortable when he doesn't cause trouble. This guy needs to be taught a lesson. He's already overturning the roof. Who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future? The 10 Peak Lords each had their own thoughts. As for Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and the other disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, after seeing the words, I'm the most handsome, they no longer had any doubts. The one who cursed at the Five Elements Patriarch was definitely Chu Yang. Little sheep. Chuna almost exploded. She gritted her teeth and couldn't wait to skin Chu Yang alive. Wang Xiaoman looked at Chu Na, who was about to go berserk, and couldn't help but feel pity for her. If she had a younger brother like this, she would probably be on tenterhooks all day long. He was too good at causing trouble. It hadn't even been half a day since he cursed at the Five Elements Patriarch, and now he caused such a huge commotion. Junior brother Chu, this is too insensible. Not to mention Chu Na and Wang Xiaoman, Crooked Blade Immortal, Li Chengfeng, and Gongshang were also shocked when they saw the 3 words "I'm the most handsome." They suddenly realized that Chu Yang was actually the "I'm the most handsome" who stirred up trouble. At the same time, the 3 of them were speechless to the extreme. They realized that Chu Yang was simply a disaster. Wherever he went, there would be big things happening. Moreover, each of them was bigger than the previous one. Now, it had actually reached such an extent that he was showing off in front of the entire Five Elements sect. He's the only one who dares to do such a daring thing. If I were to compare myself to him for no reason in the future, I would definitely be crazy. The 3 of them secretly said in their hearts. Their hearts were also quite shaken. At this time, they discovered that the gap between them and Chu Yang was far greater than they had imagined. In other words, they were not at the same level as Chu Yang. Lightning Tribulation Liquid. My lightning tribulation liquid. A heart-wrenching, lung-splitting roar rang out. While everyone in the Five Elements sect was staring at the 300-foot-tall light tablet, such a furious roar quickly blasted into everyone's eardrums, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. This was especially true when they heard the 3 words Heavenly Tribulation Liquid. What was the Lightning Tribulation Liquid? Most of the people in the Five Elements sect at least knew that the Lightning Tribulation Liquid was extremely extraordinary. It was a supreme treasure that had a price, but no market. Lightning was the power of destruction. The power of destruction was reversed to the extreme and gave birth to the power of vitality. It was extraordinary just thinking about it. The Lightning Tribulation Liquid was the reverse of the power of destruction of lightning. It was a type of lightning that was formed by reversing the power of destruction. Its function was extremely shocking. Not only could it enhance the physical body, it could also enhance the power of the martial spirit and divine soul. It could also cultivate the innate constitution of lightning. It was said that in the end, one could even wield the power of lightning punishment. Chapter 439. At the Lightning Pool. When an old man with long hair that resembled a lion's mane appeared, Chu Yang had already passed through the teleportation door and was teleported to the core of the Five Elements sect's protective formation, the Five Elements Hall. After the old man with the lion's mouth arrived, he did not immediately pursue. Instead, he checked the gourd array seal at the bottom of the lightning pool. When he saw that the gourd array seal was not touched, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he only came for the thunder tribulation fluid. He should not know about the array seal at all. The eyes of the old man with the lion's mouth flickered with cold light. After thinking for a while, he finally found a sufficient reason to confirm his judgment. If he knew, it would not be as simple as just coming here. I'm afraid he would immediately expose me. Chu Yang did not know what the old man with the lion's mouth was thinking. The reason why he did not expose him on the spot was simply because he did not want to die. He was just a small fry. How many people would believe such shocking words? He might even be framed. He was the one who modified the array seal, and everything was his prank. Especially since he was often not serious, such suspicions could easily be established. At that time, he would be done for. Also, he did not know how many spies of the Soul Devourer clan were hiding in the Five Elements sect, and every one of them could take his life. Even if he succeeded and made the Five Elements sect completely wake up, he would also become a thorn in the Soul Devourer clan side, and a thorn in their flesh. No one could survive, but he would most likely have to die. The deepest reason was Chu Yang's distrust of the Five Elements sect. You have to be careful of the Five Elements sect's sect leader. When he was teleported to the array seal space of the Five Elements Hall, Chu Yang was thinking intensely. Suddenly, he remembered the mysterious person he met in the illusory demon space. When he recalled this sentence, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his entire body was ice cold. Could it be that the Five Elements sect leader is also a spy of the Soul Devourer clan? Such a hypothesis really made him shudder. Wong. Soon, a five-colored space appeared in his perception. Meanwhile, the pentagonal anti-sky star within his body started to vibrate violently and emit a buzzing sound. What the hell? Does the pentagram anti-heaven star have something to do with this place? His heart trembled again, and he quickly thought of many things. If the five-pointed anti-sky star is closely related to something here, then the mysterious man in the enchanting demon mystery land must be an expert from the Five Elements sect. If that's the case, my black-bellied guess is right. By now, Chu Yang no longer doubted his own scheming judgment. Suddenly, he was transported into the array mark space of the Five-Element Hall when the five-light anti-sky star in his body rushed out with a whoosh. Chu Yang had a mental connection with the pentagram anti-heavenly star. Following the pentagram anti-heavenly star, he felt that the pentagram anti-heavenly star peers through layers and layers of space-time and reached the deepest part of this space. Immediately, a five-color piece of paper and a pitch-black gourd appeared in his perception. The five-color paper seemed to be a piece of paper torn from a heavenly book. As soon as Chu Yang sensed it, he felt as if many of the Five Elements magic were about to jump out of his consciousness. Five Elements Divine Skill. Chapter 440. At this moment, the heavenly skill of Five Elements seemed to be completely suppressed. The five-color paper was pressed down by the black gourd, like a piece of paper on a desk being pressed down by an inkstone, unable to move at all. At the same time, from the black gourd, black lines had penetrated the five-colored paper. The black lines were mixed in with the bright five-colored paper, extremely bright. Buzz! With the appearance of the pentagram anti-heaven star, the five-colored paper seemed to know that strong reinforcements had arrived. It immediately went berserk, and the void shook. It erupted with dazzling five-colored light. In an instant, the void there shattered, and a space-time storm swept out. Chu Yang also immediately lost his perception. Oh, like a thunderclap, a furious voice blasted into Chu Yang's ears. In the furious voice, there was also a faint shock, uneasiness, and panic, as if something shameful had been discovered. It was a subconscious psychological reaction. Shit! Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, almost jumping out his chest. The sect leader of the Five Elements sect? The black gourd was touched, and he immediately sensed it. If he enters the formation seal space, I'll definitely die. Whoosh! Chu Yang couldn't care about anything else. His figure moved, and he was about to leave through the portal that Bai had opened. But he couldn't help but stare blankly. Perhaps it was because of the battle between the five-colored paper, the five-colored anti-heaven star, and the black gourd, but the formation seal space had been completely sealed. I can't go out. If I don't see him, I can't come in. Chu Yang was very anxious. He immediately scolded, "Bullshit, fellow cultivator. You've screwed me over this time." Stepping on the path opened by Bai, Chu Yang could not turn back. If he could turn back just now, he definitely would not have barged into the Five Elements Hall. His greed could not be ignored. The Thunder Tribulation liquid was so amazing. Then wouldn't the treasures in the formation seal space below the Five Elements Hall be even more amazing? He would take the best and the biggest. With this thought in mind, he plunged into this place. After waiting for a while, Chu Yang did not discover who could enter. He could not help but feel relieved. Looks like the Five Elements Grand Formation is not under their complete control. Otherwise, the Five Elements sect would have been destroyed long ago. Furthermore, this place is the foundation of the Five Elements sect. The founder of the Five Elements sect must have been extremely extraordinary. His setup was also extremely astonishing. Even the five-element sect master would not be able to control this place. This was the only explanation. Xu Yang couldn't find any other reason. The mysterious man and this place. These existences might be the reason why the five-element sect is still alive. Oh, Xu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Although the situation was extremely bad, there was still a way to survive. However, he was currently at a loss of what to do. He was unable to display his insignificant strength. The five-colored paper, the pentagram anti-heaven star, and the black gourd. How was the battle going? The anxious wait seemed incomparably long. Xu Yang did not know how long he had been waiting, but he suddenly sensed the pentagram anti-sky star again. The pentagram anti-heaven star appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, there was a hazy and chaotic gourd. With a whoosh, the two entered Xu Yang's body. Then, the hazy and chaotic gourd exploded. A lot of information and images surged into his consciousness. The chaos had yet to open. The world was vast, and nobody could see it. In the hazy chaos, an ancient vine took root in the primordial chaos. A gourd grew out of it. The scenes changed rapidly, but they were all extremely blurry. Many of them were missing. Only when the last scene became clear and complete did it appear completely before his eyes. A seed fell into a desolate land, grew rapidly, and bore 3 gourds. These 3 gourds are the soul-severing gourd, the criminal detention gourd, and the soul-devouring gourd. Chapter 441. The Indestructible Soul Scripture's full name was the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. After the Divine Soul and Martial Soul passed through the 9 tribulations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, the Divine Soul and Martial Soul would become indestructible. Indestructible was not truly indestructible. The Divine Soul and Martial Soul would become extremely tough, but there was a limit to indestructibility. After being obliterated 9 times, the Divine Soul and Martial Soul would also turn into ashes. Isn't this 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture just right for me? After Xu Yang felt the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture throughout his body, he was overjoyed. His 9 types of true essence were just right for the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. Once he broke through to the Ascending Soul Realm, he could immediately cultivate the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. This 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture is simply tailor-made for me. With this 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, the improvement of Xu Yang's martial soul was no longer a problem. As long as he cultivated according to the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, reaching the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm would be a matter of course. The 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture should be a cultivation technique from the Black Gourd, which is to say that this Indestructible Soul Scripture is the Soul Devourer clan's highest cultivation technique. The Soul-Severing Gourd, the Criminal Detention Gourd, and the Soul Devourer Gourd were all used on the Martial Soul and Divine Soul. They were offensive methods, and their internal support was the Indestructible Soul Scripture. It was the Soul Devourer clan's highest cultivation technique, the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. Xu Yang was certain of this point without a doubt. When he recalled the scene in the 9 Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Soul Devourer clan had obtained the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos. If that was the case, wouldn't the Soul Devourer clan be far more amazing than he imagined? No, the Soul Devourer clan didn't obtain the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos. It was not difficult to judge this point. The Soul Devourer clan did not have a long history, much less than the 5-element sect. If they had obtained the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos early on, it would mean that the Soul Devourer clan had already existed since the beginning of the world. However, this was not the case. In the images, there are many missing images after the primordial gourd. The gourd obtained by the Soul Devourer clan should be the descendant of the primordial hazy gourd. Moreover, it is unknown how many generations it has been. Otherwise, the Soul Devourer clan wouldn't be suppressed by the Five Elements sect. Fortunately, Chu Yang felt relieved. At this time, he remembered the heavenly art of the Five Elements. The heavenly art of the Five Elements? Why didn't I get the heavenly art of the Five Elements? Is this reasonable? I'm the savior of the world. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Chu Yang was the best example of this. You dog shit pentagram anti-heaven star. There are two peerless beauties and you want one. You gone too far. Let me tell you. Wong. The pentagram anti-heaven star started to vibrate. Immediately, a five-colored square seal flew out from the pentagram anti-heaven star and entered Chu Yang's consciousness. It entered the spiritual world of the innate aperture acupoint. After that, there was no more movement. In an instant, Chu Yang felt that the Five Elements sect's great protective mountain array was completely within his consciousness. Every array was like his hands and feet. He could even order them around. This is part of the Five Elements sect's great protective mountain array. Chu Yang was shocked. He had obviously gotten a part of the pentagram anti-heaven star's recognition, but not all of it. Master Pentagram Anti-Heaven Star, you mean that I should get the heavenly art of the Five Elements myself, if I have the ability? The Pentagram Anti-Heaven Star didn't respond. It was indeed a master. To hell with that layer after layer of space-time. How am I supposed to go through it? Chu Yang could sense the location of the five-colored paper through the Great Protective Mountain Array. That was because he now had part of the Great Protective Mountain Array's control. With his current strength, there was no way he could reach there. If he could reach there, the current sect leader of the Five Elements sect would definitely be able to reach there as well. There would be no need for him to use the 9 transformations' undying soul scripture to suppress and seize complete control of the Great Protective Mountain Array. Sigh, I've already taken off my clothes, and you're letting me see this? Chapter 442. I think I should just slip away. Chu Yang was about to use the control of the array to escape, but he realized that the array seal space had been completely sealed, and he couldn't move it at all. The Five Elements sect leader and the 5 Inner Peak Masters all had the control of the array. These bunch of tortoise bastards. Are they trying to kill yours truly? Chu Yang sensed through the array and realized that the 15 peak masters of the 10 outer peaks and 5 inner peaks had all arrived, and the one in front of them was an extremely beautiful man. That's right, it was an extremely beautiful man. He had the same brows, eyes, nose, and lips as a woman. His skin was as white as jade, and he exuded a scholarly aura. He was around 34 years old, and his strength was unfathomable. Chu Yang sensed that he was like a deep abyss. This handsome man should be the Five Elements sect leader. He is definitely not just 30 or 40 years old. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. He could sense a great danger from the Five Elements sect leader. If the Five Elements sect leader was really a spy from the Soul Devourer clan, then it would be very troublesome. This person was very difficult to deal with. On the other side, there was an old man with a lion's mane and a lion's mouth. There were 15 people behind him, and they should be the guardian elders of the guardian halls of the 10 outer peaks and the 5 inner peaks. The leading old man with a lion's mouth should be the judgment elder or the judgment elder. I'll give a try and fight them. Chu Yang's mind flickered, and 1,000 feet tall light tablet appeared in front of everyone from the Five Elements sect. Incomparably bright words appeared on it. Please shout loudly, I'm the most handsome. I'm the most handsome in the world. There was also a special note. Peak Masters, Elders, especially the sect leader, please take the lead and shout loudly, I am the most handsome in the world. There was a long sentence at the bottom. Please don't be embarrassed, because what you are shouting is the truth. I, who is blessed by the heavens, have only described myself as the most handsome. I have already wronged myself. So please all of you become my admirers and worshippers. My existence will bring you endless glory. Boom! The entire Five Elements sect was in an uproar once again. The most handsome had caused trouble all the way to the Five Elements Palace and the sect master of the Five Elements sect. How bold and unscrupulous was he? Little thief, you stole my heavenly tribulation liquid. You deserve to die. Soon after, the lion-mouthed old man's furious roar drowned out everything, causing the Five Elements sect to involuntarily become quiet. Steel. Another line of words appeared on the light steel. What a joke. Is the heavenly tribulation fluid yours? If you call it, will it respond to you? Many people of the Five Elements sect were instantly stunned by such a rascal. They were completely speechless. The face of the elder with the lion's mouth, who is also the presiding elder, became scarily gloomy. All right, take it as a joke. Now, I'm getting serious. Pay attention. After this row of words appeared on the steel of light, everyone nearly collapsed from shock. There was no one else who dared to do such a thing in front of so many great characters of the Five Elements sect. He could truly be said to be the most daring disciple of the Five Elements sect. Are you the one who set up the formation below the presiding elder's palace? Are the presiding elder's palace and the Five Elements sect yours? Are all of them yours? Answer me. Impudent. The elder with the lion's mouth was furious. Am I someone you can question? Io, what great prestige, and how high and mighty you are. No wonder the entire Five Elements sect is in a mess. Every disciple of the Guardian Palace is so domineering and arrogant. So this is the reason. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Chapter 443. I'm going to mess with you. How direct, simple, and violent. I'm not afraid of offending you at all. So what if you're the presiding elder? I'm going to mess with you all the same. The Five Elements sect instantly burst into an uproar. However, many people from the Five Elements sect felt refreshed the moment they heard those words. They felt as if their anger had been vented. Many people even started shouting. Well said. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are so arrogant. Mess with them. Anyway, I support my handsomeness. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are so domineering. If they don't like you, they'll just pin a crime on you and mess with you until you're half dead. That's right. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are too arrogant. The Hall of Guardians, the Judgment Peak, and the Hall of Judgment have been indulging them time and time again, causing them to be even more lawless. It's not just that. I was told clearly by a disciple of the Hall of Guardians that I'm bullying you. If you have the ability, you can go to the Hall of Guardians and complain. I've encountered it too. I was so angry that I went to the Hall of Guardians to seek an explanation. I was beaten half to death by the bullshit Guardian Elders. Could it be that they're so fearless? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The crowd was agitated. Voices came out one after another. In an instant, the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Elements sect in the Five Elements Hall were extremely ugly. They never thought that the sect would be so bad. They couldn't help but look at the presiding elder with a solemn face. The presiding elder's heart couldn't help but tighten. The presiding elder was in seclusion. The law enforcement of the Five Elements sect was in the hands of the presiding elder. He naturally knew the current law enforcement situation of the Five Elements sect, especially since this was his intention. Now that it was pointed out, his heart skipped a beat. Presumptuous. The Hall of Guardians is not something you can slander. The presiding elder opened his mouth and immediately changed the topic. You stole the Thunder Calamity liquid, so you stole it. You can't be forgiven. It's useless for you to quibble. When Shuyang heard these words from within the formation seal space, he couldn't help but sneer. Shortly after, words appeared on the light tablet once again. Back to this topic? Then let me tell you properly. The Thunder Calamity liquid belongs to the Five Elements sect. Do you have any objections? The trial elder did not open his mouth, but the light tablet immediately mocked. I knew you wouldn't be able to answer. Then let me tell you. The Thunder Tribulation elixir belongs to the Five Elements sect, not you. Where did the word steel come from? I am a disciple of the Five Elements sect. I took the 5 elements sex items on my own accord. How is that stealing? Don't tell me that you, the trial elder, are the only one allowed to enjoy the heavenly tribulation fluid? The presiding elder was furious. The heavenly tribulation fluid is a public treasure of the 5 elements sect. To take it without asking, isn't that stealing? TCH, you even know that the heavenly tribulation fluid is a public item of the 5 elements sect? Then why don't you go ask the disciples of the 5 elements sect? Who knows what the heavenly tribulation fluid is like? Shortly after, Chu Yang directly mocked through the light tablet. Old fart, it's fine that you took the heavenly tribulation fluid for yourself, but you don't even know how to protect the 5 elements sect. Instead, you brought disaster to the 5 elements sect. Your intentions are worthy of death. Buzz. These words were very heavy, causing the faces of the upper echelons of the 5 elements sect to change involuntarily. As for the many disciples of the 5 elements sect, they couldn't help but be shocked. What was the tone of, "I'm the most handsome," just now? A reprimanding tone. The tone of a superior reprimanding his subordinate. The tone of a vicious dog. The presiding elder seemed to be, "I'm the most handsome dog." How shocking was that? And the accusation was also earth-shattering, causing all the disciples of the 5 elements sect to be shocked. Chapter 444. Chu Rinxian, Gong Shang, and Cheng Feng were also shocked. Chu Yang was trying to pierce through the heavens. Even if they had Chu Yang's talent, they wouldn't even think about it, let alone do it. But what was Chu Yang doing now? In a hall of the wood element peak, the meatball Jean Duo bounced up like a ball and said to Chao Ju, "Boss, this new brother of yours is amazing. He's catching up to you in terms of acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Boss, you're going to be pressured." Chao Ju couldn't help but be angry and kicked Jean Duo out. What did this have to do with acting like a pig to eat a tiger? He then smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Junior brother Chu, why are you imitating my ancestor? You're going to be hung up and beaten later." The person Chu Yang was talking about was actually Chao Ju's ancestor. Scolding the 5 elements sex ancestor, stealing the heavenly tribulation liquid, and causing trouble in the 5 elements hall were all done by Chao Ju's ancestor. However, not many people knew about such a secret. Now, Chu Yang seemed to be even more outrageous than the ancestor. Chao Ju's ancestor only scolded him like a child. What about Chu Yang? He had already surpassed this category and directly reached the level of the 5 elements sex laws. He even scolded the presiding elder from such a high level. His nature was completely different from that of Chao Ju's ancestor. Chao Ju couldn't help but secretly worry about Chu Yang. Naturally, Chao Ju was not the only one who felt that something was amiss. The higher-ups of the 5 elements Great Hall all knew that if they allowed "I'm the most handsome" to continue like this, the 5 elements Great Hall would lose all respect for the Judgment Great Hall and lose all confidence in the 5 elements Great Hall. Among the people present, Long Feast was the most anxious. Because "I'm the most handsome" was a genius in formations, he paid special attention to him and even liked him. That was why he spoke. "I say, little brat, are you done? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're talented. If you go too far, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." TSK. Within the seal space, Chu Yang was filled with disdain. "Do you think that yours truly doesn't know? For the sake of my own life, yours truly has no choice but to live and die with the 5 elements sect." Immediately, a line of words appeared on the light tablet. "Sloppy great uncle, what does it have to do with you whether I stole your chicken or petted your dog? You don't even speak human language the moment you come out. Also, do you still have any face?" Good intentions were taken as ill intentions. Long Feast's face couldn't help but turn black. Chu Yang is too much of a bastard. Why don't you go back and take a look at your sky array peak? What a mess it is now. I can very responsibly say that Sky Array Peak is so unkempt that it makes one's hair stand on end. Hurry up and tidy up. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I really don't know where you get your courage from. Little bastard, you're the one who's inhumane. Long Feege was so angry that he almost fainted. What kind of joke is this? The other peak masters were also in trouble. Do you all think you're very good? Let's not talk about other things first. I have to talk about this awesome divine command peak master, you goat. Sui Yunfu was called out, and he was called a goat in front of everyone. He lost all of his dignity. You still have the nerve to have a dark expression? Why don't you take a look at what happened to your divine command peak recently? A mere disciple of the Soul Devourer clan came to stir up trouble, and your divine command peak's guardian elder is like a dog asking for its tail. He almost killed my greatest admirer. Am I right? The matter that had caused a huge uproar was not over yet. Now it was brought up again. This was simply a disgrace to the Five Elements sect. Therefore, not only did the divine command peak's expression darken, but the faces of the Five Elements sect's upper echelons were also very ugly. If news of this were spread, the entire Five Elements sect would be laughed at. The Soul Devourer clan fabricated a groundless matter and then sent a mere disciple of the Soul Devourer clan to casually take the life of a Five Elements sect disciple. If this was not a joke, then what was? Was the Five Elements sect a vassal of the Soul Devourer clan that could be casually taken advantage of by the Soul Devourer clan? Chapter 445. Chu Yang wasn't done yet. Divine Command Peak Lord, I heard that you gave my biggest admirer a hard time, and even punished him to face the wall. Tell me, what did he do wrong? Boom. Chu Na, Wang Xiaoman, Li Hao, and the others heard that, and their ears buzzed. They knew that things were going to go bad. Their junior brother Chu had always been the kind of person who would pay back 100-fold when he suffered a loss. How could he bear to be told to drill his face into the ground? Their junior brother Chu would definitely take revenge. But Sui Yunfu was the peak lord of Divine Command Peak. No matter what, he was still your senior. Even if he was wrong, you shouldn't do this. Chu Yang had crossed the line. Sui Yunfu's face became even gloomier. He didn't say anything, but words appeared on the light tablet. Answer me. It was just 3 simple words, but everyone seemed to have seen it. It was the most handsome roar and question. You're not going to say anything? Don't think that you've trapped me here. I've already gained partial control of the Mountain Guard Formation. Do you believe that I'll directly detonate the Mountain Guard Formation? His words caused a huge commotion. Everyone's expression changed. Whether it was Chu Na and the others, Chu Rinxian and the others, or Chao Ju and the others, they were all extremely shocked and frightened by his words. This was a threat. It was a threat to Sui Yunfu, the peak lord of Divine Command Peak, the sect master of Five Elements Sect, and all the higher-ups of Five Elements Sect. What's the little sheep doing? Does he want to die? Why is Junior Brother Chu like this? What is Junior Brother Chu planning to do? Those who knew Chu Yang's identity were shocked, and even more confused. Chu Yang wasn't someone who didn't know how powerful he was, but why did he do this? At this moment, all the higher-ups of Five Elements Sect were extremely gloomy. They couldn't treat Chu Yang as a genius anymore, but as a disaster. Sui Yunfu's eyes flickered with cold light. He could only say, Chu Yang didn't do anything wrong, but his actions were a bit extreme. I need to punish him and make him restrain himself. Extreme? You said extreme? Sarcastic words immediately appeared on the light tablet. Then, it said, then tell me, what should my greatest admirer do? Stick his head out and let you chop it off? The last 3 words were, answer me. This made everyone feel as if they had once again seen my most handsome roar. How could Sui Yunfu answer? If Chu Yang didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he could only become a dead man. It was extreme, but how could he not be extreme? You can't answer? Then tell me, do you know how bad your Divine Command Peak would be without my greatest admirer? Sui Yunfu couldn't answer this. If you knew, why didn't you deal with it? If he didn't know, it would be his fault. His final answer was, I don't know. I don't know. Chu Yang immediately replied, I don't know, that goat. Then why do you want that pair of eyes? Are you really blind or just pretending to be blind? Sharp sarcasm. How dare you? The sect master of the Five Elements sect, A middle-aged man who looked like a woman in his 30s or 40s finally spoke. His fair and delicate face was filled with gloominess. "How dare you? Who are you calling impudent?" In the space of the formation seal, Chu Yang sneered. "Sect master of the Five Elements sect, you finally jumped out." He repeatedly questioned and counterattacked. "Sect master of the Five Elements sect. Hey, you have such a great reputation and great prestige. You still have the face to call me impudent. I didn't even look for trouble with you, but you still have the face to jump out first." Buzz. In an instant, all the disciples of the Five Elements sect seemed to have their minds buzzing. I'm the most handsome, even scolded and reprimanded the sect master. Moreover, his attitude was like a father teaching his son a lesson. Sui Yunfu and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. As for the sect master of the Five Elements sect, his fair and delicate face became even gloomier. You're still not convinced, right? Then I'll tell you. Firstly, the Great Hall of Guardians of the Five Elements sect is tyrannical and unscrupulous. The disciples are frequently bullied and suppressed. Complaints are heard everywhere, and the atmosphere is foul. Secondly, the original leader of the Five Elements sect is being bullied by his original underlings. All these years, the disciples of the Five Elements sect have been bullied repeatedly. They even came to the Five Elements sect. Am I speaking the truth? Of course, the sect master of the Five Elements sect could deny such accusations, but was it useful? It was the truth. As the sect master of the Five Elements sect, what have you done? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.